There we are. We got a new little intro video, kind of one of our old long intro videos, cut off a little short, but here we are. It's a Tuesday, the end of June. The NBA finals are over. The Stanley Cup playoffs are over. We got nothing to look forward to but football here, Justin. We got a fun schedule ahead for us today. We got some guests joining us from some of your favorite communities, some other content creators out there. We're going to be talking some Vegas 2023. We're going to be in Vegas next week. We're talking NFL all day, doing a best ball draft with Justin, have some of our partners coming on later this evening, and all of that going to be topped off with a little poker game starting at 8 o'clock. Justin, how are we doing today?
I'm doing well. It is great to see some familiar names. We need to do a little roll call. You ready for this? Let's go. We got Jonathan in the house. We got Hunter. We got Solomon with the RSVP. We got RRX saying he's early. Thug Life. Irene Duck. Ben, Charles, Tony, Glib. What is up, JJs? They just keep going. Then we got a bunch of the JMs. JMs from Dr. Mean and the Duchess and Coop behind the scenes. We see you, Stogie. We love football too, Top Shot Hot Dot. Keep the JMs coming. A little rumble chatter in there. Woof. I'm doing well. And yeah, we are talking Vegas, and I'm excited. We're flying out. What is today? Today's Tuesday. So flying out a little more than a week from now. It's going to be a fun, long weekend. Indeed. Or for someone, maybe a little longer than a weekend for some people that are going to
I'm gonna be there for a while. I might never come back. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll hit it big. Never have to come back. Let me share the schedule here real quick, and then we'll bring on our first guest. So first guest going to be our friend Mike Zakarian over from Team Hold, who is also going to be in Vegas. I think they're actually heading out even a day before us. So we're going to talk through everything that he's got going on and that Team Hold's got going on, maybe recap the basketball season a little bit. Then we've got some friends from across the industry joining us to talk some NFL all day. D's going to be joining to do a best ball draft along with Justin. You're definitely going to want to catch that one. And then we've got two of our partners in the Knights of DGen and Sports Fatar joining us later in the evening. Packed agenda today. Going to have plenty of giveaways throughout the day as well. So make sure you're hanging out in chat and keeping an eye out for those. Let's get on with it. We got our first guest behind the scenes, someone who has not stopped the live streaming in 2.5 years now, as far as I can see. Mike, what's going on?
What's up, fellas?
We got to change our little background here. There we go. What's up, Mike?
There we go.
Isn't that the most tilting thing? Every time I've like, oh, dude, I've got the overlays set up, and then you bring on a third guest, and you're like, I only thought about this for 2 people.
Can't they? I wish they could make it like, okay, when you put 3 people on, they automatically change the background for you. That was also your tweet the other day. I forget who exactly it was, but you were like, are they grinding Canva on their own or someone paying them? I was like,
it was Woj. Every time Woj puts out a tweet, he's obviously got that same structure. It's the player in the background with the breaking news. Like, no chance Woj is doing that.
Isn't that so funny though, that like he also has his handle on the graphic that he's tweeting out? Like, Woj, we know this is coming from you, man. This is your Twitter account. Like, you don't.
But if someone steals that picture, they want to make sure that it still sticks with the Woj. Yeah. That's branding.
It's incredible. That's incredible. I think that is the only difference between Shams and Woj right now, is only one of them has a branding graphic.
I mean, one of them needs a PR rep after a little snafu in the industry. I don't know. For those who are in the know, but yeah. Shams, he works for FanDuel, and he put out information that he thought was, he got from his sources. It turned out to be not wrong for the number 2, and obviously because he is very influential with his news, it kind of moved lines. And then you've got the complainers out there who are not taking any accountability for making bad bets, complaining that they made a bad bet and that Shams is working with FanDuel for it. I don't think there's obviously any malicious intent with what he did, but there's definitely some rough waters that are going to be had for these when sports books are paying influencers, content creators, all that.
Yeah, optically it did look it looks bad, but you're right. There's no why risk it for that? Like it's not like he's getting enough money from FanDuel for that specific thing. Like he's getting a cut of how many bets come in. Like come on, that's not what's happening there. But it did look bad. It definitely looked bad.
Right. Yeah.
TJ, what events are you playing out there?
What's
in
going on?
Vegas.
We were literally just talking through this. I've still got the screen share up, so I'll put the screen up, and TJ, you can talk through, and I can show him.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So we're gonna be coming out. Yeah. So Vegas next week. We're coming out on Friday. So I'm gonna be flying in Friday morning, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or mostly Friday, Saturday, doing some like NBA Summer League, NBA Con stuff, and then starting Sunday, I'm looking at the $777 Lucky Sevens one, and then the $600 Ultra Stack one. So two of the cheaper options that they have. I'm not really trying to.
You don't want
I wish I was firing the 10K main event, but not
25K
quite.
high roller?
One day, boys. Well, the 25K high roller horse roll going there, but so I'm looking forward to that. I think we're gonna have a couple other people from Jolly Jokers that are going to be around playing too. I've even heard some people that are going to be like, I'm sure Poker Pro Eric is probably going to be there. I think he's been out.
Oh, he's going to be running spaces.
Yeah, well, yeah. What's going on there, man? I'm like Poker Pro Eric now just hosts spaces with Daniel Negreanu. That's a thing now.
It honestly, it's made me lose like a ton of respect for some of the people in the poker community. Like if we were able to see through Poker Pro Eric right away, but now in the poker space, he is like the go-to voice. I think even Poker Pro Eric would admit that himself. Like I think if he was on right now, he'd be like, yeah, it is nuts.
He's not even in chat. I mean, that shows how big time he is now. Typically, he would have been in every chat. Now he's a creator now.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the days when we were able to bring on like Detroit Pistons onto our live shows and actual like NBA players and such because we were trading NFTs. Crazy times, guys. Crazy times.
Yeah. I don't know if Isaiah Stewart's jumping back on Club Top Shot or CTS for the club anytime soon. I don't know if that's. I believe
that's beefsteak to the rest of us.
Yeah, that's right. Dude, that's exciting. You're playing all those events, man. I'm jealous. I have a couple of friends that have been out there for like the last month grinding away at some of the smaller events. And I think a couple of them are going to still be out there when I get out there, but it's getting me itchy. I want to be firing out there.
Just by random chance, like I found out that in the past week, like 4 different people I know are all going to be there that same weekend.
That's awesome.
So like one of the DFS guys I know down here, Levitan's going to be out there doing some tennis bets and then playing the main event. And then 2 other friends who were just like basketball fans are like, oh yeah, we're going out there for Summer League, and like not really affiliated with like any of our stuff or anything. It's just like, it's crazy. This feels like the time, other than the 120 degrees we're going to have to be, fighting through. This feels like the time to go to Vegas. It'll be fun. But TJ, I wanted to say, you're not going to be doing this. If we see you at NBA Con and you're on your phone, you're not going to be doing the online event, No Limit Hold'em Championship. I just want to make sure.
No multitasking. Fully dialed in during the NBA stuff on Saturday. But I know, trust me, I've seen that on there and been like,
you can sneak in NBA Con. You get to NBA Con around 1:00. I feel like, shake some hands, kiss some babies, and then it's 3:30. Grind it away.
Can you register for an online event and then play it in another state similar to DFS? Like you can register
definitely
for a DFS?
Cannot. No, they'll get you for that.
All right. Because I mean, you enter this one, you start off, and then I fly back home and I'm playing some poker on the plane.
God, I wish. I also wanted to congratulate you guys because I feel like it's not truly a Summer League experience until you have to switch weeks. And we did that last year. We planned for the first weekend and then had to pivot to the second weekend. So congratulations, you guys are you've officially arrived that you set plans and then had to make wild adjustments.
We felt so good about like, you know what, nothing's gonna happen, so let's just pick a week. Let's just pick one of the weekends and go with it. And then as soon as we do, it's like 2 weeks later, there is something. We're like, well, now we're switching.
To be fair, we had a little experience with this. It wasn't Vegas, but it was New York, where during NFT NYC the first year, there was nothing going on. No one announced anything. So we're like, yeah, we're going to do a happy hour on this day. Awesome. And that's when Top Shot Con is going to be. So we're flexible. We're flexible. Our community is used to it.
No, that's I'm glad it matched up that it's the same weekend that we'll all be out there at the same time. It's gonna be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't believe I'll be out there a week from tomorrow. And it still feels like it's far away, but I'm ready now.
You know, we're not ever supposed to be in Vegas for more than like 3 nights, and both of you are massively breaking that rule.
I know. You know what it is? I need like a night before, like solo, before I have to be like full on extrovert for like 3 days.
Yeah, solo in
you know?
Vegas is great. That's all. That's really safe, and everyone advises that.
No, it's gonna listen. I'm not gonna be able to play a ton of poker. I don't think this weekend. So we're gonna get like a night of poker in. I got like a couple of friends that are not a part of the basketball community that are gonna be there and see them.
Nice.
Just like low key, you know?
Yeah.
Ease in.
Yeah.
Like a Johnny Drama entourage trip to Vegas. You know, you got
Jesus.
Ken the masseuse.
Yeah, that's
We actually
right. Exactly.
Years ago. This was probably maybe not 10 years ago, but close to 10 years ago. Justin and I went to Vegas, and like the first thing that we saw was Kevin Dillon, the actor that plays Entourage. So that was
Wow.
That was a fun start. Yeah, we got a little pick.
I thought you were going to reference on the way to Vegas. We ended up going to Cleveland to go to a casino in Cleveland because something happened with our flights in Vegas or something. We had
our
to get
layover. We got stuck
casino.
in. Yeah, imagine you're with all your buddies. You're like 24 and you're hyped to go to Vegas, and then your layover gets stuck in Cleveland, and you end up spending that night in Cleveland instead. And then we all dusted off like a few hundo at the Cleveland casino just because we were we were already determined to lose money that night. We couldn't wait at that point.
Just had to punt it immediately.
But yeah. So what for the people that maybe aren't familiar, I know you guys have some good stuff going on. You've got a live show on Friday, little event Saturday. What's your guys' plan for Vegas
so we got tickets for Summer League for Friday. So we're gonna go Friday like to the earlier games, and then at the we have our live show Friday at 5. That's gonna be at the Sand Dollar Lounge, which is I think it's part of the Plaza in like Old Vegas, the Plaza Hotel and Casino. And I was hoping I was going to be able to announce who our guests were today, but I think it's going to be tomorrow or the next day. But we've got a couple of fun special guests that are going to be joining us for the show that we're really excited about. And then Saturday, we're going to go check out NBA Con and just like collectively be underwhelmed. And then because if anyone, we went to All-Star Game weekend this year in Utah, and they had a similar thing. They have this like the NBA experience or whatever the hell they call it, where it's just like you walk into this venue and there's just like 40 different vendors with like trinkets and bullshit. And I mean, it's cool. Like it's a cool thing, but I do think like when you're like, holy shit, NBA Con, the first ever bringing technology and all together. And everybody's like, oh my God. And then it's like, oh, dude, I got Damian Jones's autograph. So I think it will be cool, but I'm just nervous for those who are like super jacked about it. But anyways, we're going to NBA Con on Saturday, and then a happy hour at Beer Park in Paris at like 3:30, I think, on Saturday. So jamming in a lot of shit.
I love all those plans. I gotta criticize that last one though. Isn't that outside? 3:30 July.
Yeah, they got like the spitters. They got the little they do a pretty good job keeping it cool. There's like an indoor section too in there as well.
Okay. The indoor's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been to a lot of corporate like conventions and conferences. Like this is more of a conference. Like, I mean, you get a lot of swag though, and this is the first time that like the swag might be kind of cool NBA swag rather than these little squishy balls and you know.
No, I think it'll be good. It'll be good. I just think I remember when I went to All-Star Game weekend being like, oh man, we definitely got to go check this out. And then I was like, okay, I've been to a lot of things like this. Gary V was out there giving out some shit and taking some photos, which is pretty funny.
That's when you know it's a party right there.
I was like, why is Gary V here? Like it wasn't for any sort of sports related NFT. Had some like plushy things. Very bizarre, but Gary was there.
Makes sense. And then so for Friday, I think you've got yours at 5 at the Sand Dollar. It's kind of near the Rio. It's actually pretty close to the Kiss Museum. We know that because right before that, we are going to be having a little miniature golf hangout tournament at the Kiss Museum because they have like a Kiss putt-putt area. So we figured that would be our meeting spot, hang out there, have some drinks, pregame appropriately for the Team Hold show right after. Then we'll head over there, meet up, and see where that night takes us. It'll be fun.
Yeah, it was funny. A lot of people were like, oh, why are you doing it at like 5 o'clock? And I was like, do you know do you really want programming Friday night in Las Vegas? Is that what you're looking for? You want something scheduled from like 9 to 11? I was like, also, I don't know if I can afford a venue. Like, I don't know what venue is like, yeah, let's do a live podcast on a Friday night.
Prime time.
But you could charge like $200 and it would still save
true.
me a lot of money on Friday night, because $200 of 3 hours is a lot less than I'm going to be spending on the tables.
No, I think you're going to go in positively. You're not going to start in Cleveland, right? You're going to go right to Vegas, and then you're going to win money right away when you get there. And then you'll be free rolling the rest of the weekend.
Yeah. I'm taking Frontier Air. There's only direct flights from my area is Frontier. It's either that or you literally spend the whole day on multiple flights. Like, it's a tough decision when you've got to go with either like Spirit, Frontier, whatever, but it's direct versus like 10 hours of travel. Fingers crossed.
You really got a rough situation. I mean, the flights from Philly, they were aplenty. I guess lots of people flying from Philly to Vegas.
I think Coop as well. Yeah.
Oh God, I'm rooting for you guys. Did you have to?
Hoping to make it this time. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the one where you like buy the flight and then you have to buy the seat, right? Like the seat doesn't come with it. You're like, okay, here's the tickets to the plane, but you now have to pay for a seat.
You pay for everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like nickel and dime and everything. It's you may as well get the exit row, because the exit row is like 59 versus like just picking anything else like 39.
They market it as like, oh, this cheap airfare, and then they're like, oh, you want to bring a backpack on? That's gonna cost you $50.
Oh, here's the best. It's more expensive to carry on a bag than check a bag. Because everybody wants to just carry them on. So they're like literally supplied to like they charge you more to carry on. Then I was doing this to Cleveland. Cleveland again. Cleveland had a FSGA.
Justin spends a lot of time in the Cleveland airport.
I know, yeah. This was 2 weeks ago. Cleveland had a Fantasy Sports Gaming Association conference that I was going to. And again, had to fly Frontier. About a half the flight literally didn't make it because there was a 2-hour line at their gate for people to check bags with no one working there actually checking the bags. So the only people that actually made the ones who paid extra to carry on. It was insane.
That's chaos.
Somehow I'm putting myself through this torture for Vegas, for the NBA, for the community. For the community.
That's nice, dude. That's very selfless of you, man. Selfless of you. I know, but I think that is a tough. Yeah, that's a tough decision, though. That is a tough decision of like, do I go direct on that or risk the layover? Because I'm actually flying out of Newark instead of LaGuardia on the way there for that reason, because it had like a better time, and I was like, whatever, I'll do it. But on the way back, I like ponied up and paid a little extra because I'm getting so a red eye, and I'm like, I'm not figuring out New Jersey to New York after a red eye. No way.
Yeah, I considered doing like the 2-hour drive from St. Pete or Tampa area to Orlando just to like get more options. But then I was like, that's another 3 hour. Like,
yeah.
Stogie gives it the I'd rather drive than fly Frontier Spirit ever again. Yeah, I did it. I only did it one time. I honestly don't even remember exactly what I didn't like about it, but I just know that in my mind, I'm like, I'm never doing that again. I told myself I'm not doing it again. I don't even remember exactly why. I'm just like, that was not. Nope, that's not it.
Beautiful.
So who all do you like the rest of the team hold crew?
Yeah, we got Dustin Greg will be there. We've got a couple got the 89 Cavs show that I do with my friends Steve and Justin. They're actually making their trip out there too. They've never been out, which will be fun. Awesome. And then who am I blanking on? Like,
wait, sorry, they've never been out to Vegas?
No, never been. Neither of them, or one of them. I think when he was a kid, but not as an adult. So
okay, that's pretty much the same thing as never going. Yeah,
I know, right? I'm not sure what you're doing at age 7.
Yeah, are you gonna like send them on a scavenger hunt or something? Like, is there a checklist that they need to achieve?
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. We should have things that you know what? It's so funny because every other time I've gone to Vegas outside of like summer league stuff, it's very open. You just like do whatever the hell you want, right? It's like I don't really need an itinerary, but because we're like organizing stuff, this is like the most strictly planned trip I've ever had. And I can already feel myself getting like neurotic about it, where it's like, well, we're gonna be here at this time and here at this time. So I need you. This was like a good reminder that this is fun and that I need to put a scavenger hunt together for Justin and Steve. I think that's a great idea.
I think bingo is probably the right play. I mean, it is Vegas. Like, you got the old people playing bingo, but like get them a couple bingo cards, and then you're just walking around, and like as they see, half naked guy trying to take
But you got to take a photo of it. It's going to be like photo bingo. This is actually a really good idea for everybody. Like this should be something that we put together for everybody going.
Wait, let's actually do this. Yes. Let's get an OTM team hold collab. We're going to get like a hashtag that they'll be tweeting. We'll make some bingo cards that people can kind of print out and such. And throughout the weekend, if anybody gets a full card, we'll put them into a giveaway.
No, I love this. This is a good idea.
But I will throw it out there because I want to be inclusive. If someone watching this wants to take lead and start that list, start creating these cards, I will not say no. We'd be happy to include you, bring you into the creative bingo building team.
I love that was framed under inclusivity, like that. You're like, I just want to make
this is a great opportunity.
Please, God, somebody else put this together.
Put it out there to the universe. Maybe it'll happen.
Don't say this too loud, or Neil might have this ready by the end of the show.
I'm here for it.
I also love how much chatter in chat the airline stuff has brought up. People really don't like Spirit, and we got people calling the airplane industry the biggest rug pull.
Wow.
There we go. There we go.
Let's pull it up. This is literally what I'm dealing with when I look at flights for the days. It's like Frontier or Spirit. Only nonstop you got. Or if you want to start going with like, actual other stops, there's more Spirit and more Frontier. Oh, here's some Delta, and it's a 9-hour, 8-hour trip.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, like, I know Tampa's not a massive airport, but Tampa's an international airport. Like, you'd think they'd have more options. Like, if fucking Frontier and Spirit are making direct flights, you're telling me United can't get one out there?
Also, like, Vegas must be paying those airlines. I've been trying to think through this. Like, I think Vegas is actually paying those airlines to allow them to create such low rates, and it goes on their brand that the other airlines aren't willing to do it. Or it's got to be something. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
That's tough.
Vegas is like the kind of people that are willing to fly Frontier are the exact kind of people we want sitting in our casinos.
And they're all in Florida.
They're all in Florida.
Oh, man. Well, that'll be good. It's part of the story. It's part of the story.
Exactly. Oh, man. Yeah. So what else is going on these days? NBA season is over. I know NBA content is your go-to, but like I think I've heard you say it, like sometimes the NBA offseason is just as much entertainment as in season. Like already I feel like every day there's a new story going on.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun. I think the next couple of weeks, I think like once we get past Summer League, it'll slow down. It'll be like the end of July, early August will be pretty quiet. And then it'll pick up a little bit again. But yeah, it'll be, I think the next couple of weeks are going to be fun. I'm excited because I think it's like Thursday or Friday or July 1. I can't remember what the official date is, but once like free agency starts flying around, I think we'll have some fun. So I'm looking forward to that. I had the opportunity to go to the NBA draft this past week. That was at Barclays. Have you guys ever been to like either the NBA or the NFL draft?
I'm only going to comment on the NFL draft, but it seems like one of the most miserable experiences you can actually put yourself through. NBA seems like it may be better.
No, like it was cool. I don't want to sound like an ungrateful prick that I was able to go and then I complained about
things so rare. But yeah, go on.
Or so rare on tour, whatever it is. I like the lead up to it. The hour before, there's like a lot of energy, a lot of like people seem pretty excited. First couple of picks come in, everybody's having fun, and then it's just like dead. And it feels like no one's even trying to make that an enjoyable experience. And I people probably feel that way watching it on TV too. It's pretty slow, pretty boring. But at least you're like bouncing around on Twitter. There's reports going around. But in arena, you'd think they'd have something, They think they'd have anything going on. And instead it was like Dennis Scott. It was like the F-list celebs that they have working for NBA TV doing the in-arena like programming. And I'm like, what are we doing? Well, we're not even trying. It was just really bad. It was a weird experience. And I was there for 3 hours, and I think I got I left at like 11. I think I got to the 23rd pick in the draft.
What city was it?
God, this was in New York. It was in Brooklyn.
Okay. And then what pick did the Knicks or the Nets have?
The Knicks didn't have a first round pick because it went to Dallas, and Brooklyn had 2 picks back to back in the first round. I think it was like 21 and 22 or 22 and 23.
Was there
And
like
there's not even
excitement leading up to that? I guess it's the back end. Like maybe if your local team
One
had
of the other
those,
things
like,
with the
lottery-
NBA draft too, I feel like it's like after the first couple of picks, it's
Yeah, like after the
you know,
top
like in the
13, like, once
NFL, the
lottery's
whole
over.
first round is super relevant, and obviously
Yeah.
even beyond. In the NBA, I don't know. At least for
Yeah,
me, I feel like
there
after
was
the
a
top 10 or whatever, it
the one
loses
storyline
interest.
that was like pretty interesting throughout. It was kind of a bummer. It was Cam Whitmore from Villanova, who was like projected to go top 5 and then ended up going 20. So he just kept slipping. So there was some like buzz around that, and then maybe he goes to Brooklyn. But that's the other thing. And I know Brooklyn fans are going to be pissed right now, but Brooklyn has no like energy in the city. Like Brooklyn does. The Nets don't. There was way more. The cool thing about it, actually, which we'll see in Summer League too, there was like a ton of Spurs jerseys, Rockets jerseys, Magic jerseys, like all the shit teams were represented in their top 10 picks. So that part was like kind of cool to see that, but it's just, I don't know. It just seems like it's not fair to say they don't care. I'm sure it's like very hard to make this entertaining, but I was like, you had Post Malone in Salt Lake City singing at halftime of the All-Star game. We're in New York. You could get just, between 5 picks. The 5 minutes between each pick, which is really like 9 minutes. You don't need to swing it to Dennis Scott. Like get Kevin Hart in there for 20 minutes or something. I don't know.
You got to look at it this way. If it was a more desirable event to go to, you probably would not have gotten your ticket to go as easily.
That is true. That is true. Although I don't know. They did send me to All-Star Game weekend too. That's a little
and that was
more
better.
desirable.
And that was better. That's good.
That
Yeah.
was better.
Yeah, no, I see. Like the Twins going, I think it was 4-5 was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Also,
cool.
Their dad actually represents them as their agent. He became an agent, has a little agency. So that's a pretty interesting, cool story there.
I didn't know that is cool.
But yeah, how are Wemby and Chet going to hold up in the NBA? Do you think? I mean, they're just these dudes are so skinny. Yeah, like, but does it just not matter?
I think Wemby's going to be incredible. I really do.
He just
I think he's going to be awesome.
He looks unstoppable. What is he? 7'5"?
7'2".
Yes.
There's a 7 foot.
7'2". I thought he was taller. I thought he was like.
No, he said he was 7'3", but like he's listed at 7'5". So
okay. That makes sense.
I don't know if he's got a little KD in him where he's like, I don't want to be tall. So he's like lying about it. But yeah, I don't know. I think he's going to be awesome. I mean, it's going to happen like twice a game where some big dude's just going to body him. And then of course that'll be shared and they'll be like, see, this is weak. Like you can't have this. And then he's going to average like 5.5 blocks a game and like win defensive player of the year by his second year in the league. So I don't know. I think he's going to be really, really good.
And be able to actually post up, like make threes from outside, actually create a space. Like it's a different kind of player. And then I was watching earlier, there's a 7'8", I think 19-year-old who's playing right now. I don't know if it was Canada, but he's playing in one of like the U19 tournaments.
Oh, wow.
If these tall, because now the thing is 10, 20 years ago, if you were really tall, your coach just kind of put you in the post and like, that's what you were boxed into. And that's the position you played and you were great at it. But like when you went to the league, you played like what Shaq did. You played like Yao. Now these kids, doesn't matter what size you are, you're playing like Steph Curry, you're playing like a point guard. And so more and more like, yeah, we're not going to have many 7'5", 7'8", 7'2", whatever it is players, but we are going to see more and more tall players playing far more like Steph, like Victor,
It is wild seeing those guys have handles. Like that's what doesn't look right to me, where I'm like, this guy this big where the ball has to go so far down and then back up again. It's like he's got his own personal yo-yo with the ball, but he's still, I mean, he's got grace. That's the only way to put it. He's graceful with the ball.
Yeah, it does kind of give me KD vibes a little bit, just like watching these tall dudes just graceful out there, ripping threes.
We got to be careful talking about KD. He might just like pop in this show right now. Do you guys see that space?
That Twitter
was in
space
Fred-
thing? Yeah. What the
Yeah.
title was like? KD is
Not a
Not
top
the
five.
top
or something, not a top, and he just joined in.
It's incredible.
Yeah. All right, you guys able to see this? So he's it's U17, and yeah, he's 7'8". Where is he? Oh, there he is. My ball.
Oh my god.
And
This looks like
he had some
middle
decent
school.
assists in there too. It was impressive.
Wow.
Oh, watch this. Yeah.
He's
Post up.
so-
Oh, nice
A
little
little dime?
Jokic assist right there. Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
I'll pause that.
Wow.
Your Celtics picking up Porzingis too. I mean, my Sixers are
Yeah.
just gonna keep falling further and further behind here. That was
Wait, did we say we're falling further? You're
I'm
out
saying
on
my
Porzingis?
Sixers are going to be falling
Oh, your
further and
Sixers.
further behind here. Yeah, like
Yeah.
not
Do you think you guys
expecting
you think you re-sign Harden this week or next week, whatever?
I feel like that's what's going to end up happening. I don't really have like
Yeah.
a reason to believe that. That's just kind of my feeling. I feel like it's basically either the Sixers are going to have the same team again or the same team without Harden. Like, you know,
I love
Philly
the,
people can sit around here and talk about, oh, well, let's just get Dame Lillard. I'm like, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
let's just do that. Yep. Like real easy.
I love the Daryl Morey trade rumors this last week with Cleveland, where he was like, "Yeah, we're shopping Tobias for Evan Mobley," and I was like, "Oh, are you? Are you, Daryl?"
Yeah, like
Oh, I
yeah,
love
yeah. We'll just make that swap real quick. No worries.
Has
Listen,
there
he got-
been a as quick of a just we made a mistake on an award as it was with Embiid and what happened this year?
Joel, baby,
Probably not
MVP.
since like Karl Malone, or maybe like Steve Nash's second one. Isn't that the one everyone got pissed out for, like one of Steve Nash's MVPs? But
Probably
yeah,
just that. Yeah.
that was tough. That I almost feel bad for him. I normally would feel bad for him, but the conversation around the MVP and like Embiid's like piece with Shams that he had come out where he was like, "Yeah, dude, I actually don't really think about it at all." And I was like, "Oh yeah, you don't think about it at all? That's why you set up this interview and now you're taking shots at like other random guys." So like, what are you talking about? You guys just fucking play basketball.
Yeah, I hate holding like players accountable for their press conferences directly after a game, just because
Right.
like you literally went from being in the arena fighting, like I don't know,
Yeah.
it's just hard to immediately go to like just not have clouded judgment. But his comments weren't great from the team perspective. Like, and I know some of
Yeah.
them were taken a little out of context, but like you still kind of was seeing what his intent was. It was like, "Ugh, just no, you don't want to say that. No, okay.
I also like the idea that he doesn't think people like him. Like, I mean, I don't know anybody that doesn't like Joe. Like, Joel Embiid is so fun. We love that he talks shit. Like, when he's playing, he dominates. I was like, everybody likes Embiid. Oh, what do you mean nobody likes you, man? Everybody likes
It's
you.
probably for the best though, from a Sixers fans. Like you want your player to have
Yeah.
that chip on the shoulder.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. One of
But
these.
yeah,
years.
I like the Porzingis thing. I'm gonna miss Marcus Smart, but I mean they had, I thought it was so funny that at the end of the Celtics season, everybody was like, dude, they had no heart, they had no soul, no mental toughness. And they trade Marcus Smart, and they're like, oh, there goes the heart and soul, and the mental toughness of the team. And I was like, that you guys were saying that was the problem. Like, what do you mean? Like, you can't have it both ways. And I mean, yeah, like he was incredible for the Celtics for like 9 years. Like everybody's talked about it now about how like he's got over 100 playoff wins, but always showed up in the playoffs. They made the playoffs 9 straight years. Like he was great. But at some point you gotta switch gears a little bit. So I don't know. I would be curious to see if Porzingis can stay. They got Porzingis and Malcolm Brogdon, two dudes who had miracle seasons this year by not really getting hurt. And they normally get hurt all the time. So that'll be the real test, right? So if they can stay on the court, I think the Celtics will be probably the favorites to come out of the East. But who knows?
Yeah, I mean it is the East. It really feels like it's Sixers, Celtics, and
Bucks.
then I mean the Bucks. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what the Bucks are going to do though, because right, you got Middleton. I think they're going to re-sign Middleton, who opted out for $40 million, and like I guess they're like, oh, they're going to give him a longer deal with a little less money. But it sounds like Brook Lopez is bouncing. I feel like that changes
feel-
the team a little bit.
It feels like it's always been just Giannis and then Middleton. And Middleton
Mm-hmm.
was always like that propped up, underrated player, but like literally made a major impact on that team. And the drop off after him was always so strong that,
Yeah.
the only reason I could see him leaving, the only reason they'd even allow him to leave is if they had plans for, hey, we think Giannis can actually bring like a big 3 or another big 2 like player in.
We got the Heat fans. We got the Heat fans with
I
Boone
know,
to pick,
I always-
writing them off.
Well, if the Heat land Dame, I think they are immediately. If they land Dame without moving Jimmy
Yeah.
or Bam,
So how much, all I saw was kind of the passing things on my timeline. But what was it that Dame went live on Instagram and was playing Will Smith
Will Smith.
Miami in the background? Like, how much
I mean,
is that people overreading into that, or you think that was like a subliminal
he-
message he was sending?
I think he was at like a club though, or he was like out. It wasn't like he was in his home and playing it. So I think it just happened to be on.
Yeah.
I just am so tired of it. Like, I don't want to hear it. Like, either trade him or don't. But I just Dame has
It's
now
been like
gone
2 years
on.
now.
Yeah, and he's just like, loyalty. This is my home. Like, I love playing here. I wouldn't play anywhere else except for these couple of teams. It's like, all right, well, you would play somewhere else then. But I do think if he goes to Miami, they're probably the favorites to come out of these. You put Dame, Jimmy, and Bam with like the best infrastructure, the best coach in the league. I think they'd be pretty damn good.
Definitely seems like people try to make some noise when they go to Miami. I don't know. Take my talents down to South Beach, but maybe Dame can follow that lead.
Yeah, that would be fun. I would like to see Dame's super fun to watch in the playoffs too. So I want him on a team that like has an actual shot. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah. Think back to Vegas. So initially you were talking UFC. Are you guys doing that? Is that consider? I thought it might have been one of your early cards or.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to be attending. I think we're gonna there's gonna be 2 different camps. We have a camp of people who I know Dustin, I believe Jeb, they have champions moments too. So they made sure to get tickets to the card so they could do the UFC strike thing.
Cool.
So I think there's going to be a handful of people going, and then another handful of people probably try to find a spot to post up and watch some of the fights, whether it's in a sports book or something like that. So because that's an earlier in the day too. I think like the early cards start at like 4 or something like that. So I didn't really want to. I don't know. I'm down to watch it, but I was like, I don't want to cut out the evening with everything else that's going on. What about you guys?
Well, I was bringing that up because for the first time 3 nights ago, Saturday night, I went to a place and saw 2 guys just beat the living shit out of each other. And it was with a Web3 component. So we're bringing it all together.
Wow.
It was called Karate Combat. Let me have you heard of this? LG was talking a little about it as well, and then just coincidentally I was going with a couple of friends.
I think I saw it back and forth that you and LG had maybe on Twitter, and that's where I saw it.
Okay.
But
That might have been, yeah. But basically it's, like UFC, a little different. There's a few different rules that I had to learn throughout the night, but then there's an app that you can actually bet directly on them using their karate coin. They threw out, I got a couple karate coins here and such. But I mean, one, the Web3, the whole, it was interesting to see how they're doing it. Apparently it's become very popular. This was Karate Combat number 40. And so I guess they travel around. This one was down in Miami. And then 2, I realized I had never actually in person seen 2 dudes just beat the shit out of each other. And it was interesting. I get the enjoyment out of it.
Yeah. That does sound interesting. I've never been to a UFC or MMA style fight. I think I've been to a boxing match when I was in college or something like that. But so that's the closest I've seen to paying to watch 2 people beat the shit out of each other. That's cool though.
To be fair, it was free. It was through some contacts, and KOD's got a nice relationship with them, so we got some VIP tickets. So I can't say I paid yet, but I paid with my time, and it was worth it. It was fun.
Utility, you paid. It was utility that paid for you to go.
There you go.
It was some KOD utility.
Knew that utility was coming through.
Yeah. That just made me think. I had Drew Austin, but tying that together with Knights of Degen on a Team Hold stream. I want to say it was I
remember that. It was a month ago.
Oh man, it's so fun every once in a while, because you see a lot of the same comments or the same language around a platform, and then to just get somebody else to come on and have the just what's the best way to frame it? Like the exact opposite take out of 10. Like I've never seen anyone more positive, more bullish about anything in my entire life. And like whether you agree with it or disagree with it, it was fun to see that displayed, because I was like, I'll push back. I'll throw a couple things at him. And I don't think he answered anything, but was still managing to just like fire rainbows of excitement right past it. I was like, this is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, so my perspective, my view on what I believe his perspective is that he comes from a builder mindset. And so he comes from before even Web3, startups, investing, all of that. And so he's always been very pro founders, wanting to support founders and seeing the great things they've been able to deliver. You then take Web3 into this, and because it's all this building in public and the community having such immediate feedback, and then he even comes more from the ETH side of things, where there's this gimme, 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 make price go up. What are you doing for me? He's taken a very strong pro founders and anti almost like the general naysayers community aspect. So when he sees the negativity on Top Shot, I think his immediate reaction is, no, this is just complaints. This is just whining. This is just people who are upset their promo's going to go down. Not realizing that there are actually decent, valid criticisms for the things that have happened and major opportunities for themes like, Dapper Labs, Top Shot, and stuff to do things better. And I think you and your entire community are so in the weeds that you're seeing the actual and have valid criticisms that for him, he still sees like the general idea of digital collectibles, of Web3, he's extremely bullish on. Absolutely. And he also knows that like there's this negativity that kind of comes with all these projects. And so he's kind of just at this 10,000. I believe this, I'm still bullish, and I'm going to dismiss all the criticism, even though there's valid criticism in there.
Yeah. I think that's what I was trying to get him to say too. I just was like, yeah, if your long-term play is like, I think this is going to win out, so I'm going to buy these things and I'm not going to look at it for like 5 years. That's fine. And I think a lot of people approach some different Web3 projects like that, right? They're like, this is a million-year project. This is like long-term, whatever, bullish. But I think if that's your view, you can't really combat or backhand the negative stuff coming from day-to-day decisions because you're not paying attention. Like you don't know them. You're not aware of them because you're not in it, which I think is fine. It's fine. It always made me laugh when he was like, it almost felt cyclical where, and I brought this up to him, so this isn't me like bad mouthing or anything, where he tweeted, he's like, stacking series ones, these are going to be worth so much someday. And I was like, dude, you can't do that. You can't just fire out tweets like that. You can't. It gets you in trouble later. It gets you in trouble. But all that to say, I really did enjoy having his positive mindset. And the KOD bros, they're doing a lot of good stuff over there. So I think like that's one of the few ones that have, continued to, dish stuff out throughout, like whether prices were going up or going down. They continue to provide like a lot of fun. And I think they have like a good understanding of what their community is and what they're into. And yeah, they've been great. I feel like they've done a great job.
Yeah, and I think specifically for them, they've never been a project that's ever been worth more than an ETH. And so there's also like we've delivered so much, and like they have delivered more than 99% of projects. But turns out that shit doesn't actually matter with regards to price go up, because the only reason price is going up is purely from a speculative standpoint. Right. And there's a challenge that like, that larger... They've been more of, we're actually going to go build a company. We're going to deliver products. They're trying to go more in the kind of fantasy gaming aspect stuff. Yeah. The kind of more lore gaming stuff. And it seems that they've kind of like said, we accept the price doesn't matter. We're building for the people that are here and trying to build an actual sustainable company with it, which is great. But you definitely like, it's interesting. We've never, our community, 10% of them were really ever ETH PFP like collectors at most, where KOD's probably was 90, if not 100 at one point. And now they're kind of, it's allowed us to build a company that we feel our community gets the most value out of, these games, everything that we're building towards. they've had so much more challenges because there was just this expectation. They started off as a PFP, price must go up. Why is it not going up on
right? Well, and I think too, like, and you guys have the benefit of that as well. Like when you don't start as a speculative project,
right?
You're given more of a runway, right? I think that's actually like one of the things that Top Shot's running into right now. For good and for bad. I don't even necessarily think it's bad, but a lot of the speculative stuff was taken out of what we're doing now. You know what I mean? Like most of the speculative nature that was in Series 2 and Series 3 is kind of gone, outside of like different leaderboards and burning and stuff that I think is great. But I think a lot of people were really into that. And I think with that piece gone, now we're seeing like prices level out, which is probably a good thing long term. But I think that is kind of linked to that, even though it's not an ETH project. Like I think there was a lot of hype around it because of the speculative nature of specific players, specific moments, challenges, whatever. And with a lot of that being taken away, I think that that changed it a little bit. But
and once you have people that buy in at the high price point that things are never going to get back to, I don't even know how you solve for that.
Honestly,
those people are just going to be upset because
these leaderboards have been the best possible thing
people
to satisfy those people, the February, March 2021 people. Granted,
Definitely.
the ones who were in even before that are still benefiting from this. But I think like I think 90% of people get it, but there's definitely still like a loud 10% on Twitter that are like, the leaderboards aren't working for me. Why should my moment that's the same moment give me less? And like the idea is these leaderboards are literally for this group that got screwed over in February, March. Yes, turns out some other people are going to benefit from it, but this is really to kind of help the people who got truly screwed. And hopefully eventually over time, leaderboards can have a different function. But for now, it's to really help, I don't know, massage the, I mean, like there's a lot of losses. I'm like,
Well, I mean, that's what, like one of the bigger criticisms a while back when like TSS was first introduced and all the locking. I was like, I feel like they're going to, and I had to take the L on this because I was wrong. I was like, there's no way they don't create an off ramp for the people that stacked Series 2 to like build up their collection, their score, right? I was like, they'll have an off ramp, and they really didn't until now. Now they've started to introduce it, like that rookie leaderboard. And that's exactly what that was. Like you had any sort of rising stars, easy W. Those like LaMelo 40Ks that people were spending like 60
that's what I turned in
back in the day. Yeah, exactly. And so like there are the off ramps. I think, I mean, it's easy to say this after the fact, but I'm sure if they had something like this at the beginning where it's like, hey, I know your Series 2 bags aren't going to be as healthy as they once were. Here's an opportunity for you to a little off ramp, but hopefully more of this stuff. I'm assuming we're going to continue to see more of it in the off season and then into next season. And the redemption thing seemed to work for a lot of people. A lot of people are excited about that. So hopefully good work. They're doing good work right now. They just got to, I don't know what they need more people to be excited about it.
TJ, we talked a little about games and innovation, and we've had a really good chat here. Is it time to kind of reward the chat? Maybe we rip a pack and do a little giveaway?
I think a little pack and giveaway sounds perfect to me. All right, first things first. We'll get this little StreamYard giveaway going.
That's the best thing StreamYard has created.
It's so nice. Like it because you used to have to try and do the streams and like also be organizing a wheel like on your second screen behind the scenes.
Bring hit us with behind the scenes so he can be inputting and like say type your name in so Coop can get it.
Used to like
I don't see
manually
myself.
find people. Give me a hashtag Vegas in the chat to enter the giveaway. We're gonna be opening up some Blitz Best Ball packs here throughout the day. So, Mike, I feel like you may have played our past best ball.
Oh, absolutely.
Playoff best ball game. So we've got we actually have two pack types out right now. So we have our best ball game, which is similar to the playoffs. You open up a pack, it's football related. You have the old school TOC team and position scoring. You pick 12 out of your 20 people. And then we also have a golf game that we've been running, where you essentially get a pack of 20 golfers. We put them into
Nice.
4 tiers based on their odds in the tournament, and then you randomly get 5 from each tier. So like all the top 10 golfers are in the top tier. You randomly get 5 of them. You pick 3 out of your 5. That one's been going pretty good. So we're going to be looking at some basketball games, I think, in the future. So I feel like
Nice.
that'd be kind of a fun format for a basketball game where it's like tiered
Absolutely.
out versus by positions, just because. And we have our hoops game, which has been fun too. But
Yeah.
I'm always trying to think of like, I don't know. I feel like fantasy basketball is a little stale in a way, or just like either stale or solved. It's like one or the other. You either have to be fully dialed in and paying attention to all these injuries and late scratches if you're going to be trying to play like DraftKings or FanDuel. And
Yeah.
some simpler
I've really
ways,
been,
I've
I've really been enjoying the I won't even name drop the company. I've been enjoying the weekly format, like for basketball specifically, because I agree, like DFS for basketball is like a grind, and it does feel like it's solved. It's really hard. But that whole idea of like picking a squad for Monday through Thursday and then doing it again Friday through Sunday, it also takes away a little bit of that grind of the day to day, which is tough. It's like, all right, I've got these. This is who I'm working with. Plug this in. I know how many games they have. Get your highest score, or whatever. That's not, maybe that's just because I don't have.
No, I think it's a strong improvement. It really is.
Yeah.
From a casual, actually enjoying the games. Enjoying the whole process rather than treating it like a job. 100%.
Not like sweating lock every single night, like that with injuries and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, the NBA just gets, especially late in the season, it gets absolutely crazy with people sitting out and stuff. So yeah, here we go. We're gonna open up a pack here, maybe build a little lineup, and then remember hashtag Vegas in the chat. We'll get you onto the giveaway.
All right. And see a bunch of Vegases later on in the stream as well. We're going to bring on some partners. So Clay from KOD is going to be coming. We got from Flovatar, Sportvatars are coming. And we're going to be building out some community versions of this as well. So some community token gated. If you're part of that community, you can play in like a free private contest with those communities. And so we got to get Team Hold in there as well. So we'll chat and we can get like one of these for the Team Hold community as well. Get you that kind of utility for the community.
There we go.
Hashtag utility. All right. So first 2 going to be quarterbacks. We got Arizona quarterback, Carolina quarterback, 2 running backs, Minnesota and Houston running backs, Tampa Bay and New York Jets wide receivers, Pitt tight end, Green Bay tight end, Philly defense, Minnesota defense. So there's our first 10. You're guaranteed to get 2 of each position in your first 10. Then the rest are completely random from there. Let's go ahead. All right, we got some
those running backs.
Running backs.
Really strong
running backs. Really
strong running backs. Catch up at QB and wide receiver.
Struggling elsewhere, but we do have some good running backs. All right, Justin, why don't you walk us through how we think about putting together a lineup from this pack?
Yeah, so first thing I like to always do is take a look at how many I have at each position. So we have 3 QB, we've got 6 running backs, 3 wide receivers, 5 tight ends, and 3 Ds. A bit too many tight ends than what we're looking for in a pack. Would definitely want more wide receivers. In general, with the scoring, QBs, running backs, and wide receivers all score about the same. Tight ends and D is a little lower. It's 0 PPR, but you're getting the entire position group. So for those wide receivers, you get all the wide receivers. And then QB, I believe, is 6 points per touchdown. So that helps them out there as well. For me, when I'm looking at this, so Arizona, you've got Kyler Murray, but we're not really sure when he comes back. So that's a bit iffy. Carolina getting the rookie. And then India, rookie as well, but a high-scoring one with chance of, could just be an absolute beast out there, Anthony Richardson. So I'd probably say I want to get at least 2 QBs. So I'm probably going to go oh, that's tough because if you go Indy and Arizona, the first couple of weeks might be really bad.
I don't even know stack up Carolina here.
Who's Kyler's backup right now?
Colt McCoy.
Oh, wow, he's still in the league.
Or they drafted another guy. I think his name is Clayton Pace.
Okay.
But it'll most likely be Colt McCoy to start the year. They are projected to be the worst team in the league. It's going to be ugly, but Kyler wouldn't be a bad one. I don't know. Well, let's keep an eye and we'll see. Running backs, we've got a ton of good running backs. Dalvin's gone from Minnesota, so that took a major drop because you just have Madison, Ty Chandler. Houston's Dameon Pierce, Devin Singletary. Tennessee, let's put Tennessee in because you're still getting the big dog, Derrick Henry, and then Tyjae Spears. I'd throw Indy RB there as well with Jonathan Taylor. I'd throw LAC with Eckler.
Yeah.
I think those are three really strong from a running backs, wide receivers now. Tampa, you have Baker Mayfield at QB, but you still have Godwin and Evans. They're just not going to be scoring that many touchdowns, but I'd still probably put them in because we only have 3. Jets is actually really good.
Jets is pretty good.
Yeah,
I feel like my natural brain still has not connected Jets, Aaron Rodgers. I don't know. It's just when I see Jets, I'm like, ooh, but then I'm like, oh no, it's
I mean,
they should have
all
pretty
the
good
Jets all the Jets cards are actually the wide receivers and running backs are pretty strong cards because wide receiver, as we said, you're getting Gary Wilson, who's a top 5 wide receiver. But then you're also throwing in Alan Lazard, Mecole Hardman, Corey Davis. There's a decent amount there. I'd fade Carolina wide receiver. It's DJ Chark, Adam Thielen, nothing exciting there. If we're looking at tight end, Jacksonville and Pitt are both really decent. You got Freiermuth and you got Evan Ingram. I'd probably put both of those in.
Yeah.
Let's go Philly D. It took a hit this year because they couldn't re-sign some stud players, but still pretty good. I'd probably go with both other QBs.
Yeah.
Just because we kind of have to.
Yeah. What are your guys' thoughts with this last one?
It's gross.
It is gross.
Can Houston RB? I don't know.
For a reroll.
You assume Dameon Pierce just goes ham this year?
And that'd be our 4th running back. You can use 2 a week at flex. Yeah, I don't mind it. I think Pierce and Singletary is probably a pretty decent combo.
Oh yeah, they got Singletary too now.
Yeah. Buffalo, you've got James Cook and Damian Harris, but but Josh Allen is stealing a lot of those touches at the goal line.
Yeah, chat. Let us know what you're thinking. We got got a Houston RB in the chat there. Ryan recommending Minnesota RB. Also, whoever wins this pack, you'll get to do whatever you want with it. If you disagree with our choices, you'll be able to set the lineup.
I'm kind of thinking Carolina wide receiver instead of Houston running back because you're getting a stack with the Carolina QB, and there's a chance that DeAndre Hopkins signs with Carolina. It sounds like he's down to kind of one of 3 teams, which is Cleveland, Carolina, and New England. And maybe there's no studs on there, but we're hoping that Carolina is going to be good enough that maybe they're able to find some big weeks.
They'll be playing from behind.
Yeah,
that is true.
They just want to run.
Throwing a lot. Yeah, I mean they're probably just going to want to try to lose by as little as possible every week.
Easy division though.
I feel like there's a couple teams this year that are going to be just very bad. Couple the bottom 5 or so teams feel like they're
same as every year,
really drawn thin. Yeah,
they're surprising though because it's Arizona, it's Tampa. Tampa went from Super Bowl contender.
It goes to show, you lose your quarterback and you're just
right.
You're just totally
totally
dead. All right, so we've got the pack here. We're gonna go ahead and save that lineup. Remember, you can throw a hashtag Vegas on in the chat. We'll spin that in just a moment here. Mike, I know we're coming up on 4:00 and you got to head out. Any final words you want to say to the people? You gonna have you doing any football stuff coming up for this year, or what's your kind of
we're gonna do some John Jackson and I on Wednesday nights are messing around with some best ball stuff, especially John. Really, John's messing around with it, and he's just helping me not draft like an idiot. I have a really tough time when I was so into basketball, just locked into basketball every night, I couldn't really start transitioning to football yet. So I think I'm only like 12 drafts in, 15 drafts in or something like that. Now that it's over, I can finally start doing it. It was really tough, but yeah, there's no way you're only 15 drafts.
Yeah.
But John came up with this cool like bucket system that it almost feels like drafting for dummies, which it's not like the Bible, but it just is helping me narrow down like the scope as I'm getting into the drafting rhythm, which has been kind of fun. So anyways, we're doing that on Wednesday nights, which has been fun. And we'll continue to do the NBA bit Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. If it's cool with you guys, do you mind if I share? I know you emailed it out in the newsletter. You mind if I share the Google form that we're doing for Vegas?
Yeah.
So,
share that out here.
Dropping the forum into the chat right now. If you guys are coming out to Vegas, we're doing, I know I already talked about it, but we're everybody's going to Summer League games, so don't worry about that. But we're doing a live show on Friday, which is right after you win the tournament at the Kiss contest, at the Kiss putt contest. So that's going to be Friday at 5, and then Saturday we're doing a little team hold and OTM. You guys are welcome. Happy hour at Beer Park if you're down to sweat outside.
I just want to make sure there is not an OTM kissing contest. There's no OTM kiss contest. There is a putt.
Nope. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, baby. But yeah, more the merrier. Excited to see a bunch of you guys out there, and thanks for having me. I'm excited. First guest on the long live stream, guys. I'm excited to be here. It's good to be back. One other thing, it's been a while since I've been on a stream, and when I went to log in, when I used the link, it already had my name populated in, and then you have the other thing where you can put like another title, an optional headline, and mine said Big Dick. And I can't remember the last time I came on or why I would have done that. But it was fun. It was fun to see.
We got to look in the OTM because, obviously the name was there because it's the same StreamYard we've been using. So last time you logged in, you had that. But what was the last?
And I put it in.
You were
So I'm trying to think of like what we were talking about where I would have come on like that. But yeah, I was trip down memory lane, guys.
That's a nice thing to just show up into the studio for. You're like, okay, well, there we are.
Coop's checking the archives right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, maybe it was referring to the time that Judge was on our stream and dropped his camera, and it was revealed he was indeed not wearing pants. So that was a good time.
Dude, it was good. I saw the Judges on Tandy's show recently.
I didn't watch it, but I saw it across my feed. I missed the Judge, man.
Dude. I missed him. Missed that chaos. Hopefully he's in Vegas.
There's you know, it was just nice. Like sometimes you're sitting at home, it's like midnight, you got nothing to do. You're like, I know the Judge is gonna be on here. Let me pop him on, see what see him do the same rant he was doing last night and the night before and the night before that. But all right.
We had an intern working for us who was working for Techstars and then was assigned to like work with us. And he loved the Judges shows. He just watched late night. He would just be like up at whatever 1 a.m., 2 a.m., just watching the Judge while doing some online gaming or something. It was hilarious.
Can't get enough. We need it back.
All righty, we're gonna spin this. Say goodbye to Mike. Move on to the next portion of the program. Final call here. Hashtag Vegas in the chat for the first giveaway for this lovely Arizona Carolina Indy quarterback pack. Certainly going to be the winner. Good luck, everybody.
There we
See
go.
what we got.
Charles Hughes with the last
Good dog. It's a good dog.
Great dog. Great looking dog pick right there. Charles Hughes, congratulations. You can shoot one of us a DM or open up a ticket in the Discord. We'll make sure we get that pack on over to you.
Congrats, Charles. Mike, thanks for joining. Can't wait to hang out with you next week in Vegas. Always going to be good times. Excited to play some bingo.
I know. Excited to see you guys out there. Excited to hear the Frontier experience. And then best of luck with the rest of the day on the stream. Did I freeze up? I froze up at the very end.
You did. But now you're good. But now you're back.
We
froze for a second.
I know. I could see it. I could see it happening. All right, guys. See you guys.
Thanks for joining, Mike. There we have it. Always good to chat with Mike over at Team Hold. Make sure you're following their channel. Mike's streaming every single morning still to this day. 9 o'clock, talks through all the things going on in the world of basketball. Make sure you're giving him and the rest of Team Hold a follow there. All right, Justin, we've got some time to kill here before our next segment. What are we thinking?
I think we could bring in my heart, a very special guest that has been hanging out. We could bring on. We could hang out. We could do some Q&A from the audience. We could.
Ooh, I love a little Q&A too. Yeah, let's. If you got any questions in chat about anything, pop them in there. It could be about.
Can't promise we can answer everything,
Oh,
but
can't promise we can answer. But it can be about Vegas. It can be about.
I have a question.
All day.
I have a question.
Fantasy football. Any of them.
I saw there was a tweet that said something about Jolly July.
Ooh,
what is Jolly July?
Ooh, you did. What is Jolly July? So Jolly July is coming in July. And you know what? That's about all we've revealed on that today. Let me go ahead. I'll pull up a little tweet here. I'll pull up the little tweet because there we have it. Speaking of jolliness, we got Jolly Coop behind the scenes popping on board with us. What's up, Coop? But there we have it, everyone. Jolly July. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Speaking of Canva work, we got a Jolly Joker on the face of Santa Claus. Christmas in July.
The football Jolly Joker.
Football Jolly Joker. Christmas in July coming your way. And yeah, we're going to have our town hall next Thursday. So a little July town hall. We'll break down.
What's the thing in the bottom right?
I don't know. A little present, maybe.
Little gift, little giveaway, I don't
know. Shout out Seth FFL, man. That's the Jerry Rice Joker there on Santa Claus. Seth is the proud owner of the golden goat that is Jerry Rice. So
I see some gold ears.
Gold ears in there.
Try
to get that chin as close as I could to the beard hair there.
There's a mustache. There's no beard. No beard trait to go with the Jolly Jokers. Just the mustache.
Yeah. What if we had some full beard, like Santa Claus beard trait? That would have been sweet.
Create some one-of-ones come holiday season. Who knows? LG was in the chat earlier. He wants some Jolly babies. He wants some eggs because apparently Jokers lay eggs. I mean,
I tried to think of a good comment.
Can't tell me they don't. I don't know.
Tried to think of a good
comment. I missed this comment. Where was this? This was in chat earlier.
Jokers definitely do not lay eggs. I know that. That's for damn sure.
When I was going through and posting all the JMs, his came up right at the end there. And I was like, maybe some Jolly bonsai trees. He's got some experience with some bonsai trees from back in the day.
Yeah, that was a funny comment back to him. That was great. Good conversation with Mike, gentlemen. Good conversation with Mike. Always good to get Mike's take on basketball and NBA there. He's all zoned in there. So good conversation for sure.
All right. We got some questions coming through.
Vegas too.
Starting off with Sergeant Stogie.
Where do babies come from? The ever important question there.
What happened?
From the Stogie man.
Yeah. There we go. Because the comments up.
So you see, Stogie, two people meet. And then I go on a long-winded 5-minute answer.
We need to clip a 5-minute explanation of Coop explaining how babies where babies come from.
This bird flies over your house and just drops them off.
The stork, the jolly stork.
I've got an idea. I'm gonna.
Justin's 100% chat GPTing. Where do babies come from right now? I know this.
You are 90% there.
Yeah, told you.
Answer: where do babies come from in an Eminem style rap?
Well, there's only one person that should be reading an Eminem style rap, and it's
either
I or you, Justin.
Is this where I give it to TJ and we just go off? I mean, it's so I actually when I was on my panel at the FSGA, we were doing it was about AI and content, and we talked about this, and we literally created like projections for Josh Allen in an Eminem style rap, and it was very impressive. So while that is going on, I am going to put this in chat for TJ, and TJ, you can decide if you just want to read that, but I think at the least, like, you just start reading it and see what tone ends up coming through.
All right, here we go. This is great. Yo, listen up. I got a story to tell about where babies come from, so you better listen well. In an Eminem style, I'ma spit it real tight. Hold on tight, because we're taking this fight. Babies start with love. It's the spark and the flame. When two souls come together, they create a game. It's a dance of passion, a moment of bliss. Two hearts intertwined, a connection you can't miss. When the stars align and the timing is right, a seed is planted, a future takes flight. It happens in the bedroom, a sacred place where two bodies collide, leaving no trace. A man and a woman, they share their desires. Through intimate acts, their love transpires. Sperm meets the egg, a union is formed. The beginning of a life, a gift that's adorned. Inside the womb, a miracle unfolds. Cells divide and grow, a story yet untold. Months pass by, the baby takes shape from tiny fingers to a little face. Protected and nourished, a mother's embrace, a father's love growing with every heart's pace. And as the time comes, the child is ready to roam. A new life enters the world, finding a place to call home. So that's the tale of where babies come from, a symphony of love where two hearts become one. And in an Eminem style, I hope you're impressed. Now you know the story. Put it to the test.
I feel like we were at a poetry slam.
That was like a poem. Yeah, that was literally. I mean, you can't really rap in real time, but it was.
Yo, listen up. I got a story to tell about where babies come from, so listen well. And in Eminem style, I'm going to spit real tight. Hold on tight, because we're taking this fight. I'm not going all the way.
Please, I was going to say, please tell me you do the exact same thing he just did for 2 straight minutes. This is how you kill time on stream.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Did you ask for Eminem style or 'Twas the Night Before Christmas?
Well done. Yeah, that is definitely feels like 'Twas the Night Before Christmas.
That really did have 'Twas the Night Before. Yeah. Dear TJ, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling.
That's a great one right there.
Dear Stan,
but you still ain't calling. Oh man, I now have to go listen to Stan. Anytime I hear a Stan reference, you have to go listen to that song.
Such a jam, dude.
I just referenced a TJ yesterday too. Geno Smith quote. That they were, what was it? They wrote me off, but I didn't write back. Oof.
Geno Smith, comeback tale of our times.
I saw Justin on Twitter saying Geno Smith part of the best quarterback room that he's seen drafted in any draft from a super flex standpoint. So
wait, what?
There was Geno Smith, Kenny Pickett, and
Josh Allen, and I said that's probably in the top 2 or 3 of. Oh, okay, I see the confusion of in a draft room. It's probably a top 2 or 3 QB room.
Oh, okay. I read it as one of the best rooms in general.
I get that. Yeah, no, definitely not. Because you could.
I was like, oh wow, interesting. Justin's must be really. I know you're bullish on Pittsburgh. I mean,
bullish on
my
Pickett,
Steelers, baby.
I am bullish on Pickett though. Yeah. I mean, his TD rate was at an astronomically low rate last year. That's going to rise up. I think the entire offense is going to be better. Plus, Pickett, he didn't use his legs. I still think there's rooms for him to actually use his legs more efficiently.
Oh man, I don't want to be seeing Kenny Pickett run that often, bro. One big hit on that little guy and we're in trouble, man.
Funny you say that. I saw a tweet earlier today that was talking specifically about injuries. Let's see, where is it? Hold up. All right. From 2018 to 2022, NFL QBs who averaged 3 or fewer scrambles or designed runs per game missed 1.6 games per season due to injury. So the people who weren't running missed on average 1.6 games. QBs who averaged 4 or more scrambles plus design runs per game missed 1.5 games per season due to injury. 5 years, sample of 192. Basically, you're not more likely to get hurt based off that sample.
More athletic quarterbacks maybe running, essentially, just a little bit more limber and able to take hits a little bit differently, potentially. Age got to be a factor in that number, I would think.
Yeah, I think all that stuff, definitely age.
Makes sense. I mean, generally it makes sense, though.
What are they designed for? All right. Other questions. All right. Obviously, this is going to get asked. I mean, hey, we said from the very beginning, our goal was to bring it back for 2023. We have not made any other announcements there, but will TOC ever be resurrected? I mean, our hopes and our plans have still been what they've always been, but we don't have any other news right now. All right, moving on. I'm excited for these next guests too. We got some all-day talk. All-day prices have been doing well. I unfortunately do not have like an all-day collection at all because once we created Rumble, pretty much like sold off everything before we announced anything, just to make sure that there was nothing there. But for the people who have like strong collections, I've been seeing just like prices go up as the season. Maybe it's a supply thing. Maybe it's people getting excited for the beginning of the season. Maybe it's people getting ready for maybe some Rumble stuff happening. It's going to be a good conversation for the next. What we got some all day people coming on.
Yeah, we got some fellas from the all day, all night crew. We got Mr. X and Stone Cold joining us. We've also got Andrew Hall, who just started another all day podcast. He's going to be joining us. It's going to have a nice little NFL all day panel. Yeah, we got checking out the OTM site here. Of course, if you are a Jolly Joker holder, you can access all of the NFL all day tools. If you are not a Jolly Joker holder, now's a great time. Go ahead, pick one up over at floaty.io. I think you can get one for like 80, 85, 90 bucks, something like that at the floor price. Get you access to all the tools here. And yeah, seeing some positive movement coming up here. Market cap up overall. Ooh, little True Value account up over the past 24 hours. And yeah, I'm excited to see, I look at our website data, like the all day sniper is still pretty much the most used page consistently on the OTM website. So people are sniping deals. People are ready for football season to start. And yeah, I mean, we haven't heard much from the all day team over the past couple of weeks, but I imagine as we head into July, as we head into August, we'll start to get a better idea of what to expect. I know there's some playbooks that have still been going on. We just had the draft a couple weeks back. So I'm excited to talk through all day with our guests because we're going to have some people that are super in the weeds on everything going on and going to be able to drop some knowledge on what they're thinking when it comes to NFL all day, what they thought about Series 2, what they're looking ahead towards when it comes to Series 3, and just general, kind of football takes and where all day fits into the picture.
I love that. And we got some more questions coming. Obviously, people are going to be asking about Rumble. People loved Rumble last year. Only thing we'll say on this is that obviously there will be Rumble, but we have not announced any actual details around it. Town Hall coming in early July, after 4th of July and such. That's when we're going to have a lot more Rumble information. So keep an eye out, keep your ears out. But no additional details have been provided yet on what that'll look like.
Yep. Yeah, we'll be sharing out some Rumble stuff over the course of July and really ramping that up in August. So excited for season 2 of Rumble, people putting those NFL all day moments to work. Shout out to Jake in the chat. NFL All Day OGs runs an awesome Facebook group over there. So I know a lot of people that are collecting all day are always chatting over there. So
I see it. Before we jump in all day, I see a good question from Carl here. I tease you probably have the answer here. Once kind of Blitz will lock up, is there a way to check player exposure on Blitz best ball pass?
We don't have that right now, but it could be something that we add eventually. I wouldn't say that we have an immediate plan to add it, but it would be a nice to have for people that have multiple packs.
I could see that being mid-season once like season starts and then you want to start sweating. And then because obviously it's like, oh, I want to know how much I have Buffalo QB versus like everyone else. And so that like comparative when the sweating happens. But yeah, that'd be cool if we can release that during the season once things kind of calm down from right now. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have updates on Rumble, but we do. If you check out the Rumble part of the website, you'll see that it's ready to go. It's in our new format. So Rumble got a little facelift from last season. So no details on exactly what Rumble is going to look like, but it's been worked on. It's being worked on, and I think definitely a big part of the NFL all day experience is putting those Rumble lineups in. And I mean, we all come from fantasy football, fantasy sports background first and foremost, so we're super pumped about Rumble and Best Ball Blitz, and we've got the golf pick'em blitz game going on. We've got some other games that are kind of in development that we're looking to release over the next couple of weeks and months heading into the football season. So love me some gamification. I'd say there's always that collectability versus gamification kind of debate, but I've always found personally the gamification stuff to be a lot of fun. I think we've found the community has enjoyed it as well.
Yeah. All right, we got a couple more minutes. We got a few more questions coming through. Is there a plans to add expected value, I guess EV for the pack marketplace tool? I presume we're talking about for like Top Shot and All Day. If that's the case, there are not those plans right now. If you're talking Rainmakers, we do have that for those packs over there. I think this is something that is one of those would be nice to have, and we can add it to our, I'll make a note right now to add it to our kind of list of features, but there's no immediate plans.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult for Top Shot and All Day. There's just like a lot of stuff, and I think the data is not super available. So this is not currently in the plans at the moment.
I would say like the reason why we're able to do it for Rainmakers is because the way that they give us that data, like it's very clean and easy just to kind of create that and adjust in a real time. It's far more tricky with the way that we get the data from Top Shot and All Day. Okay, I can take this one. When did the JJ start dominating SimWin? Actually, ran into the chief marketing officer of SimWin when I was at that conference I was talking about in Cleveland 2 weeks ago. They've got a lot. All I know is that things are close. I know they're continuing to kind of give us some small updates that make us feel like we're getting ready. They're also, though, working to time things with the NFL with regards to when the different seasons are going to start. So there's a lot of behind the scenes pieces moving around when the official season starts that they're trying to figure out. But yeah, I think SimWin JJ's from like preseason sitting in like 3rd, 4th, 5th place, something around there, doing really well. They're trying to do more simulated games now rather than the actual active coaching. So we're a bit more hands off while they're continuing to work on some things. But hopefully soon, and then hopefully we can get some players in the JJ's hands as well.
Glib's Joker totally shreds the gnar. Just a shirtless, tie-dye, backward hat, ski/snowboard goggles, just totally out there shredding.
One of the best Jokers there are. No doubt.
Someone take the next one. I want to look for something.
Yep, I can. So here's a question from Doug. I've been a lazy reader. Is gold or number of Jokers held a more important factor for Rumble? So I wouldn't go to say that any of them is quote unquote more or less a factor for Rumble, but I'll explain what gold is. So gold is the essentially currency on the OTM website that you can use to compete in a variety of our fantasy games. So right now you can use gold to purchase these Blitz Best Ball and Blitz Golf Pick'em packs. When you purchase the packs, 100% of the gold that is used for the pack purchases goes into the prize pool. So there's zero rake on those contests. We also have hoops contests where you can buy in for gold and then play against other users. Again, where 100% of the gold that is used for the buy-ins goes directly into the prize pool with no rake. So for Rumble, you can definitely expect the ability to compete against other users for gold and use gold as the buy-in. So that will again, don't have all of the details for Rumble, but that will definitely be an element to the game for the 2023 season.
All right, now Coop, I am always one that is willing to kind of poke fun at himself at his own expense. So I am pulling up a picture from way, way too long ago. I think I might have been 22 or something. But it reminds me of Glib's avatar. I mean, you said you see him like shred, like, you know, going down the slopes, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah. Look at this.
I wish I had a
Wow.
backwards hat on just for it. That was
Look at that.
in Zermatt. I was thin as a pencil. 22-year-old Justin just shredding down some Mount Zermatt.
All right,
Unreal.
chat. Tell me, what do you think Justin is listening to in his headphones right there? There will be very like polarizing opinions here. There's really like only two kind of go-to options, but let me hear, what is Justin listening to in his headphones right there? I mean, I have a few speculative guesses, but I want to know what the chat has to say about what's in his headphones.
Too funny.
He's listening to the Chat GPT rap about the stork. read as a poem in the form of A Night Before Christmas.
This is great. Spice Girls,
Spice Girls,
Eve 6, Savage Garden, Stand by Eminem. I mean, good.
Eminem like may not have been horrible. So at that time when I would work out, I had like an Eminem like album mix that I was just like, that fast beat was like my best for working out. At the time though, I was definitely into like Passion Pit.
Guys, let me tell you,
always going for some Blink and Green Day. Yeah,
Justin was listening to someone talk about this question right here in his ears. He was listening to some sort of fantasy football podcast, cruising around the slopes, shirtless, a little bit of a buzz on, was probably like going to get to the bottom, draft a team, be ready to roll. It was probably something like that for sure.
Oh, that's funny. When did we start listening to podcasts? I don't know, but I'm sure it was then.
Yeah, that might have been I guess that might have been a little early for podcasts, but I totally expected the chat to be polar opposite ends of some crazy podcast and then just a myriad of options. You said Passion Pit, Blink, loved all of that stuff back then. And man, you were like, I mean, you are still pretty pencil thin.
I am, but that was oof. Well. So, for those who don't know, my senior year of high school, I was 5'4", and I grew to 6 feet my senior year. And then grew another 2 inches in college. So got up to 6'2", but took me a little while to actually build out a bit from there.
Love it.
Great picture. I mean, we may as well answer Tyler's question. If he's going to ask a question, you're going to put it on the screen. At least we got to answer it. All right. Jalen Hurts or 2024 mid to late firsts, 2025 first, and CJ Stroud. Start 10, 12-team Superflex tight end premium. Jalen Hurts, and it's not even close. Superflex league, Jalen Hurts is probably right now like a top 2 or 3 overall pick. 2 2024 mid to late firsts are like, I don't know, 4th, 5th, 6th round startup picks. And like CJ Stroud is not going to, I don't know, move the needle nearly enough. Jalen Hurts clearly in that one. Okay.
Also, by the way, before we kind of jump into all of the experts talking football, it's June 27th. I think Mike's comment was so spot on. Need a best ball for dummies podcast, show, something like that. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out what players play on what teams, for God's sakes. I've drafted 2 squads, and both of them were late night squads. So, it's just whoever was in those draft rooms got total fish coop. But yeah, if you guys are out there, you haven't been drafting any teams, or you're just starting to get into the mix, I think you're probably in the majority. But you want to tune in to what Justin and all these experts have to say, because they're all over it. I mean, Justin, have you stopped drafting basically since the end of the season? Like, weren't there contests like right away available?
Oh yeah, you had to. Yeah, that's when you had to create your own edge. There weren't rankings out then, or drafting off our own information. I think I'm at around like, I don't know, 600 or 700 probably drafts thus far.
Incredible.
Still so much more.
You're in the right spot here for football season to be kicking off.
We got some heavy hitters coming up now, and definitely some from the AD, from the all day community. We got one who's actually comes from the fantasy football community. So some great stuff there. And then coming back around at 6 o'clock. So in an hour and a half, Deez, who's A lot of you probably know from the NFT side of things, but he's heavy into the underdog streets as well. He'll be joining us, and we'll be doing a super flex best ball draft, talking through all things best ball, as well as just kind of, hey, general Web3 stuff. So stick around. On that note, though, TJ, why don't you take over? We got some great guests, and I think Coop and I are going to step behind the scenes for a bit.
Let's do it up. We'll see you guys shortly. We got guests behind the scenes. Yep.
See you in a bit.
Yep. All right. Yeah. So just going to take the next segment here, myself and our 3 guests behind the scenes, although one of them, it looks like, is no longer back there, but was before. We've got Andrew and we've got Stone Cold. What's going on, fellas? Thanks for joining the show.
Oh, good to be here, TJ. Thanks for having us.
This is Stone Cold 22, you son of bitches. How's it going, guys? You ready to talk some football today?
Yes, let's go. Where are we driving to, Mr. Stone Cold?
Somewhere there's no reception, apparently. All right, good to know. That's it's all right. He'll come back.
Wait, I lost you? Did I lose you?
Just
no, we got
now, right?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, good. No. Sorry, I'm literally 4 minutes away from my house, so this won't be very long. Got out of work a little late. Had to handle some business, have some meetings with a couple of reps, make sure they got their shit together. But we got them in line now, fellas.
That's the way to be. There you go.
Absolutely.
End the day on a high note.
There we go. Yeah, so we got Stone Cold and Mr. X, I believe, is also going to be joining us from the All Day, All Night crew. We've also got Andrew Hall from the All Day, Both Ways. Let's just do some quick little intros around the room here in case people maybe are not familiar. Andrew, we can start with you. Thanks for joining the show, and just give a little backstory on yourself and how you got into the fantasy football space in general, and more recently into NFL All Day.
Sure thing. Yeah. So I've been playing fantasy football for, 20 years. I've been playing it well for about 6. So I tell people, I just wasn't really that into it at first. I was kind of like, I don't know, this isn't really for me, but I got more and more addicted as I played it more. And sometime around, it was actually 2018 is when I started playing Dynasty, and that just hooked me. Where now I don't have to start over every year. I get to keep the same team all year round. And that was just something that I loved. And I just got more and more into it and deeper and deeper into fantasy and just haven't looked back. So I've been creating content. Got a fantasy football podcast called Dynasty Junkies that we do every week. I write for Fantasy Pros here and there a couple of times a month and things like that. So it's just been great to be on Twitter and hanging out with all those people. And then again, as part of a football fan, the natural evolution, of course, is with the whole Top Shot thing. I was big on that when it first came out. And I was really thinking, man, if this ever comes to the NFL, I got to get into this. And so as soon as the All Day beta came out, I signed up. I'm like, I went in, let me into this thing, like the gif of the guy screaming at the gate, let me in. That was me, right? I just could not wait. So ever since it's been open beta, I've been able to get in there, get a lot of moments. I remember the first day the marketplace opened, paying way too much for moments when that all happened, comparatively. But such a fun time. I've been excited, and now I've got 850 something moments, and just can't stop, won't stop. So yeah, it's been a really fun ride, and all of it is just because I'm a football fan. That's really what all this comes back around to, is fantasy football. All day, Rumble, all that kind of stuff. It's just fantasy football in different ways and different ways to play. So I'm a huge fan.
Well said, Andrew. And I'm going to piggyback off you there. Obviously, we all came in the Top Shot. Me, Mr. X, 90s and Smurf Diesel, the All Day, All Night crew. We have a Twitter Spaces. During the summer right now, the off season, it's every Thursday, but it'll be back to every Tuesday once the season starts. But, man, it was just like what you said. That Top Shot high was fun, and it died away.
Yeah.
But all of us were like, holy cow, we're way bigger NFL fans. We all started talking than we are Top Shot. So as soon as this comes, we're all in on that. And the beautiful part about that was, we weren't part of the Top Shot OGs, but you know what? We are part of the All Day OGs. And I don't know, man, this platform just obviously, LG talks about it all the time on the First Mint, they have an oversaturated supply. And we're going to get into this a little bit, but this off season, they've proved that to everybody. It's still got people engaged. The market cap has gone up almost $12 million in a month just because we're not oversupplying. We're introducing new moments, but we're using people's collections to get there. And we're also using, just speculative buys, which is everything for us, guys. Speculative is everything right now in the NFT market. We don't get to feel that high anymore. So anything that can make you feel that high anymore, and it's something you love, it's a no-brainer in my opinion.
Amen to that. Yes, completely agree. Yeah, and it's actually fun too, because getting in on the ground floor is always nice, but it feels like, especially with Top Shot, it felt like everybody who got in on the ground floor kind of made money, and it was like in early you got bonused, and then it feels like in a way, just because of the nature of the beast, a lot of the people that got in early on all day kind of lost a little bit, but I feel like a lot of people gained it all back. And I think there's a lot of people that were kind of like not upset, but just sort of like expected that Top Shot boom. That was never going to happen again. Like, come on, like that was such a one-time thing. So I know I've talked to a couple of people that were like, I wouldn't say upset, but we're just like expecting it to be more. And I'm like, well, yeah, but you expected that thing that never happens to happen again. Like, what? You can't expect that. So, I mean, ultimately, Andrew, I'm in this for the collection. So that's the whole way for me.
Andrew, well said. I mean, honestly, I can't remember. It's been 20 years. It's been the big Pokemon boom when we were going into my middle school years and my late grade school. That's the last big collectible boom that I can remember. Beanie Babies. You remember when that all blew up? And I feel like and I tell people this all the time. I'm like, guys, you don't understand. We're in a moment right now, and here's where I regret it. I mean, I made a lot of good money on Pokemon cards when it came, the pandemic started. I had a lot of good collection. I made a lot of good money. But I tell you what, had I kept everything like I believe that, all day will be in 20 years from now or 15 years from now, then I would be loading money. I would be swimming in it right now. And that's what it's all about. If you see something that's innovative and you believe in it, like Top Shot and All Day, but All Day has done such a good job of keeping supply down. Man, I'm telling you right now, I've already lived through this cycle once. I just see it coming back full bore, and it's going to take time. I mean, anybody that thinks it's going to happen overnight, like you said, Andrew, that Top Shot thing, that's a great boom and it's fun, but give it time. This will be, I believe as long as they keep their licensing and they keep doing what they're doing, this will be the premier collectible when it comes to NFTs. Like, I'm a Magic the Gathering guy, and I tell you what, I'm so excited that they have an online platform now where I don't have to have 1 million cards scattered throughout my house just taking up room that my wife's like, what are we doing with these cards? You're
my God, right?
34 years old and you have Magic the Gathering cards. I'm like, yeah, but our kid will play with them someday. So, man, I'm telling you what, digital's where it's at, and I just can't see this not succeeding.
Right there with you. Yep.
Pulling into the house, guys. So I'll be off this call or off the drive in a minute. I'll mute for a second.
Cool.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, I think everything you guys said there makes a ton of sense. And like with the All Day platform, I mean, it is still so early in it, right? Where, this was technically series 2, but for all intents and purposes, this was really the first year of the platform heading into next series. Like you said, I think they have done a nice job of keeping supply down. And so it's not in a place where it's feeling unrecoverable. Like, let's be honest, in some ways, Top Shot does feel unrecoverable when there's so much of that supply and circulating moments out there. We have not seen that in All Day, which I think is a great thing. They've kept that supply tight. And we saw lots of tiny bits of activation with the league, right? Clearly they have some partnership with the Rams. We saw some cool stuff there where, what was it, during halftime of one of the games, they were giving away a moment, or people that were in the stadium could claim a moment. Like, that's always been, to me, with All Day and Top Shot as well, but more so with All Day, like integrating with that in-person fandom experience, in-arena experience. I think that's absolutely huge, especially for football, right? There's only 7. Each of these teams only has 17 games every regular season. Every single one of them is a big deal. And, I live in Philly. Like, any Sunday where the Eagles are playing, especially if they're playing a home game, the entire city, that's everybody's priority for not just the 3 hours when the game is taking place, but like the entire day, the entire morning before the game, and the entire days leading into it and the days after the game, right? Like, people are just talking about the game 24/7. There's such a passionate fandom behind these teams. I think, I think we've seen All Day leaning into that team fandom, and I think that's a great spot for them with the NFL. So totally agree. I think there's still so much potential here. And like, the All Day community has also been great. We've got builders like yourselves out there providing content for the people, operating your Discords, people like Jake in chat here that runs his Facebook group, just lots of really, really good people building in this space. And to me, that's what really takes this thing to the next level. And like, the biggest takeaway for me of all the Web3 stuff is that community vibe, which is no different than sports in general. Sports has always been about community. Now we're just able to do it in a more digital way, where you can have a community of people, not just the ones that are sitting around at the bar with you or watching the game with you, but on the completely other side of the country or even other side of the world, but you can connect with them through these digital forums, which I think has been super powerful.
Well, 100%, dude. Just think about the fact that, like, we've got guys in just our little all day, all night group. We consider each other best friends, and we literally just met through an NFT platform. And we still have not met in person. We plan on doing that this year, but like because we have families, kids that have been born, stuff like that, doesn't always work out. But literally, I talk to them more than I talk to guys I went to high school with. So and I know it's cliche to say, oh yeah, it builds communities, but no, dude, it builds friendships for life, and it builds like a common bond. We're doing a podcast for no money, nothing other than just sharing content with the community and having fun with it, because hey, we're into NFL as it is. Why would we not be into this? And I'll tell you what, the moments are so cool, especially when they started rolling out those dynamic moments in all day last year. Like, it was just a game changer in my opinion. It was like, holy shit, this is, if you don't think this is better than a piece of cardboard that could get bent the first time you pull out a pack, you're out of your mind. Because I've been through that game. Me and the wife used to wear gloves, opening Pokemon packs. Like, holy shit, I hope he doesn't bend this Charizard. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of glory in that. But while you're waiting 6 months to get a PSA 10 back, hey, with NFL all day, you already know what you have. It's in your collection, and you know what? You can sell it at will.
Yeah, like an RPA redemption and stuff that takes forever, right? Like, I love the idea of being able to immediately get that gratification, open the thing, and it's yours, and you can immediately sell it. And it's like the marketplace is all built in, which I think is a genius idea too. So even if you get some moments that you've got before, like you've got duplicates, how do I sell duplicate football cards right now? You know what I mean? Nobody wants that. Nobody's going to buy anything. Like these duplicate cards, where do I go? Do I go to a shop? Do I give them to the homeless kid on the street? Like, what do I do with this, right? It's just junk cardboard. With all day, like, even if it's a duplicate, at least I can get a couple bucks for it, right? It's still something to help put it back in the ecosystem, which again is genius. And with all the burning that happens with this too, like that's part of why I like the volume being so what it is. Like the quantities are somewhat low-ish. And then we're also burning a lot here and there, which again, I think is necessary for a platform to sustain itself. You got to keep some of that transaction in and out a little bit, right? But with all of that going on, I don't think we're going to have a lot of overstimulation, at least for the first few years. And again, there could be a lot of things like they did in Top Shot where they lock things down and you get sets completed and you lock them, you can't burn, you can't use. Like it incentivizes people to kind of go back to the well and say, okay, let me go complete that set again, right? And there's, like, ultimately, that's really what it is. There's so many different ways to play this. It's not like there's just one thing you can do. For the people that like collecting cards and just having them and owning that moment and just kind of watching it accrue value, go for it. You can do that. For people that like to accrue dollar value here and there and add $2 here and there and like do transactional day trading and stuff, you can do that. For people that want to open packs and feel that excitement and that exhilaration of opening a pack and seeing if you can pull a legendary, you can do that. For people that want to do fantasy and DFS stuff, we've got OTM Rumble. You can do that. Like there's just all these different kinds of utility that make it really fun and exciting, because I don't even think that we're even close to say that's it. There's so much more we can do with this. I'm still sure is coming. And that's part of why too, I tell everybody, like, have you heard of this? If you haven't, now's the time to get in, right? The thing you don't want to do is hear about everything like a Top Shot and be like, well, now I'm getting in late. What am I going to get out of it? You want in before everybody's heard of it. That's kind of the whole point, whether you're speculating or collecting. It's just cheaper. It's better for you. So this is the time to do it. And that's why I'm a huge fan of everything we've seen in the first two series. And even in this Legacy 2, Historical 2 series that we're seeing right now. I'm excited for season 3, series 3. Like, let's get there. I'm ready. Let's do it.
Andrew, you're dead on, man. The internet changed everything. And like this last Sunday, I was handing out literally Pokemon card extras I had to little kids that came to my kid's first birthday. Because I'm like, what utility do these have? Because what people don't realize is even burning, that's utility. It's utility. Yes. I think it is or not, because you can burn these common moments you have. And guess what? The value of those moments, which we've seen this offseason, go way up, like the Derrick Henry for a perfect example. CeeDee Lamb, I'm a big Cowboys fan. So trust me, I love that we did some CeeDee Lamb burning. Like there are just so many more ways to interact and actually sell your moment, and it means something. NFL All Day and Top Shot. Top Shot has done a lot more, and All Day I think will get there. The only thing they need to do is be more innovative in ways to show your collection. And I've been preaching this for 6 months, 7 months now on our podcast. Like, we need binders. We need cool playbooks. And when AJ was still here, I used to talk to her about it all the time. I sent her a presentation of what I think it should look like. Just showing her like Pokemon binder examples with NFL All Day moments in it. And she thought it looked awesome. How did you do this? Well, I just used copy and paste on like an edit thing I had.
Right.
She's like, oh, this isn't software. I'm like, whoa, this is stone cold, ma'am. I'm not over engineering shit. I just like to think of good ideas. But like, I don't know, man. Just there's so many more endless possibilities. And Andrew, I think you made a good point. Like, I think we're reaching that point where people realize like cardboard only has so much value as far as whoever's going to buy it down the line. But with NFTs, you got more than just whoever's going to buy it down the line. There are things you can interact with. There's ways that you can actually, care about the person that's playing right there and be like, oh, I can earn something extra. You can't do that with cardboard. Hell, half the people that get signature cardboards, like, hey, this guy's going to sign this, they don't even get fulfilled if you don't do it in a certain time. And sometimes they don't ever see them. So I don't know, man. And you guys see what I see. Collectibles Guru is a great follow on Twitter if you don't follow him. This guy exposes so many things that are going on in the cardboard market right now that are just shady as all get out. And I'm not saying Dapper's been the best, but I'm telling you right now, it's a little more above board, and we have enough sleuths out there that will find any miscreants that are out there wandering around.
Well, that's the benefit of the blockchain too, right? Like it's all traceable. That's the whole point. It's all like you can see every transaction. Whereas with some of these companies that get, breaking companies that get crazy pack luck, you're like, how are they getting this case hit after case hit? Like that doesn't make sense. It just puts a bad feeling in your mouth. Whereas in what we're seeing, especially with All Day and with Dapper and Flow on the blockchain and everything, it's like, there's nowhere to hide. Like you can't pull that kind of crap off, which actually makes it a lot more exciting too. When I am ripping a pack, it's like, I literally do have the same chances as everybody else. Like I've seen how these are made. I also love too, for the same kind of discussion point, I love what they did for the, I think it was the Super Bowl, right? Where they packed packs with rare and legendary moments and things like that, and then gave all that away, which I think was genius, because then you're getting that exhilaration of ripping a legendary in every pack. And so people were watching along, getting that kind of like secondary hit, right? They were kind of like getting a little bit of a secondary high from it and being like, this is so much fun, right? That's the way to entice people to this platform and kind of show them the stuff that they can get. And then, of course, why would All Day keep that? They don't need to keep that. So doing it as a giveaway, again, I thought that was brilliant, just to be like, let's see what we get. Let's rip these packs. Let's have fun together and then give it to the community, which, again, is a great way to have fun together, incite more people to get on the platform and go into YouTube and do the things. Like, I just thought that was a great idea. And I hope we see more of that, kind of not necessarily the red carpet aspect of it, but like the interaction in real life with real NFL players ripping packs that then get given away, or even hell, let them keep them. Right? Like let that NFL player rip the pack and he gets to keep it if he signs up for an account. I don't care. Like get more people on this. I think you're going to have a lot more fun. And we've already had a ton of fun now, but if you start adding, 5,000, 10,000 people a month to this, it's only going to get stronger. It's only going to get better. So I'm very excited for Series 3 because of that exact reason. Like we've already just touched the iceberg. We've got a lot more left to get into this. And I can't wait. I cannot wait, man. It's exciting.
Bro, I love it, Andrew. When he said you were going to be on the show, I had to go look you up. And I was like, oh, I know who this dude is. This dude's the shit. He's always hyped up like I am about football.
Too excited. Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah. Exactly.
TJ, I'm going to let you ask your question, but I got more to add. Go ahead, buddy.
No. I didn't even have a specific question. If you got something, Stone Cold, you go for it.
Well, Andrew, I just wanted to say, like, how cool was it this offseason, like with the Aaron Rodgers moment where you could share. And I know they say they didn't do that intentional and they shut it off because people are complaining, but how cool was it that you could, hit up your group of buddies for once in a long time and say, hey, do you have this legacy set? Can you share it with me? And man, we got an Aaron Rodgers moment under 500, and it's literally his like rookie debut moment, like, or not his debut, his rookie moment. Like, man, they made a lot of valuable moments this offseason. And I'm sorry, but that's where Top Shot messed up. LG just brought it up on their podcast this last week with Phil D, just talking about how Top Shot made those decisions like, oh, you guys like 40K moments? Well, guess what's coming this year? 60K moments. And then everything just went to the shitter. And I'm so glad. And you know what? It is a matter of they had the advantage of learning from the mistakes that All Day made or Top Shot made. But like, holy cow, it feels a lot better to be in All Day's hands, in my opinion, which Top Shot's made some cool decisions to be in All Day's hands than it does Top Shot, because the supply is not a problem right now here. And any supply that's been a problem, they're making it a non-issue right now, Andrew, with these awesome, like the speculative buy going into each division. Like there's a lot of speculation, and they've kind of thrown some curveballs at us.
Oh yeah.
And who would have thought that they give great value for holding that Larry Fitzgerald that everyone did, some people did, some people didn't. Like, holy cow, that legendary set that got released this summer, if you're holding that, you hold the golden key to pretty much unlocking every moment they've released so far.
Yeah, and then just again to piggyback on that too, I like the mint to completion idea. I think that's a genius idea to lower like the amount of moments in the marketplace. Is like, well, let's just make as many as we need. Then, like, if there is no limitation, we don't have to print them. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, we can just literally go and you tell us how many should we make. That's brilliant. Like, why haven't we done that before? You know what I mean? Like, you want this, you come get it. Whatever we make, whatever you want, we'll make, and you get it. That's done. It's easy. that solves a lot of the problems that I think people are complaining about, where it's like, you created 10,000 Matt Breida moments. Nobody wants 10,000 Matt Breida moments, right? But if you put a Matt Breida as a draw it up or like a mint to completion kind of moment, it might only get 300 or 400 people. Well, now that moment's got significantly more value, right? Like that's the whole point. Like if a lot of people want it, go for it. Like the one that comes to mind was that AJ Green rare moment, right? Where it was like a 2,100, mint count. It was still considered rare.
Yeah.
Everybody and their mother was going for that. And then the question then becomes, well, do I want it anymore if everybody's going after it? That's yet another gamification of this whole thing, where then it's like, well, I think it'll be a rare. I don't really know what's going to be. Like, do I lock it in now? Do I wait to the end of the playbook? Like, I love that there is a reason to go back to the playbook every day. I love there's a reason to go to the site every day. There's a reason to engage with the Discord every day. It's like we can't predict what's going to happen, and in a good way. It incentivizes conversation and kind of gets people talking. It gets people communicating about it. That's the whole goal, right? It should be a two-way street. The fans like us should be dictating to all day the moments that we want. And I do think we'll see more of that coming too, right? We start to see things that were like, maybe there are 5 plays from a week and maybe the users get to pick one that they want to mint to. Or like we can put in, like redemption was just done with Top Shot, right? Maybe there's some ways that we can use that kind of utility and say, if you want one of these moments, pick your redemption for that whichever moment you want, and you get to choose your own adventure kind of a thing. I think we could see a lot of that too. And then of course there are people that are going to do that and put it on the marketplace so anybody can still get it, right? I don't know if I want to see as many legendary moments, and that may sound strange, but like I want them to be rare, right? I want those to be hard to get. I don't want everybody out there to have 10 legendaries. That defeats the whole purpose. So in my mind, sets that have legendaries shouldn't be considered sets. Like you should be able to complete a set without needing a legendary, just my opinion. But then also you shouldn't have a mint to completion where the max is 10 or 12 or 18. Like what are we doing? Like I understand why they did that in the playoffs for some of the rewards and things like that. But in my mind, it's like, no, let everybody have a shot at this. Don't let just the top 100 people. But then the question comes in, well, how do you cater to the top 100 people? Like, how do you keep the top people that are funding a lot of this? How do you keep them happy too? Well, I think there's got to be a happy medium. And I do think mint to completion is the way to go about that, and kind of letting everybody participate and having multiple versions of playbooks like rookie and all pro as we're seeing now, and even having like a third tier maybe in the middle. That's the way to do this. So you cater to all 3 kinds of fans of account valuations, right? Rookie is for all the people that are just getting into this and have something to strive for. But after you start completing those every week, you're like, maybe I should go for this all pro. That's the point. Let's go get some more stuff. Let's go make some more fun. And that's the other thing I like about these challenges here. The rookie gives you moments. The all pro gives you a moment. Like it's a mint to completion moment. That's what everybody wants. So that's the way it should be. But the more legendaries they put out, I feel like it waters down the entire legendary ecosystem. Rares should be more rare and commons should be less common, right? Like we've kind of gone down that rabbit hole already. But I wouldn't be shocked if we see another kind of tier come in the next series. I think because there is still going to be a need for commons, like those 10,000 mint moments. But I wouldn't be shocked if we see like an uncommon in that 4,000 or 5,000 range, something like that, which makes it a little bit more special in a sense and kind of adds a little bit more flair. That's what I think they're going to do.
Ask you, so like going into this year, that's a big talk we've had on all day, all night. I think we have a feeling they're really going to cut down on the mint sizes, and like I think rookies and stuff are going to go down to like 4K, kind of like Top Shot's model did. I think it's essential, man. And think about how much more valuable those moments become if that is the case. Because like Sauce Gardner, I mean, Jesus, you tell me I don't want to like invest in a 3-badge Sauce Gardner. Absolutely, I do. But there's 10K of them. Like, let's be real here. And there needs to be tiers. Like, I don't care if they do it by tiers of player. Like, but I honestly think if it's a rookie moment, let's keep them at 4K because you don't know who's going to pop and who isn't. You know what I'm saying?
I still think it should be more than a rare though, right? Like I don't necessarily hate the all-day debuts that are rares. I just feel like that's almost kind of cheating because then it's really hard to get that. I mean, I don't mind it being harder to get and like a lower mint, but like when there's $7.99 of a debut, it's just like, well, that's going to be hard to get. Like, and it's a rookie, so it's got a high value and all that. I get some of the fun with that, but when you have like, I don't think Travis Etienne, I think is one that comes to mind that has like a rare all-day debut or something like that. And it just, I don't know, it kind of irks me where I'm like, I may never get that at this point, right? Like I have to pull that or get lucky. I'd much rather it be a 4K mint, like you said, or even like I said, 5K. I don't care, like somewhere in that range. But yeah, I'm with you. Like 10K just feels a little bit heavy. And in all honesty, too, if we're not selling out packs and we're not selling out and we still have moments that are burning and 4 moments at $2, $3, we definitely don't need to raise the mints. That's for sure. So my thinking is let's go down until we find that medium and then figure out where we need to go next and say, okay, we've tried it here. It was a little high. Let's try to go this the other direction and kind of constantly recalibrate, which I don't think you can really do in cardboard. You can only really do that in a digital space because you don't have a lot of flexibility in cardboard. You need to print things months in advance sometimes. with what we're doing, like we can print and mint a moment on the Friday after a week. That's pretty awesome. You know what I mean? Like we can just go mint this right now. Let's go do it. Let's go make this play a thing in 24 hours. That's the advance of digital. And I think that's where we're going to see a lot of things happening in the next series. It's going to be more immediate.
Last thing, TJ, before you level set, like I think with the digital collectibles, and it's wild that they haven't learned this, like with me being such a cardboard collector, like the oversupply will kill things. So if you go back to Pokemon, everything that died off after Wizards of the Coast stopped making it is so valuable because it was underprinted. Just like Top Shot was valuable to became overprinted. I don't know how we're not learning from that, because here's the very word collectible means rarity. Like, I mean, it does. Like the value in a collectible is it's rare. So like I just, it's almost like a double-edged sword, and I hope Roham doesn't run us into the ground, just because, like, you know, like we want to make money. Like no, you're in the business of collectibles. And man, right. I just realized what gosh, what's his name? The big dog Top Shot guy that just got the LeBron. What's his name? Help me, guys.
I'm not familiar.
What's his name?
Mike Levy?
No, come on, Mike. Yeah, NBL. Like,
yep.
Yeah, he used to preach this from the, like, you know, the rooftops. Like, no, these are collectibles. And I used to always argue back and forth with him. Dude, he's dead on. They are collectibles, and we forget that sometimes. Rarity freaking matters. And I agree with you keeping it lower to where it actually matters. But, man, we're in a realm right now where we actually know the rarity. And when people start realizing, I think these cardboard markets, like there's 30, 40,000 of these cards out there.
Yeah.
And you don't know who has what. I think they're going to realize, like, wait. Isn't our money a way more sure bet in what we know where the print count is, or we know where the mint count is, and we know what's been burned, we know what hasn't? Like, I don't know, man. It's almost like they shoot themselves in the foot. They become greedy with money. But that's what I love about All Day. They haven't done that yet, and hopefully they stay on the same course.
I like that you put yet on there. Like, I'm with you. Like, they haven't done that yet. We'll see, right? Like, I mean, it's tough, and especially in the NFT space, because there is so much speculation. There's a lot of VC money that gets thrown into these kind of projects, and then they want to return. And that's hard to do. That's a hard thing to do, is to keep people around and to keep from pulling the rug, whether they want to or not. NFTs generally have a lot of high, like rocket to the moon kind of mentality, and then it craters because it just, the attention dies off. And I think with something like we saw with Top Shot, what they're going into season 5 or something now, right? Like they've been around a while. They've been killing it. They know what they're doing. Granted, I wouldn't have done a lot of the things that they did, but they've been able to maintain this kind of attitude. And I think, like you said before, All Day listening to them has been a really smart idea to kind of like, okay, let's take the best of what they did. Let's avoid the same potholes. Let's don't step on those same rakes. Let's make the same decisions that work and go from there. And I think they're doing that for the most part. I'm with you a lot of that. And I think as we get into series 3, I want to see something else. I want to see more of these dynamic moments. I would love to see more like Tom Brady retirement season moment, or like a JJ Watt retirement season moment. Like those should be legendaries. Those should be hard to get, and they should be a play from every game, or like a whole season in review. Like those kind of things would be amazing as a collectible, because then no matter how old you are, no matter how long from the game you get, you'll always be able to point to this digital moment and say, I have this one moment that is, you know, mint count 49 of Tom Brady's last year when he played for the Bucs, or JJ Watt's last year when he played for the Cardinals. Like there's so much of that stuff that could be so much fun for collectors. And again, I've got, you know, I'm a Bengals fan. I've got Bengals collectibles. I don't think I'm alone on this. Most football fans do. Yeah, I see your Cowboys gear, right? Like if you start taking all of these digital collectibles and then making them in a way to physically present them, but keep them collectible. Don't make it speculative where the value is zero. The whole point in a collection is to collect. That's in the word. Like collect it. Don't buy and sell it. It's not a transaction. Just collect what you love. And that's what I love about All Day, is that it gives you the chance to do that at a pretty low entry point, but a pretty high ceiling at the same time. And that's not very common that you see that. So I'm a big fan of what we've seen, for sure.
Hell yeah, Andrew.
Love it. Wow. Just dropping absolute fire here. Let's see. We got the chat saying, let him cook. Andrew killing it. Preach, Andrew.
Thank you, guys.
All day, every day.
So Dapper's listening. That's all.
Yeah,
great discussion. Stone cold. Yes, Andrew. Bro, I'm about to go by every moment. Y'all are an electric factory. Here we have it. The greatest endorsement, the greatest endorsement you could ever get for NFL All Day here. No, I love the passion and the energy. I mean, this is one of the things that always gets me going, is hearing people like yourselves, just the excitement that comes into people's voices. And, you know, I mean, you see it from everyday collectors too. And I'm super stoked for the next season. Stone Cold brought up the age-old debate from our friend MBL over at Floaty, the collectibles versus gamification. I think that is is a tough balance that is always kind of towing the line there. I think, it is a collectible at its core, but I also think that the customer base at this day and age has such a high need for engagement all the time that you need some elements of this gamification, right? And I think All Day did a great job of that the first season with the introduction of the playbook. I also think they did a good job of identifying when it was maybe going overboard and then putting a pause on the playbook, right? Because it's this tough balance of like satisfying the existing users who want more stuff and more things to do and like want that complexity, but also as existing users, we also want new users to come in, right? And so bring in new users, you need simplicity at some level in the product. And so I think finding that balance is something that is super important. And, it seems to me that the All Day team is aware of that. And I do like that they, kind of slowed down on some of the playbook stuff because it was getting a little crazy at one point. I mean, we have our challenge tracker and flash challenge terminal and all that stuff where we're tracking all the playbook stuff. So we get a front row view as to how complex some of these things are or aren't based on what needs to be drawn up to track all of that. But just makes so much sense. Just, again, especially in football, gamification to me is just like an element of it that has been around for decades. Collectibles have been around for decades, not even just physical cards, but like a game signed jersey or a football or a baseball glove or whatever it may be. Right. So just love that through products like All Day, we've been able to bring that digital.
Shout out to you guys. I mean, if you don't have a Jolly Joker, I don't know what you're doing, because the advantage you get on the marketplace, like sniping, which right now is actually becoming hot. Andrew can speak to this as much as I can. Like right now, I mean, we've been spitting alpha every week on All Day, All Night about what moments are going to run. And I'm not even joking. Not a matter of us saying it. There's other people thinking the same way, because there'll be 20, 30 people buying up these moments and they're raising the floor $2 on moments that were $2 or now $4, because there is so many moments out there that only had one or two in a rare category or a common category that, hey, we know they're going to hit in playbook. And guys, I want to let you guys know this just from talking, and Andrew, as well, talking to Spencer behind the scenes. Like, we're behind a guy that does care what the hell we're saying, and he does care about like the gamification and making this right for us, because you're also talking to a guy. Out of the group of the four of us on All Day, All Night, I'm the most common collector there is. I only have one legendary moment, and that's because that's all I can afford right now.
I've only got two. Same thing.
A bunch of rares. I got the whole Cowboys collection, obviously, because that's what matters to me. But I mean, there's a way to make an impact and be a collector on All Day in any way you want to be. Like, I feel like I'm just as much a part of the group as anybody, and I've got every Cowboy moment except for 3 of the legendaries. But you telling me that I'm not a part of All Day, All Night? You're kidding me. I absolutely am. I've got a ton of commons. And I don't know. That's what I enjoy about it, is like when I found the moment to get in there and get that Trayvon Diggs, which there's only 4 Cowboys legendaries. Obviously, when Emmitt Smith hits, Daddy's going to have to make some moves, because I've been number my whole career in every sport I played because of Emmitt, and I cannot wait for Emmitt Smith's moment. I mean, I'll drop a tear. Him and Reggie Miller are the two that I cannot wait for. Indiana boy, but I love Reggie and I love the Pacers, but Dallas Cowboys since I was 4 years old, and I'll never look back. So I just like how it gives us all a chance, man. And the way that, as community thing again, the way that everyone celebrates when you do pick up a moment like that and you share it on Twitter, it's awesome, man. It just makes you, it revalidates what you were feeling in that moment when you spent that money to buy that moment. And you don't get that everywhere else. You can't go home and buy a Pokemon pack and be like, hey guys, you care? Half of them be like, bro, you're 34. No one gives a shit. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just awesome to be with the community guys that actually care about what you're buying.
Well, on that note, too, one of the things I love about this is I have season tickets to the Bengals. I go to a lot of Bengals games, obviously, before I was even a season ticket holder. I bought season tickets right before we drafted Burrow. So I'm willing to say I was in before Burrow, even though we all knew it was going to be Burrow. But still, it gives me a little bit of excitement. But so I love being able to go to games and experience the games live and have a great time with friends and family, and like just be in the moment. And that is the thing I love about football the most, is like getting to experience these moments with everyone else around me and just get the chills and like get goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Right. And then I get to go home, and a couple of weeks later, I get to go buy that moment on All Day. and remember that moment in video form over and over with amazing graphics, amazing angles, like being able to see the play from ways I've never seen. Like one of the moments I'm kind of saving up for right now is that Sam Hubbard moment from the playoffs, right? I was at that game. That moment was game changing, literally, right? Like that changed the entire outcome of that season. And I'm like, man, that was given as a reward, and it was, really hard to get. And I was like, I don't think I have enough. It was Christmas time and everything. I'm like, I just a little bit thin. You know what I mean? I got to do what I got to do. So it's kind of one of those, I'm like, well, I'll save up through this year, wait and see if the value drops a little, right? But that's the thing I love about this, is that I can kind of have something to go for. It's not like I just have everything given to me. There's things that I still have to earn. There's still things that I kind of have to, decide, do I trade this for that? Do I give this up and give that up? Or do I sell this set or what? That's what I love about collecting, right? And it's the same logic. If there's a card that you want, you got to go get it. You got to make a trade or something. You sell some things to go get it. It's the same here. It's collectibles. The thing I love about this too, though, is this kind of game all day reminds me of Pokemon and Magic the Gathering, which I was never really that big into either one. But there is a collectible aspect where you're opening packs and collecting the sets and doing all of this. But then you can literally take those same cards and use them in a game. And that's what we're doing with all day. And so it makes it like the two biggest markets were football cards or baseball cards, whatever you want to call it, like the cardboard collection, and fantasy football. Like those are two big things that never found a way to line up and just get the peanut butter in their chocolate. You know what I mean? Like that just never. Now we can do that. We can literally take digital moments and make digital, NFT rosters and things like that. Like we've seen in a couple different ways, and like take these players and these moments and these games that we go to and experience, and then use them for fun things down the road and make you want to get, hey, you know what? I don't have a Justin Jefferson moment. I should go buy one because he's going to be useful in Rumble this year. I'm a fantasy player. I can use my mind to be like, I want to play fantasy with this. What are good fantasy players I should go target that are maybe really cheap? It may not be a debut. That's fine. I'll go get a $3 Travis Etienne moment right now, right? Like it's really cheap. I think he might do well this year. And that's where you can use your football knowledge to speculate too, which again, in football cards, in cardboard, how do I do that? Like, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't really, there's no utility for it. I can't use this card. Like I get to sit there and stare at it and go, yeah, that's real nice. All right, back in the drawer you go. You know what I mean? Like it's pointless. Like at least we can use these. And I love that about this platform.
Andrew, like you bring up a good point. So I was at the game, the Buffalo Bills game. Me and a bunch of buddies went to after Hamlin had dropped on the field, the first game back at Buffalo. Hines returned those two kicks, and we were literally 2 rows behind the end zone. And I remember thinking to myself, oh my God, I hope we somehow make a moment, because this is like, I mean, I've never heard a stadium that loud. I've been to tons of games. I love my Cowboys, but I'm sorry. The Buffalo Bills know how to throw it down, y'all. That's all I got to say there. It was freaking amazing. I made memories that day that I'll never forget. And I kept thinking, like, I hope we make this moment of Hines running these 2 kicks back, because the place was electric. And like you're saying, Pokemon and Magic, like, yeah, it's a little brief, like, oh, I collected this, I won a game. It's awesome, but it ain't the same as being an active real life fan and be like, holy shit. Not only is there only a little clip in that card, I'm not going to make that picture, but you know what? In NFL all day, and we see it all the time, or NBA Top Shot, I could make the fucking moment and live forever. Like, I don't know. That's a huge.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the whole thing for sure. And I wish there was more real life interaction. I know they tried doing that, dipping their toe in it a little bit with the Rams game and things like that. Like I would love there to be a way where like they already kind of do. And I don't know if anyone else has noticed this. I know they do it for Bengals season tickets anyway, but like every game you go to, there's like that digital collectible that you get, right? There's that like the email that you get that's like, hey, you were at this game, and it's
like the commemorative. They call it commemorative. Yeah, they've been doing it. It's a Ticketmaster thing, I believe, right?
Because and there's no value to it. Too. There's nothing to do with it. It's just sort of sitting in your collection, right? And so each one's got a little different, art on it or whatever. And it's kind of, I don't mind them. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying there's no value really to them. You can't really trade them at all. I mean, it's just more for a collection, right? Why can't NFL All Day do that and make like an NFL All Day NFT for each game of the season, right? And I'm speaking big terms, and I do not own the company, so I'm just like speaking this into the ether. But like, why can't NFL All Day be that like go between digital and reality? And be like that gatekeep in a sense that's like, hey, you want to do anything digital with the NFL, you got to go through us, and it's going to be on our platform, and it's going to have a marketplace, and we're going to have gamification. If everything was in this same ecosystem, and again, I'm speaking kind of way too positively here because it's never going to happen, but if that was all in the same ecosystem, I think it would make it a lot more fun for NFL fans. It would make it easier for them to engage with the digital platform. You'd also get digital fans that would be like, well, maybe I should go to that game. I wasn't going to go, but if I go, maybe I get this special pack that opens up into this. Maybe now I'm more likely to go to that Bucks Colts game that nobody cares about on Thursday night, right? Like maybe there's ways it can work both ways, right? And that's, again, all day, both ways, plug. But the point is, we want people of both sets to get together and to kind of merge and understand that there is value in the other. And that's exactly what I think All Day has already done just in 2 seasons. So Series 3 is going to be rocking. I have a lot of good feelings about it. And from my conversations with Spencer, just like you said, Stone Cold, he's got our back, man. That guy wants this to work. The entire team on the back end is doing everything in their power to make this platform a success. They're taking user feedback. They're listening to comments. They're listening to criticism. They're always in the Discord. So whatever you say, they're going to hear, which is fine because that's what people want. And I know sometimes they may not be able to speak, right? They can't necessarily say things to what's going on, but they're always listening. And I think that sometimes gets missed too. Like if you're sending a comment, you're like, no one hears me. No. We all hear you. We all see you. It's okay. You can keep saying it if you want, but that just gets exhausting. And my logic too is let's build together. Let's make this a better place. I don't mind tearing certain pieces down, but let's make it better. Let's get constructive with this criticism. And I think that's where we're going to see a lot as we get new users in. We're going to get to see a lot more people with more ideas and more, I guess, outside the box ideas of like, what does this mean? How can we do this? Or what about that idea? And that's only going to make the platform stronger. So I'm real excited to see this thing grow even bigger.
TJ, I think you spoke and you cut out. Go ahead, bud. What were you saying? Your internet went all haywire for me for a second.
Oh, did it? Did I disconnect?
Yeah, you said something.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I just sort of jumped in.
I was like, 3PO.
I honestly don't even remember what I was saying there, but I did want to pull up Jake's comment here because this was something that I had wanted to bring up. So Jake says he's a huge Texans fan, talking about like team utility on All Day, leaderboard similar to Top Shot. I feel like
in my notes,
this
TJ.
is, yeah, this is definitely a topic I think worth discussing, right? Because with Top Shot, we have the team captains program, which I think a lot of people have deemed as one of the most successful things from Top Shot in terms of engagement, and those team captains in particular as individuals have done a great job of holding down the fort there. But yeah, to me, this is something that would be huge for NFL, and I'm curious your guys' thoughts on how you would, in your ideal world, envision teams and All Day and, you know, some kind of like captains programs. Have you guys had any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll start us off, Andrew, and then I'll let you go after me. Like, I think, man, it's so essential. So, like, I talked to 90s and X about this, and Smurf, like, they didn't really participate in the NBA Top Shot teams. But the only thing I collect on these platforms are moments that I love, and then my team, like the Pacers on Top Shot. I have every moment of the Pacers. That was my thing, and always kept me in the leaderboard. But here's the cool thing: like, I was like, oh shit, well, I'm losing value in all these moments, which we all did. I was like, well, at least I'm still getting stuff. I would get reward moments. I got multiple team duo moments or real moments from that. There'd be giveaways in there. I became good friends with a guy that's the team captain in Indy. His name's Chumba on Discord and Twitter. The dude's awesome. Like, he's just a family guy. Like, when you start to connect with the actual people, they would throw these little, random Twitch giveaways that we'd all show up for, and everybody would just talk old Pacers, like just moments that took you back when Reggie got blocked by Tayshaun, just all this shit. It just allows you to remember moments that, like, holy shit, I don't want to relive that, but I love reliving it with people that felt the same way I did. Like, I can't tell you, it is essential, and I know Spencer knows it's big too. It is essential for us to get into a program like that, because if you really want to hold people, and a lot of people are like me, they just collect their team. Like, they do collect some other stuff, but they really want to collect their team, and they want to hold a spot and say, hey, I'm in the top 20 of the Cowboys collectors. I care about the team, so I went and got every damn moment they made. Like, and that's what I care about. I only care about that clout. Like, hey, I'm a top Cowboys collector. And you know what? It may be years before people actually recognize that. But, like, I know somebody's looking, and I want them to know, like, hey, I care about the Dallas Cowboys that fucking much that I went and bought every moment they had. Because I love watching the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, I have since as a kid. That star, and you hear it on interviews all the time, that star means something. You put that helmet on, and whatever you say, it doesn't matter. The Dallas Cowboys, it means something. And I'll tell you what, it's the only team left. And I love the NBA, but it ain't like the NFL. When I see that star go on NFL Sundays, like, dude, I get fucking butterflies. The way you do with Bengals, I'm sure you, like, I get, and my wife knows this, like, when it comes to when the game time's on, like, I'm sorry, that's the only 4 hours I request. Like, give me my space, let me do my thing, because I mean, I'm diehard with that team. I'll cry, I'll scream, I'll yell, I'll kick. I keep it to myself. I'm not one of those nuts that fucking goes out and destroys things. But, like, I will literally, like, I live and breathe by them, and it means a lot. And you know why it means a lot? My grandpa passed away like 6-7 years ago. He started that tradition with me. My dad is a Cowboys fan, and it's a thing that connects us, man. We could not talk for months, but when the Cowboys are on, me and my dad call each other, hey, did you see the game? Did you see this? Hey, oh my God, I'll be crying. Oh my God, Brett Maher, he made a kick a couple years ago. Like, we came back at the end, 61 yards. I'm balling. I call my dad. He's like, I can't believe we won it. dude, there's moments like that you can't replace. And whatever sport it is with you, I don't give a shit what it is. I wouldn't give those moments for anything because there's not many things that can make you feel that way on a week-to-week basis on a Sunday. That's where I'm at on it, man.
Well, I'll just jump in there and say that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the community, right? Stone Cold, where it's like that's we're all in this together. We all are watching the same play. We're all living and dying by this team, right? I mean, I've been a Bengals fan for I guess since 2000 or so 23 years. I didn't live in Cincinnati that whole time. I moved from Cincinnati to Chicago and then back. And I know even when I was outside of outside of Cincinnati, I was a Cubs fan because I lived in Wrigleyville, but I stayed a Bengals fan and was not a Bears fan. And I know I got a lot of crap for it. The Bengals were not great during a lot of those years, right? We've had a really rough stretch. And so it's been tough to be a Bengals fan. It's nice to see them good again, but I don't think that has any bearing on my fandom, right? Just because they're good doesn't change that I'm a fan. Like they could get bad again in 2 years and I'll still be a fan. I'm not giving up on this team, right? I mean, this is an Ocho Cinco jersey back here. Like that's my boy, right? So like that's the guy I want to go to bat with, right? So that what I'm getting at with this is like that fandom doesn't go away. And you're exactly right. There are times, and there are friends I still have now that, I was friends with because of the Bengals back in 2005, 2008 during that kind of run. And it was like, we became friends then and we still talk now, which we may not talk at all if it wasn't for the Bengals. And my father-in-law, he calls me every now and then because he's a Lions fan. And he'll be like, "Oh, what'd you think of the Lions this week?" And like, it kind of gives us something to talk about. It gives us a way to commute to each other and like understand and kind of come together. And that's kind of why I think, again, like what you said too, with NFL All Day, it's the same thing, but in a more niche way, right? It's the same. It's like another community that you can get into. I've made a bunch of friends from this as well, either through Twitter or Discord or what have you. And it's just kind of like, another way to interact with the game, another way to love the sport, and another way to kind of feel, in a sense anyway, connected to this thing that I like being connected to. And it's a way for us to, hell, we're talking football in June. I mean, honestly, like that, how awesome is this, right? The fact that there are playbooks going out right now that you can go participate in, whether you're new or not, there's something to do on the platform every day. That's awesome. Like it keeps football in my heart all day, every day. That's the whole point. And I love that about this. And that's why I'm in fantasy football. That's why I play dynasty leagues, because I can do it all day, right? And that name even, all day, like it is so true. Like you breathe this, it is your all day, right? And so I just love the idea of this platform kind of as a way to bring fans together in a whole different and unique way. And again, just to kind of hit on what you said too, Stone Cold, if there was a way to do this in a physical format and like add that physical layer to it, I think that would break down a lot of the stigma around it. I think it would kind of ease people into the platform if there was a way to kind of show things off, because people are so used to that physical cardboard presentation that if there was a way to physically show them something that kind of draws them into NFT, I think that's going to be easier. And at the same time too, I would love to see like team captains maybe, and do something where it's like, and I'm actually thinking about doing this for the games this year that I go to when I tailgate, to be like, hey, anybody who wants to sign up for an account, I'll send you 3 Bengals moments. You know what I mean? Like I'll friend you a pack now that we can do that. Like I can gift you a pack of moments right now, Bengals moments. I guarantee you'll get 3 Bengals moments from me because I got tons of them, right? And then you can also do the starter playbook and like kind of get through some of that and get on the platform. And I think that's really where in my opinion anyway, I think All Day needs to do a better job of evangelizing to the new crowd and try to find it to be a little bit easier. There needs to be more like user guides and walkthroughs and things like that. So I'm actually working on some of that too. I write for Dynasty Pros as another website that I can put on some All Day content. I'm thinking about putting some stuff on there really geared toward new users, because I think a lot of times, especially in Discord, all we're doing is talking to each other, and we're all diehard, ridiculous people that talk about this all day, right? Well, we need to bring in those people that only introduce themselves to this platform once a month. And we don't want to miss that window when they're involved and invested, like we're talking about right now, right? There are people in the chat right now that may not be familiar with All Day. And so it's like, go to NFLalldday.com, check it out, log in, create your account, do the starter playbook. It walks you through pretty easily, but also reach out to me on Twitter. I'm helping people all the time get onboarded on this. And I think that's what we should all be doing, right? Like, don't feel like that question's dumb, I don't want to answer it, right? And that's I'm part of the welcoming committee on Discord too, because it's like, I don't mind answering those questions. I see the value in that, right? I've got a degree in education that I'm clearly not using, but at least then I know how education is important. And I can be like, I have to meet you where you are. I can't just say, go do it. I have to show you how to do it. And that's different for everybody. But as long as you're a football fan and as long as you're interested in kind of seeing what the platform's got to do, I think you're going to have a great time with it. It hooked me right away. Like it didn't take long at all. And a couple people that I've introduced have kind of gotten addicted right away too. So it's the collectability aspect, right? It's I want to get everything. I want to catch them all, right? Like Pokemon. And that's what makes it fun. And that's what makes it exciting. And it's also the community, right? We're all here to kind of get together and join. And again, anytime we can talk football is a good day. And here we are, Tuesday in June, loving football. This is the way to be. I love it, TJ.
Football really has become year round.
Yep.
TJ, I mean, and just to kind of get us in the next category, because I know we're running out of time here. Like everyone, all the messages we got it all day, all night. Everyone wants to know about Rumble going into season 3.
Yeah.
You able to give us anything tonight at all?
Yeah,
like,
I
we're itching, bro. We're ready to hear it.
saw some messages about that. Unfortunately, no news or alpha or anything specific to Rumble to be shared today. That stuff should be coming next month, sometime in July, I think, if not definitely by August. But there will for sure be Rumble happening. There will be multiple different ways to kind of play Rumble. Are you guys familiar at all with the gold concept that we have rolled out?
So that was our
At
other
all?
question. So we had
Okay.
some questions about the goal.
I knew that was going to be the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as I got introduced, I'm like, oh, I see where this is going for Rumble. It just makes sense. I mean, honestly, though, TJ, I mean, Saturday is July. You could just give us a couple days. Like, we're almost in July. Just give us the news, right? Like, we're close enough. We'll round up. We won't tell anybody. Nobody's watching. You're fine.
Yeah. If I say something now here, no one, it won't make its way to any Discords, nowhere. Yeah, everyone will keep their mouths shut. But
promise.
Yeah, I'm super pumped for it. The first season of Rumble was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've rolled out our gold concept over the past like 2 months, kind of starting with some hoop stuff. So basically, for anyone that's not familiar with that, you can go over to the OTM website and purchase gold, which can then basically be used as the gaming currency within the Own the Moment ecosystem and the different fantasy games that we have. So we had some contests with the Hoops game for basketball, where you can use the gold to buy into a contest and then compete against other users to win more gold, just like you would in a traditional, DraftKings type of format. One of the differences is that we do not take any rake on the gold contest itself. So all of the gold entries go into the prize pool. We just take a fee on when you put gold in and off of the site. So kind of just charging up front. And then once you have it on the site, can use it for a variety of activities. So that will definitely be a part of the Rumble 2023 experience. We also have our best ball packs, kind of our other suite of games that are available right now. We're definitely we'll end this stream by ripping open a pack for sure and kind of walk you guys through that to see what that's like. But yeah, we've got a couple plans brewing in the background for football season. Rumble is a big part of it for sure, but it's also going to, I think, tie nicely into a couple other things that we've got going on. So
I actually had a question, and you were talking about it a little bit before. I don't know if it was you or Coop, but talking about best ball, right? And I was kind of curious if there was going to be like any sort of season-long best ball Rumble, right? Where you can kind of lock in your lineup in August and incentivize people to buy moments that they think will be valuable all season, right? And kind of put it as, you can put it as a gold contest or whatever, but like locking that in, kind of like underdog drafts and things like that. I feel like that's another gamification we can do here too, right? And maybe instead of 18 rounds, you submit 18 players, and of any kind that you have to own the players, right? Like some of those ideas kind of racket around in my brain where I'm just like, that'd be really cool if I could use my moments in an underdog draft. Or like maybe there's a way to do it like IDP only, where it's only defensive players that you use. And like there's just so many ways to gamify this. And maybe it's even like only AFC players or only NFC players, like just kind of adding some different ways to use these moments and to kind of make it like customizable on the sense too. I know that's asking a lot if it's launching in July, but I'm just putting it out there. Like there's a ton of that idea that's still left on the board, right? That we can still get to at some point. And I think something I really liked about all day is that it's much more a walk before we run. Same with OTM, right? It's like we're not trying to throw everything out there and fail. We're trying to go what works best. Let's do one thing right away and do it correctly. And then do the next thing correctly and do the next thing correctly. And that's what I'm a big fan of, especially with Rumble. And Hoops was actually a lot of fun. I sold all my Top Shot moments or gave them away to friends and stuff years ago. When I was preparing to transition into the all-day platform, I'm like, let me just build up some of that Dapper, right? Like I'm sure we've all done. And then once Hoops came out, I went right back to Top Shot and bought a ton of moments for $1 or $2. I'm like, let me get in these Hoops contests. Like, I don't know NBA that well, but it was fun to get back into it. You know what I mean? Like, kind of fun to look at and be like, look at all these 40K moments. It's $1. I'll buy one of those. It's kind of fun, you know? So it's another way to interact with the platform and the sport. So I love it. I love what you guys are doing over there for sure.
Andrew, I want to add to the people out there that are listening today or may listen to this, like that are just in it for the financial gain. I want you to think about this. There are a lot of levers that NFL All Day has not pulled when it comes to OTM, what they plan on doing with some of these moments they're going to run. When it comes to season 3 roadmap and playbook period on how they're going to do it, speculation alone, some of this stuff will run. This isn't financial advice at all, but if you guys haven't been watching, like NFL All Day has just been rising and rising, and there are moments that are starting to go for more, and there are still good gets out there. Now, I'm not going to give you everything on this program. Yeah. Go listen to some of our content, but there are a lot of stuff out there that has ran just in the last 3 weeks since we said something, has gone up $15-$20. I know Smurf Diesel called Dak Prescott almost 3 weeks ago, and Dak Prescott has gone up almost $30 on his rare because that's the only rare he has on the platform. And people just weren't looking at like Dak's not going anywhere, guys. They're paying him $100 million. I'm a Cowboys fan. Trust me, it kills me because the guy just doesn't have it when it comes to the crunch moments. But hey, his moment has ran through the roof, and thank God I was holding it when I did because it went up $33 from last time I was holding it. So, like, there's just a lot of potential out there in All Day in that realm. If you're not even in it for the collectibles, hey, if you're trying to make moves, hey, we got stuff for you there too.
Well, the speculation market, you almost need to have OTM for that. Like, there's no other way around it. Like, you cannot just guess. You can't be like, well, I think it was 60 yesterday. No, I can go in OTM right now and check what his price was. Like, I love that. I can see transactions. Like,
brother.
The amount of data that's on there is crazy to me. Like, and it all makes sense because it's all on the blockchain. Like, it's all out there. Like, it's just nobody's hiding anything. It's just all transacted. We can look at all the transactions. And again, you can't really do that with cardboard, right? You can go on and see, well, what was this moment worth? What was this card worth 6 months ago? Go on eBay sales. Well, that's not always a good value either, because sometimes people are on there kind of scalping each other and kind of fake handshaking 100%. Business and things like it gets a little shady. Where like, why is this card worth $300,000 3 months ago? And now it's worth $200. Like, well, somebody scammed somebody, and that's what you know what I mean? Like, it was just a buy that didn't happen, and so it's just a little shady. There's none of that here. So I love that about OTM too, where you can go in there and check on valuations. You can see like not only how your portfolio is doing, but kind of see, a lot of the things too that I love looking at is like the last 7 days, last 24 hours, like what are moving where, and like what moments do I have duplicates of that now might be a good time to sell, or what moments am I missing that now might be a good time to buy, right? And all of that logic is the same for fantasy, right? For dynasty players, it's the same kind of logic, right? Where it's like, what players are really cheap right now in dynasty that I can go trade for? It's the same basic logic. It's the same players even in some cases, right? But some of them too, it's like you were just saying with Dak's only rare moment, like that's going to be a hard one to get no matter what. And I'm sure there are a dozen other moments on the platform I could, pull up a list and find out, right? Where it's like, these are moments I'm watching all the time that a watch list is helpful for that. But it's like, I'm literally watching these moments to see, is now the time to buy or should I wait? And now looking back on the all-time value and kind of seeing the spikes and all this, I love being able to wait on that and say, all right, let me wait another couple weeks and see what happens. Oh, crap, I missed my window. Happens all the time, man. Happens all the time. Oh, I see we have Mr. X finally with us. That's right.
Mr. X.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, Andrew, I love hearing everything you're saying. I see you are way down the all-day rabbit hole. It's good to see another like-minded individual.
Oh, wow. What about me, Mr. X? Fuck you. Come on now. Didn't mean to drop the F-bomb.
Whoa. Family programming.
Love it. But yeah, I'm definitely down the rabbit hole. Like I said, a little too far maybe.
Mr.
But that's
X,
the fun
you in here. I'll lead Mr. X in because we had some notes that we had kind of compiled. Like TJ, leading into this, and Mr. X, you can comment. Like with All Day though, here's the one thing I want to say to you, Andrew, is I think that Roham could have spent a lot more money on advertising, because I'm not gonna lie to you, there are a lot of things I've gotten into. Whether it be this new NFL Rivals or whether it be Magic, being online now.
It's so rare, right? Some of those,
I saw. And I'm telling you right now, they could get a lot more in the minds, and they could sell this to people if they just put themselves out there more. I wish more of the dollars went towards that than what they go towards right now. Like, I just feel like that's been a problem. And TJ, Mr. X, you want to jump in before he answers? TJ, I want to know, going into the season, and if you can tell us, will Dapper have anything to do with maybe the prize pools this year, or are they backing out on you guys?
No news to share on that one way or the other.
All right.
At the moment. Actually do not know the answer one way or the other. So definitely hopeful.
Smart.
Definitely hopeful, but do not know for sure exactly what that will look like. So we've got, fingers crossed that will be an element of it. But we also have our own plan as well that will be moving full steam ahead with or without Dapper support. And if we're able to also have a layer of Dapper support on top of it, even better. But we've been spending a lot of time of thinking, how do we, I just think Rumble is such a fun game, has like a great brand with the community.
It's awesome.
And, so we've been spending a lot of time thinking about how do we best bring Rumble to everyone, but also in a way that, helps us keep the lights on as well as we do it. So we've got some some good plans. Like we said, we're still finalizing some things, so not sharing out exactly what that looks like just yet. But I think people will be happy with it. And, I think another element, and Andrew mentioned a little bit of this, but like keeping simplicity is always a important thing for us. And that's always like the number one thing that I'm thinking about is how do we make not only the game itself, but the explanation of the game, right? How do you make it so that somebody can like very easily explain to their friend what Rumble is and how you play, right?
Well,
Because
I actually have a sentence.
Yeah.
I have a sentence that it's like DFS, but you own the players. People go, what do you mean? I'm like, well, if I don't own Justin Jefferson, I can't play Justin Jefferson this week. And like, what do you mean own? And I'm like, exactly. Now let's go down that rabbit hole. But if you say something like where it's like, I'm owning this moment, I'm owning the actual plays that I'm using, right? Like if I'm literally, I have to own them to play them. I think that helps open that. Like, oh, okay. So I can't play it unless I own moments. Exactly. Go buy some moments. Go figure out the players that you like. Go buy your Christian McCaffrey. Go buy your Dak Prescott, right? And then some of the other like gamification within that, like rares being bonused and things like that. Like I would love to see more of a, I don't want to say more of a gamification because I think it's already doing a really good job. But like adding some of the like extra layers to it and more walkthrough type format to be like, hey, I noticed you don't have a rare. Are you sure you don't want to have a rare in your lineup? Or I see you've got a lot of high serial numbers. Are you sure you don't want to swap one of those out? Like that would be kind of neat as like a little like a kick burb, like kind of a thing alert, just to be like, hey man, you might be able to do better at this. I'm trying to help you here, right? And not specifically stating anything about players, but some of that stuff I think would help incentivize people to like engage with it more, right? It's a little bit more pulling back and forth. And that's, again, not at all saying the platform or Rumble at all is bad. I just want to see it succeed at anything I can do to do that. I'm an idea man. I tell this to people all the time. I got so many ideas. My wife is pissed at me. I'm like, yeah, none of those are going to work, but look at all these ideas. But that's kind of where my head goes, is that I've got a ton of that stuff. And it's like, I think that's where we're missing some things because it might be a little intimidating if you don't own any moments. How do I play Rumble? Right. So maybe like for new users, it's like, well, if you don't have any, I'll give you a 10,000 mint, moment that is Michael Gallup. Somebody that isn't going to score a ton of points, or like Donovan Peoples-Jones, like a base card
you shut your
you
mouth.
can fill in. Well,
no,
I'm not trying to insult Michael Gallup. I'm just saying like he's not that
you
good.
Just chose Michael Gallup.
But like somebody that if you don't own the moment, right, then you get like this higher mint count, less valuable moment as a base. So you can still play. I think that would be kind of cool too, just to kind of give people a little bit of a wet the whistle, like give them an idea of like, how does this work? Because I know sometimes too, I've had people ask me like, well, do I have to buy a tight end? And I'm like, well, yeah, you need a tight end moment for Rumble, right? So go pick your favorite tight end. And then they're spending, 20, 30 minutes in the marketplace and get kind of down a rabbit hole of their own to be like, well, I kind of want Logan Thomas, I guess, for $2. That's not bad, but can I do better? It's like, just give them the stupid moment. Let them lock in their lineup. Make it simpler. Like you said, like, just let's not overthink this. But those of us that have, a Logan Thomas rare at, serial number 17, I'm going to put that in and benefit anyway, right? So it's like, you might not win, but you get a chance to win, which is the whole allure anyway. So that's, again, to your point, TJ, not to criticize your platform, but that's one of the many ideas I'm sure we've all got on this call and even in the chat and on Discord. Like that's the best thing about this is you guys take feedback really well. I know the jersey number thing was something I remember mentioning. Like if we could have a filter on Sniper for jersey badges, that'd be awesome. Because I've always wanted to get one of those, but they're so hard to search for, even in Sniper. And so it's like now I can just put that on a filter in a window and go check and see what jersey moments are out there. Like I love that got added. That was awesome. So any of that kind of stuff, like we said, just to make it simpler and more engaging, especially to new users, I'm always going to be a fan of.
Mr. X, I'll be honest with you. Me and Andrew have pretty much said everything you'll ever think of. And TJ said about 30 words because we've just taken over here. But if there's anything great you want to add, I want to hear it, bro, before we get out of here. Like,
I'm just happy to be part of the Andrew Hall focus group.
I'll shut up. Sorry. I'm sorry.
This place is running. I love it, Andrew. I love it. But, man, I'm just a fan of these fake internet points. So when I hear Rumble Gold coming out, get that thing out. Let me bet it. Let me do whatever I need to do with it. Ideally tokenize it because we love those tokens.
Mm-hmm.
Tokens and tickets, baby. My favorite old arcade place.
Easy recipe for any football platform, man. All we want to do is degen out on it.
And I'm not gonna lie, like speaking for Mr. X, me, Smurf, and 90s, we are starting to get like obviously we took about a month off here last month, but we've started to get back into things the last 3 weeks. But like you need that little break, but we're starting to get pumped about all day again. Like I can't tell you, this couldn't have come at a better time, TJ. You asked, and I was like, holy shit, yep, we're going on there because we were already getting excited about things. and we can't announce anything yet, but we've got big things planned for this year. More interaction with our newsletter, more interaction with the community, like to make it fun week in, week out. Mr. X, I don't know if you can speak to a lot of it, but I just know that we're all excited all day, all night to really go all in this year on season 3. And the biggest reason for that, guys, is they didn't drop a bunch of fucking packs on us this offseason. Instead, they went a creative way that kept people engaged. And you know what? Everyone was bitching about there's nothing to do on all day. There's nothing to do right now. But you know what? They knew what they were doing, because nothing to do, just a little bit to do, was exactly what we needed. Because these moments came out and we're like, holy shit, they're below 500. And I mean, we've gotten some baller moments over the last month. I don't know if you guys have been looking at the mint counts on these, but 600 is like the cap. And some of these moments are players' rookie debuts that are like the best players in the league, MVP winners. Like if you haven't been collecting and you missed out, I feel sorry for you, because there was a way to get to a couple of them really, really easy. And it just goes to show, like, stay engaged instead of like, oh shit, we didn't miss anything. They didn't do anything. Some people are like, holy shit, I missed out on that. All I had to do was go on the website a couple days a week and plug in the moments I already own. So like, I can't tell you enough. I really, really love what they've done. And I criticized them at the beginning. Oh, there's not enough going on. People don't have a reason to tune in. No, it's the off season, guys. We got to get that hype built again. And they've done a really nice job, in my opinion.
Man,
so go ahead, X. Sorry.
No problem. But I cannot echo that sentiment more. Like, the hardest thing for a lot of these platforms to do in a space like crypto, where everything's moving super quick, everyone's clamoring for announcement every week, is to do nothing. And I am just so impressed with their kind of resolve in the off season to not saturate that market. That honestly, I hope they carry it into the current season, where we saw at the end of series 2 just kind of less drops and more curation and thought going into the drops. I hope we see that all throughout series 3. There's no need to just kind of dump everything on us over and over again. Dump the right things on us and really just kind of take your time with it.
Well, and I think too, with it being series 3, right? Series 1, I felt like was its own little ecosystem, because there weren't any moments. So they had to drop a ton of moments, right? Like there had to be a lot of pack drops. There had to be a lot, because there was just no ecosystem. It didn't exist, right? So then series 2 comes along and they have to drop more moments, because there are more moments to drop. But then you're like, well, we already have, 30,000 moments of Jamar Chase. Do we really need another 10,000 common? You know what I mean? Like it gets to be kind of a question mark, right? And I think we're going to see that as this goes on. We're like, they're not going to be as likely, in my opinion, to drop as many moments on players that already have those moments. So we're going to see other players that you may not necessarily be a big fan of. But I'm also thinking, with the way burns are going and everything, we could see, common moments becoming less and less common as this goes on. And you start to see, certain firewood players like Jalen Reagor, who just gets kind of burned over and over, right? At some point, that 10,000 mint could go down to 4,000 or 5,000 and become much more rare. I mean, obviously, the Peyton Hendershot thing is an interesting story too, right? Like that common moment became a rare. That's nuts. And that can happen at any moment, literally. But we're seeing some of that too, where it's just like, I don't know what we're going to see in season 3, but I have a hard time believing it's going to go up. I think if anything, these mints are going to go down, because they realize you don't need a 5th Saquon Barkley moment. You don't need a 6th Derrick Henry moment or whatever, right? Like, yes, you do, because they're great moments, but you don't need to mint as many, I guess is what I'm saying. And
man, you're absolutely right. And I don't know if it was by design. I'd like to think it was, just because the GM of the product currently, Noah, does a lot of the economics behind it, and his background is economics. But I was so happy to see that Series 1 just kind of released enough supply to meet everybody kind of clamoring for things. And what we saw was something we didn't see before, which is all your users didn't get burned when they adopted early, and there was all this restricted supplies, prices went crazy. I mean, yeah, a little bit of us got burned, but no harder than the rest of the like crypto or any other market out there, right? And that makes me think that they're going in the exact direction that you're saying, which is, hey, let's get that early supply, give everybody an option to get something, and then start throttling it. So it's a good recipe, man, and I hope they keep pushing on it. It seems like they will. Fingers crossed.
Well, and that's the thing too about the NFL and really any sport, but like focus on the rookies. That's what it should be about anyway, right? Like I can't tell you how many years I've collected football cards, and I get that, like I get a Ben Roethlisberger card in his 10th year. Nobody cares, it doesn't matter unless it's a good moment. I don't need another moment of a player like that, right? But that Breece Hall rookie card, that's what I'm going for, right? Any rookie mint, those are what we should be minting a lot more of, because those players don't have moments already. And a lot of rookie moments have a lot of value anyway, because they're pretty impressive. And again, it's not my platform. I'm not trying to say, anything that is official, because I'm not involved at all. But I feel like if we do a lot more with rookies as a whole platform and kind of build those rookies up, and even if they're commons, that gives everybody something new to kind of go get, right? So like we were talking before, Stone Cold and I were talking about like team sets, right? So well, my team just drafted some new players that I definitely don't have moments for. They don't even exist on the market. But as soon as they do, you better bet damn sure I'm going to get those moments, right? I want to keep that team set complete. And I think if we start seeing more utility in the team sets, that just incentivizes people to go get those new team moments. And if you're a team fan, I want that Chase Brown moment, right? Like I want some of these guys. Like I want to go get these players out that are, maybe not going to be anything. Maybe there's something. But that's the whole point of being a team fan, is that I don't care if they're going to be anything. They're my team. That's my dude, no matter what. I see we got a little fan on your screen there with Stone Cold.
This.
Yeah, little Stone Cold was in there wailing, wanted to see Daddy, so we went and got him out of the ring, and here he is live, 1 year old and in the flesh.
Amazing. I've never seen Stone's Dapper alt account live on video.
Oh, he's joking.
Mr.
If anyone's listening, he's joking.
That was no. He knows he's joking. I don't have the money to have an alt account, but that was the funniest joke he's told so far.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So anyway, we can go a bunch of different directions from here, TJ. But where would you like to go next? Any other topics you got on your list before we get out of here? I guess in 20 minutes.
Yeah, before the 15 minutes.
Let's. Well. First off, I'm gonna hit a little like the stream here across the bottom, because these guys have absolutely killed it. Don't do it for me. Do it for these fantastic guests, dropping the knowledge, bringing the passion to the table. Exactly why we wanted to have this crew on here, and pumped to continue listening to all your guys' content as we ramp up to the season. Definitely going to be I've already listened to many all day, all night spaces. I'll be checking out your podcast, Andrew, and happy to join you guys as a guest whenever to repay.
Ours is a little different, right? So we're taking a different approach. So I'm obviously, as we said, already far down the rabbit hole, and my co-host Jordan is somewhat new to the platform. So the logic there is it's just us having a conversation about like stuff that I'm telling him that I think he should be excited about. And we feel like those kind of conversations are what other people should be excited about. So ultimately, it's really just a two-way conversation. And that's why it's both ways, because it's more like experience versus new. He's a big fan of IDP and defensive players. I prefer offense with the fantasy side. We're both big fantasy players, but that's the other side. So it's just like we're just such a dichotomy, like oil and water in a way. And it's kind of a nice way for us to bounce ideas off and explain things to people. So I just no ill will at all. All Day, All Night is a great show. I've listened in a few different times. I just feel like what we're trying to do is a little bit of a different audience, right? So that's why I love that we can both be here together, because you guys are more of like the diehard, big time amp up kind of fan show that can get guests and do all that. I feel like ours, at least for now anyway, is more of like an introductory podcast, like to get new users on board, to bring in fantasy fans, to kind of like go a different direction. There's plenty of space for all of us, right? That's the other benefit. This is such a new space. If you're out there listening to this right now and are like, man, I have a really cool idea for an article, a really cool idea for a Twitter thread or for a podcast, go do it. Nothing's stopping you. This is the best part. This is the best time to do it. Just go make your own stuff,
Boom, man. I mean, Andrew, it's the great beyond. Seriously, it's the great unknown. It's the only place where you can find that. Like all these other things are 20, 30 years old. You already missed the boat on that. You know what? We're in the boat now. And we have had some great guests. Shout out to 90s fan. Like we had like 2 or 3 NFL players on last year on our Twitter spaces. People were loving it. Like they revealed some stuff that we never thought they'd reveal on stream. Like just awesome conversations. And I think that's the cool dichotomy of the four of us together. Just like me, I have no filter. I'll throw it out there, whatever it is. And people seem to enjoy that. You got Mr. X, who's analytical, Smurf, who's analytical, and 90s, who's the thinker of the group, like kind of brings us all together and organizes us. But like you said, Andrew, there is such a space for all of us. Like you can't find that anywhere else. So well said, man. And I'm so excited for season 3. I know Mr. X is too. And you know what the cool part is? Like we said earlier, we're all like growing families and growing together. Like Mr. X is like a brother to me now. I didn't even know who he was 2 years ago. Other than the first met, like a person first met. He's having a family now. Smurf's got a family. 90s has a family. Like we share stuff with each other that's beyond football. And I don't know. I think that does belong, because like it's not just like, oh, you signed up for NFL all day. It's just community. But like, man, we're adults now. Like, so like I can't go to Friday Night Magic at the card store, nor would I want to, because the kids smell, like I talked about last week, they smell like high hell. So it's great to be able to sit at home and do this all through the luxury of my laptop or my iPad or my phone. It's just awesome to be able to connect with these people and actually get to know what they're all about. So yeah, I can't say enough. And Winston can't either.
Aw. He'll be a fan eventually, don't worry.
Love it. Love it. All right. Well, we're coming up towards the end of the show here. We do, of course, want to do our giveaway for this segment.
That's right.
So here's what we're going to do here, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag NFL all day. You pop that into the chat here. It's going to get your name onto the drawing for the giveaway. And we're going to go ahead and open up one of our Blitz best ball packs here. And one lucky winner from the giveaway is going to end up with that pack in their account. So, yeah, if you guys have not seen this yet, we'll give you a quick walkthrough here of the Blitz game. It's a fun new way to play fantasy football in a very kind of simple, quick format. So our June best ball packs are available right now. They'll be available through the rest of the week, and then a new set of packs will become open for July. So this contest and the lineups will all lock on Friday, June 30th. So this Friday at midnight. 99 gold gets you a pack. All of the gold purchases of the packs go directly into the prize pool. So make sure you pick yourself up a pack if you have not yet. You're at least going to want to get one, get a little taste of the game. I know we've got some power users out there that have been loading up on packs, but here we go. I'm going to open up one of the packs here that I have in my account. We'll kind of talk through the game and how it works. Lineup. So there we have our little pack opening. We got music too, but we're going to mute that for the sake of the stream. All right, so here's what we're looking at here, fellas. In here, you got 20 randomized icons that are going to represent a football team and a position. All right, so we're going to go ahead and open up all of these. In your pack, the first 10, you're going to get 2 of each position. So you get 2 quarterbacks, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, and 2 defenses. And then from there, the remaining 10 are completely random. And then how this works is that you will create a lineup where you're picking 12 out of the 20 in your pack. And then each of these scores points all football season based on the entire position group. So it's not tied to a specific player. The Cincinnati wide receiver card, for example,
Hooday, baby.
probably one of the best ones.
Yes,
because
sir.
You're getting points for T. Higgins. You're getting points for Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, all the things there over with the Bengals. And yeah,
You get
so
the stack with
open up
Burrow
your
there
pack.
too. Heck yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about.
There we go. So here you go. You open up your pack. And then it automatically reorders it for you so that you can see clearly kind of how many you have of each position. And then we're going to select the 12 that we want to put into our lineup. And then each week, the quote unquote best ball aspects is that we automatically take your top scoring lineup of your top 6 cards. So top 1 of each position, and then a super flex, which can be any of the cards, any of the positions. Yeah, Andrew, let's take a look at a lineup here. I mean, you said it best.
Yeah, man.
Cincinnati quarterback, Cincinnati wide receiver. That feels like an automatic start right there. I mean, this is a really nice pack, actually.
Yeah.
So for people that were around for the first pack, this one's a lot better in terms of what we got out here. I mean, we got Jacksonville quarterback and New York Giants quarterback are both pretty solid ones. You got San Francisco running back, obviously a good one. Cleveland running back with Chubb is pretty solid. Miami running back actually pretty good. They've got a little bit of a
San
monster
Fran running
there.
back, that's solid.
Miami wide receiver,
Yeah.
All right. Talk to me, fellas. Where do we want to go next here? We got the Cincy.
Oh, you go first, Stone Cold. Go ahead. Who would you go, Stone? I already got my Bengals, so it's up to you for the next ones.
So, like, what am I picking next? Sorry, the San Fran running back is what jumped out to me.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? With McCaffrey, and then who's the other running back? What's his name? Help me.
Well, I mean, they got McCaffrey's really all you need, right? Like, honestly, like that guy's going to be a beast anyway.
Eli Mitchell, right?
Yeah. Eli Mitchell. I was going to say, you got a heck of a backfield there. You
can
literally pick your poison. Like that seems like a hell of a pick to me.
For sure. Yep. I think San Francisco running back is definitely a great one. I think looking at our wide receivers, we only have 3 of them here. I think Miami is a fantastic one. I think you go all 3 of them. They're all good ones.
Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill. Like that's all 3 solid ones. They're just going to score a lot of points.
Hey, let's talk about that. Hopefully Tyreek gets those off the field issues fixed. Holy cow, there's a lot of crazy news coming out. Like, it just seems like every time you fall in love with a guy like Tyreek, I finally got over the last BS. It's like, here we go again. I don't know. Sometimes you just can't untrain him. But I'll tell you what, Tyreek Hill is one of the most explosive, fun football players I've ever watched.
Oh, for sure.
He's incredible. It's like one of the few players where any given play, it doesn't matter where you are on the field.
Yes.
Like you get the ball in his hands, it could go 99 yards at any time.
Exactly. Like Dante Hall and Deion Sanders. You just don't find players like that. Chris Johnson. You just don't find players like that too often. They can just take it to the house on a whim.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, we've got those 3 wide receivers locked in. I mean, we probably want to lock in all 3 of these quarterbacks.
I was going to say the same.
Oh, yeah,
all
Trevor
great.
Lawrence, man. Let's
Trevor
get that guy
Lawrence.
locked down.
Boom. All right. So we got our 3 quarterbacks, 3 wide receivers locked in. Let's add another running back, or probably 2 more running backs.
I like Chubb. I think
like
Cleveland is going to be a really good running team. I think they're getting a little overlooked because everybody's looking at Deshaun Watson and that arm and all that. But Amari Cooper and Elijah Moore, they don't scare me that much. David Njoku, maybe, but like I think they're going to run the ball a lot since they got rid of Kareem. So I think Cleveland running back is definitely a lock for me. Yeah.
Yeah, this is as the chat is saying. This is a good pack. This is a good
There's
pack.
a lot of good options. Tight end is by far the weakest, though.
Yeah,
this
tight
is
end
the
is not
toughest
pretty.
spot. I mean, in my mind, I would probably go Tennessee tight end because I love Chigakonkwo. I think he's going to be good this year. But really, all of these you're looking for upside. You didn't get that Kansas City tight end, which is kind of the cheat code for tight end. So anything else is going to be a little light anyway. But I mean, I would be okay with Tennessee or Washington, but Seattle and New England don't do anything for me, to be honest.
Andrew, I have a bet going that you practiced the pronunciation of his name before the stream. Did you or not?
I did not. I have a Dynasty podcast. I've been talking about Chigakonkwo for years. So yeah, sorry. I know almost every player that matters for fantasy. I just don't always remember them quickly. But Chigakonkwo is one I've had on my roster for a while.
Listen to him, guys, rattling it off like it's
Gozi Okonkwo if you want to get all the way out with it. Yeah.
All right,
if you want to get crazy. Yeah, let's go.
I'm not even going to attempt to say the name because that was.
Oh,
yeah. It was like he was saying Johnson or something.
That's a dangerous name.
Oh,
that's
Jones.
a dangerous name.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
What about these defenses? Any strong takes here?
I was surprised you didn't pick up those Bengals defense, Andrew.
It makes me nervous because they lost Jesse Bates. We're getting some rookies that are coming in. I just feel like it's hit or miss. And again, with our offense, I think our defense is going to be okay to let up a lot of points, which means for fantasy, their defense may not be that great. I think our defense is going to hold up just fine. But when we can put up 40 points, they don't need to hold, they don't need to be crazy good. So, I mean, again, if we're talking fantasy, I would probably lean Miami or New York. But again, I think all 3 of these are in that second or third tier for me. No hate anyway, but just, flip a coin almost in my mind. Whatever you're feeling, TJ, whatever one speaks to you, pick that defense.
Well, how do we feel about Miami running back? I feel like Justin has.
I was going to say Jacksonville running back, Green Bay running backs. Yeah, there's a lot of good running backs.
Actually, Green Bay running back is a great one.
Yeah,
Green Bay running back.
I think they're going to run.
We have to
run with Jordan Love.
This literally might be one of the best packs that.
Yep, and that's what makes this tough because you have to pick a defense, right? You can't not have a defense.
Yeah, you have to pick one defense and one tight end. But I think we just pick one of each of those, and then
agreed.
Now we can add another running back. We can still
Travis
add
Etienne. You got Kenneth Walker and Miami running backs are going to be great too. That's a tough one too. So, and Mr. X, do you have a preference on the running back? Even like Damian Pierce in Houston could be good too, right?
Oh, I'm all about locking down Etienne, man. I had him on my fantasy team last year, and he was just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with any of these, but I kind of agree. And I think with them getting Tank Bigsby too, I think that team's going to run the ball a lot, and you're going to see some dish offs from Trevor Lawrence. So that could be a stack that we like.
I like it. We get the stack there. Yeah, I mean this is a premium card right here. You're going to want to make sure that you hit the hashtag NFL all day in the giveaway because this is definitely a card worth winning here. We've got the Cincy stack, quarterback, wide receiver. We've got Miami wide receivers. We've got a little Jacksonville stack with quarterback, running back, some of the best other running back cards in the game. Yeah, this is
an odd Miami stack, receiver, defense. Okay.
This is definitely the best pack that we've opened on stream, I'd say, and we've probably opened at least 10 or so far. All right, chat likes, they like Etienne. Well,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Doesn't like them, but I like the Etienne one. Some debate on tight end. Some people saying Washington tight end potentially. Well, hey, the good news is whoever wins this, the pack is yours. You can set the lineup however you see fit. We're going to go ahead and lock it in as is here, and give everyone one last chance to hit the hashtag NFL All Day in chat so you can enter the giveaway. We will then draw a name for the winner. Before then, Andrew, Mr. X, Stone Cold, any final thoughts for the people? Where can everyone find you? And thank you so much for joining. This was seriously awesome conversation. Really appreciate you guys coming on.
Well, I'll jump in first because I'm on the top of the screen, I guess. Andrew at Andrew Hall FF. You can find me all day both ways as well. Again, do a lot of fantasy writing. We're just starting up some of this new all day content. You can find me on the Discord, Andrew Hall FF as well. And yeah, just a pleasure to be here. I love this whole platform. I love the idea of this, and I'm really excited to see where we go. Honestly, that's where my head goes. Just what's next? I'm very excited. So again, thanks for having us, TJ. It was a great time.
Yeah, hey, and thank you so much, TJ. This has been a blast. Obviously, the kiddo, I didn't expect to go this long. He's ready to play. But all day, all night at Stone Cold 22, Mr. X, Smurf, Diesel. Mr. X, you can introduce everybody. I can't wait for this next season. Tune in every Thursday night until the season starts. Tuesday nights, once it does, at 9 p.m. Eastern. It's one of the most fun spaces you can join into. We get great guests. We share awesome content. Smurf and X are always breaking down stuff. So is 90s. I'm the personality of the group. Try to bring some flavor, try to bring some reality to things. But we love it, guys, and we're here to stay. We're not going anywhere. Hope to see y'all this next season.
There we go. And I'm not going to drop too many handles on you guys at All Night NFT. You can find the rest of us there. And buckle up for this upcoming series. There's going to be some fun stuff in store.
Absolutely. All right, let's spin the giveaway here. Good luck to everybody in chat winning this very, very, very solid best ball pack. Good chance to take down the June contest. The winner is Rymal 2126. Jolly Joker profile picture. Always love to see when we get a Jolly Joker PFP up there.
Nice.
Thanks.
Let's go, Rymal.
Rymal, congrats. We got the hockey helmet. Looking good there. If you're out there and you do not own a Jolly Joker, definitely recommend going out and getting one. You're going to want one for this football season. All right. Stone Cold and Mr. X have dropped off. Andrew, thanks so much, man, for joining us.
Sure thing. Good luck with the rest of your stream.
Segment. Yeah. Thanks, man. Have a good night. And there we have it. Wow. What a group there. I'm going to bring Justin back up with here. Justin, man, we just had some knowledge dropped on us for the past hour and a half or so there. Some guys doing some really good stuff in the NFL all day. And I don't know if you caught that pack that we just opened. We just opened up one of the most fire best ball packs I think I've seen. You're on mute. You're on mute. Still on mute.
I wanted to make sure I was quiet. I didn't know when I was coming on, but no, that pack was fire. And I was saying, like, yeah, we talk about like the Miami Dolphins being one of the more underrated because of, just no one is elite. We don't know who's going to get it, but like the other ones, I mean, all of them. So yeah, you got the Aaron Jones, AJ Dillon with Green Bay. You've got Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet with Seattle. You've got, that Damian Pierce that we chose last time. Those are fire. I think the only real difference I would have done is I would have gone New England tight ends because New England, you're getting both Mike Gesicki and Hunter Henry, and latest reports are they're running a lot of 2 tight end sets, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends on the field at the same time. So I could see both Gesicki and Hunter Henry contributing to be a solid tight end card there. But yeah, congrats, Rye. That was a great card.
Absolutely. So there we have it. 2 segments into this evening. We talked some Vegas and some basketball with Mike Zakari and our friend over at Team Hold. Just had a nice little NFL all day panel. And coming up next, we're going to have another guest joining us. We're going to have Deez, who a lot of people may know from the crypto and NFT space, big time NFT collector, hosts his own podcast, gets involved in a ton of Twitter spaces, but is also heavy into the underdog streets and the best ball streets. So Justin and Deez are going to be running through. You guys going to do an underdog draft?
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
guessing.
do an underdog
draft.
Flex. It's the
love
contest du jour of the contest of the day. I think it's probably about halfway full and just launched last weekend. So I
noticed that.
Yeah.
So it's one of the Chihuahuas, they call it, right? So it's a $4 entry.
$4 entry. So if anybody wants to jump in with us, we'll let you know when we're going to jump in to try to get as many people who are interested in chat to kind of hop in as well. We can talk through some strategy because, not many people are talking too much about Superflex. You'll notice that things are very different from our rankings, from like how early QBs are going. Instead of 3 wide receivers, you only need to start 2 wide receivers. So really those should get pushed down while running backs and tight ends along with those QBs get pushed up. Yes, we'll run that for about an hour. And then what else do we have coming on later on the night?
Yeah, then we're going to have our friends from Knights of Degen and Flovitar/Sportvitar joining us for the final segment of the evening. And then we're going to top everything off with a little poker at 8 o'clock. So 2 hours until the poker game starts. That is available for registration right now. It's open to everybody, so anyone is welcome to join. It's via the Club GG app. It's our original Jolly Jokers app, so it's Club ID 375889. Make sure you get on in there. The final 9 in tonight's tournament will all be winning a free June Best Ball pack. So check that out. We'll see you all for poker in 2 hours. In the meantime, we have our guest backstage here. We're gonna bring him on here. We'll intro and kind of kick things off, and then I'm probably gonna jump off for a little bit and let Justin and Dees do the draft as the Underdog Best Ball experts. And if you are not already on Underdog, you can head on over underdogfantasy.com. You can sign up with promo code OTM and get yourself a 100% deposit bonus up to $100. So again, underdogfantasy.com, promo code OTM. And here we have, for the first time, I believe ever on the OTM channel here, a NFT big name in the NFT space, someone who's also grinding the underdog streets. We've got Dees. Oh, look at this. I love it. Little penguin action. What's going on, Dees?
Oh, GM, excited to draft. As you know, NFTs get less and less exciting. It is really fun to just continually fire off drafts. Glad to be here. I think this is my first time with you guys.
I'm excited, Dees. Yeah, Dees kind of invited me to a group chat, a best ball chat way back in the day, or for Underdog, and there's some heavy grinders that are kind of on that line between the Web3 and the Underdog streets. That's been fun. Dees, a lot of people may not understand the avatar aspect. Give us a little background. What is this? How does it work? Give people a little kind of 411.
Yeah, this is a piece of technology called Hologram Labs, and the avatar I'm using is a Pudgy Penguin. So they worked with a couple NFT communities to basically just provide free avatars to people if you own their NFTs. And this is, I think, one of the only ones I have. I like this and a My Lady. And the My Lady seems to stir up more controversy. So we just go with this one. You can't get mad at the penguin.
You really can't. When the penguin popped up, I was like, "Oh, this is, I love it. I love it. This is perfect." And I like how it moves around and everything. Like,
it's tracking my head.
Yeah, it feels great.
You didn't want to use an elemental? I know those are really hot.
They're not on Hologram Labs yet, but if they get up and running, I'll definitely use mine. I did mint one. I minted a couple actually. So.
But if you have a Nizuki, you wouldn't know the difference of an elemental.
You wouldn't know the difference. Right? But if you were going to buy one or the other, why wouldn't you just buy the elemental now?
The NFT jokes that are still out there.
Kupu is another member of the OTM team. He just pinged behind the scene and said that his 2.5-year-old son, 3-year-old son is loving the penguin and is going crazy as he sees it on the screen. So that's awesome.
Too funny. I love it. Well, Dees, great to have you. I'm gonna hop in a super flex draft. We can do one or two things. We can either just say, "Hey, I draft," and we talk through. If you want to draft and jump in the room as well, we can do 2 of them. Whatever your preference is.
I'm definitely down to hop in the draft, and
awesome.
I mean, if we're doing a super flex, we can fire off a few of those. No rush.
Little $4 Chihuahua. Let's get it going.
That's what you do when you just need to let it out. Like, you don't really want to draft more Best Ball Mania, but you want to draft something, and you're like, all right, guess we're doing more of this Chihuahua.
These $4.25 max, I think, is a really, really smart price point. And I like the quick open, quick close element of because the original Chihuahua filled super quickly. Wasn't it open for less than a week?
Yeah. I mean, any of these.
Impressive.
It's going to fill.
Yeah, it's gonna fill quick. That's why I like it, because it's kind of like oh shit, contest is live. Like, I gotta go. So
exactly. I was just gonna show because Best Ball Mania, I've literally only done the ones that I have on stream so far. thankfully have time to kind of grind out the others. Been doing a lot of drafters DK as well. Look at that. I got 6 Superflex left because it's also a 25 max. So I'll probably max this with this stream and another 6 more. All right, D's. Chat, if you are watching, now is the time to jump in. D's, that means we have like a 10, 15 second buffer. So we'll give it a couple seconds. Are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Let's give a couple more seconds. We'll try to get as many of chat in. 3, 2, let's hop on in. Okay, there we go. We got 6, so hopefully we can get some more from the chat in as well. How many Superflex have you been doing? Have you done so far? Did you do any before the Well, we had the Superflex pre-draft as well.
No, this is the first Superflex I've entered. Not this draft, but this tournament. I didn't do the first one. I have joined a couple random, like I'm in like a dynasty Superflex fucking best ball league now, and some other shit. But no, I haven't been doing too much Superflex. So,
how many old school, real fantasy football leagues where you have to actually set your lineup and do trades and free agency?
It's gonna be less than 6. I was in 6 last year and it was chaos. Like there's always that group of people who don't want to give up Yahoo Fantasy. So like you're logging into Yahoo, you're logging into ESPN, you're logging into Sleeper. God forbid someone wants to use another platform. It's just not worth the time to manage them. I'd much rather just put more money into best balls. So yeah, trying to stay 6 or less in those managed leagues.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the days when I used to have literally like 10 or 12 of them. And I was even doing like public ones because you could play on Yahoo where like you buy in for 100 and you have a chance to win like $500, $600. And like just the absolute grind of doing that across a season. Like it made sense. At the time, it felt like a great opportunity. And now I literally only have one left and it's just with friends. And I do it obviously more for the camaraderie aspects.
Yeah, I'm in it with a lot of like crypto Twitter NFT people who aren't your traditional best ball drafters. So it's nice to, go gamble in a different pond with them.
There were some high stakes ones that people were trying to throw out last year. I don't know if you got in any of those, but
I'll do up to like 2 to 5 ETH, whatever people want to ape in. It's always a lot easier when you're saying it in ETH to NFT people than when you're like, oh yeah, let's do like a $4,000 to $10,000 buy-in.
Right.
But yeah, I think most this year will probably be like 1 or 2. That kind of seems like the vibe.
Makes sense.
Which is where like I'll do it. I just don't. I'm not grinding my dick off on the waivers super, super, super hard in all those. I'm much more just like checking in 2, 3 times a week and seeing what happens.
Yeah, and as you can see, for people who are new to the Superflex, QBs are very, very important. First 7 picks are all quarterbacks. However, if you miss out on the first 7, it really does drop off after that. My personal strategy is in this back end not to chase. You can say like, hey, I want to go Tua and Dak, but I've done some analysis that kind of just shows that it really doesn't make that much sense to kind of chase because you're really just going to be behind the 8 ball from those ones who are getting those first top 3 picks. So my strategy is let me see if I can hopefully kind of dominate at other positions. So here I'll grab, what I think is the RB1, the tight end 1, hope that those 2 can just get enough separation on the rest of the field. And we'll see what QBs I'm able to get later in the draft and kind of piecemeal together.
I generally do something similar where I'm not going to reach and get Dak or Richardson. I'm just going to get a way better skill position player and work on it later.
Yeah, and
I like the 6 QB build you posted. I haven't ventured into the 6 QB waters, but I mean, I like where the brain is at there, especially with Levis and Tannehill.
That was an interesting one. I think I was 11 spot there too. Didn't draft a QB in the first 4. I think I went Kelsey, maybe McCaffrey, Kelsey, so same as this. And I think I went like Barkley and Pollard. So like just absolutely dominated the running back and tight end position, and then eventually needed all those QBs and just hope that, each week I can put together 20, 23, 24 points out of each of the QB positions out of the 6 guys. it'll be interesting. You're really starting behind the 8 ball when you're starting in these back half of the drafts.
Yeah, in this fucking super flex dynasty I'm in, I think I'm pick 12 out of 14. I felt that same pressure.
Oof, yeah.
Walked away with like Watson and Bryce Young.
At least there, someone like a Bryce Young has more value because of the youth element. Where obviously here, I think Bryce Young goes like pick 70 or something. Because I don't know, just chance of rookie quarterbacks actually having substantial fantasy success is usually pretty low. Even if they have like efficiency, the team usually tries to run, play a slower pace, protect the ball a little more, running it a little more. But you can see right here why I don't like going QB in this area, because look at that Deshaun Watson Tua team, and then compare that to Mahomes and Richardson, Burrow and Cousins, Josh Allen and Geno Smith. The amount of points that Josh Allen and such is providing you is just the gap between Josh and Deshaun is much, much higher than between Geno and Tua.
Oh yeah, it's not even close.
And then, two guys going, you and Tyler both going 2 wide receivers. Nice thing about that is you only ever need to start 2 wide receivers in this. So you can really just say hey, I've got my studs. I'm now going to really focus on the other positions.
Yeah, we'll see what running backs get back to me here.
Let's see. If anyone is in chat, if you made it in the draft, let us know what spot you are.
I know Simon is in the drafters chat, and he's holding down the 5 spot.
Is he watching?
Yeah, he has Lamar Diggs.
Yeah, no, I see him. I'm saying, is he watching the stream too, or we just by chance?
I posted it in the chat, and I told them
awesome.
to tune in, but I don't know if he's actually has it open or he just wanted to draft with us.
Makes sense. There we go. All right, Genesis is at the 1.06 as well. Deep ball threat. How's it going? Fields and Eckler. I love that start. Eckler, following to there is really good value, I think, in this structure. Strong start there. Another interesting is stacking. It's not the easiest, but if you're able to get 2 QBs in that same week 17 game, I absolutely love it, because it really gives you that kind of shootout potential where, you have, let's see, Cleveland, maybe this person can get some Rodgers if Rodgers falls, but then you get that Cleveland Jets game. Maybe you can get some stack options later on. And if that in week 17 turns into the 45-42 game, not only do you have both QBs in that game, you're also getting the stack partners for it. That's kind of ideally, if I'm able to get that kind of just full game stack for week 17, I love it.
Yeah, I'm debating if I'm going to take Rodgers here and try to take Brees, or I don't even know. Go with Lazard and Conklin. I have a really tough time. I click on them so much in Best Ball Mania.
Lazard and Conklin?
Lazard specifically, for some reason, where he's at, I'm if I'm not going a running back, I feel like I end up with him. I have so much Deshaun Watson, though. Here, we're not doing a quarterback, so Saquon it is.
Yeah. I think Rodgers would have been a legitimate option there for you with him not going. It really feels tough. All right. So this is he's got 2 QBs to start.
Got to take Tua, right?
Waddle.
That's what I was saying.
That's great for him. This is a very, very similar, literally the exact start as that 6 QB one that we had before. What are we gonna? Am I gonna do it again? I could go Higgins to get the week 17 with Kelsey. I don't hate that. I don't love it either, though. Could go Russell Wilson as a first QB. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go T. Higgins. Gives me that week 17 stack with Kelsey and a little more of a position of need since I have these 2 elite running backs to start off. But it's going to be ugly at QB. We'll see what we can put together.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go Russ here.
I think that makes sense.
Just I've made the mistake where I don't take QB, and then round 6, I'm just sitting here like it's over. And then I end up with Kyler and Brock Purdy or some nasty combo.
Yeah, I think the Kyler one's interesting because he's going so late that if you can go with a volume base and like hopes are that, he comes back around, gets you in the playoffs. There's a path there that I can see. And it's so easy to really stack wide receivers in this format because they're falling so much that if you want your guy, you just have to reach a little or just kind of get that right fit. Yeah.
Yeah, like I can get Judy pretty easily if I want him with Russ, I think, when it comes back to me here.
Yeah, definitely. Let's pick 58. Let's see, where's Judy falling?
57.8, yeah, so right around there.
Definitely possible. Yeah, these are ETR ranks. I know he's a little lower. We're just gonna try to go blackout with this line now. What are we doing? All right. How's the rest of best ball season been going? You've been just trying to fast drafts, slow drafts, jump in as many as possible. What have you been up to?
Definitely more of a fast drafter. I finally came around to doing more slow drafts once I think I'm in like 20 puppies or something. And now that I'm doing them, I'm like, oh, I should have entered more of these. But before I would do like one bulldog and then forget about it. And then I'm fucking auto drafting Desmond Ritter at 88 in my bulldog. Just irate. So I think the more, slows that I have going on, the more I actually enjoy them. But if I have less than 5 going, it's actually torture because there's so little going on with them. Maxing out the Chow Chows. I hope we get another one of those. I really like the Dalmatian, both the single and the 3 entry. I did 2 fast Dalmatians as soon as it opened because I have no self-control. And like once it's open, I'm just like, oh fuck, I got to draft. And then I'm saving this last one, and I keep telling myself this will be the slow draft in the Dalmatian. I won't fast this one. But yeah, I like some of these contests, like fast only. Let us just sit here and fucking sweat for 8 hours with 2 to 4 drafts going at once. Fill it up nice and quick.
I'm definitely partially to blame for these only fast or credit. I don't know, depending on who we're talking to. But I do feel that these time box contests that have both fast and slow just create such a competitive advantage. The people who enter it at the very end as the slow as it fills. And to be honest, that's what I'm going to do with the Dalmatian is I'm waiting till the very end. I'm going to then take 3 bullets, all slows at the very end. And I mean, what? Dalmatian's going to fill in like 2 weeks, maybe as a guess, maybe a week and a half. And that's July 10th. And then they usually take a month. So you're literally being able to draft into training camp while the people who are doing the fast are only working with this amount of information.
Yeah, no, it definitely feels like this Dalmatian in particular is punishing you for doing it fast.
Yeah, not to rub it in too much, but
no, for sure. I just am like, oh fuck, like something that these super flexes, I need to do like 3 of them at once sometimes to really feel something. Like when I'm just firing off 1 or 2, it just half the time I just go AFK and forget about it and come back and just like look at my team in disgust.
I am a full proponent of that. I have realized that I end up auto drafting more often when I'm doing 1 fast than if I'm doing multiple. Because if I'm doing 2, my mind's in it. I'm always focused. I'm going back and forth, even 3, but like obviously 3. But if I'm doing 1, I put it in my pocket, I walk away, and I just completely.
Especially when you're in the 12 spot like this draft. Like you pick your 2 picks, and it's like, holy shit, I can go make dinner, I can mow the lawn before I have to pick again. Sometimes it feels like it's painful.
If I'm 1 or 12 and I'm fast drafting, I'm almost always immediately jumping into another one. Like I'm like, there's no way I'm just going to be sitting myself just to make a couple picks every 7 minutes or something, maybe 8 minutes. And then just forgetting. Yeah,
no, it's the worst is when you put it in your pocket and you get the notification that you're on the clock, but your previous pick actually just auto picked and it was somebody you didn't want at all. Now you're like, fuck.
Yeah. So there's literally happening. So first off, Judy still available for you if you want it.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Very nice. Just heard some murmurs about like Kendra Miller, not good things about him being very lazy, out of shape, just like things that make me really not want to draft him. And then literally had that information in the morning. An hour later, I'm drafting and I look and that exact thing happened. I look at my phone and like, crap, Kendra Miller just dropped. Like the one player that like I literally just got
Top
information.
of mind, like I don't want to fucking touch him. Wait, what happened? Oh,
so here we go.
Thing?
Here's where I have to start going with QBs. So
yeah.
I'm okay with this. I could go Purdy instead of Bryce Young. With McCaffrey, I think that probably makes the most sense. So I'll grab Kenny Pickett and Brock Purdy. Yes, very much behind the 8 ball at QB, but we're hoping that these other elite guys can really give me some room. All right, what are you looking at here?
I was gonna take Travis if he fell. Now part of me just wants to get a 4th, like Mike Williams or some shit to go with this Denver pile and hammer.
Kenneth Walker's strong. You do need a second running back.
Yeah, I'm an addict of drafting Joe Mixon too.
Okay.
I think here I'm gonna forgo it and just go Mike Williams and then go pretty light at wide receiver for the rest of the draft here.
Yeah, those 3 are strong. Can definitely start for your actual ones and then fill in for the
definitely a multiple just piss tight end at the end and see what happens there.
Yeah, I think in that 6 QB one, my top wide receiver was George Pickens.
Nice.
It was to go with my.
You had the good tight end, like the stud running backs.
Yeah,
you were set otherwise.
All right, what do we got? Jero asking, would you use this same strategy in Dynasty or try to lock in a QB sooner? If I was in the 12 slot for a Dynasty startup, I would probably do one of 2 things. Depending on who's available, most likely what I would just say is like, hey, I'm not going to win this year. And I'd probably just build a team that can pretty much tank the first year and get one of the top picks for next year, which would be like Caleb or Drake May, who are going to be absolute studs and great dynasty picks from a QB situation. So I would probably pretty much say like, hey, draft someone like a Bryce Young, another young QB that can match my long-term strategy, isn't going to help me much this year, but sets me up for the future, or an Anthony Richardson, and then really just focus on like young talent at the other positions, knowing that I'm most likely going to still finish last or second to last, and I can grab one of those elite QBs with the first or second round for the first or second pick for next year, and that would set me up with my 2 QBs for the future. I think there's a substantial edge to kind of just in this year, especially with 2 elite QBs coming out next year, just saying like, hey, I'm going to build that almost perfect team, but tank at one position, this case being QB, and build for that next in the future. Doug saying, holy crap, start of the QB run. It is. This is super flex as well. So you're starting you have the ability to start up to 2 quarterbacks each week. So if you look at the rankings and the ADP, QBs go very early and very often. So it's actually not that unusual for the first 7 picks to all be QBs. Getting Justin Jefferson at 8th overall feels like just a steal. All right, let's see what we got going on with some of these other drafts. So 5 people went QB to start off. Brian Wart has not grabbed another. Popeye grabs Stafford as his 3rd. Blues Brothers grabs Kyler Murray as the 3rd. J War grabs Bryce Young as a 3rd. And Isaiah over here has not grabbed another yet. I'm usually, I think my ideal strategy is grabbing one elite guy and then grabbing some of these late guys to kind of piecemeal that second QB spot. I think that gives you the best blend of where you can grab elite people at the running back, wide receiver, tight end position, and still have strong super flex spot with just kind of getting a few of the later QBs. But there's lots of ways to build that are successful in this format.
Had the list of people I wanted to fall to me. Doesn't look like we're getting
not looking good.
What we wanted to fall to us. Really gross. I mean, maybe do Damian Pierce. Could
From a
do
stat-
Cam Akers to go with Barkley. I don't love Barkley. If I get Madison, I will go him. And
Deontay going, I didn't love because I had the Kenny Pickett. I was thinking maybe I would make that my wide receiver too. A lot of running backs available here.
yeah, I thought maybe Pitts would fall. I just love taking Pitts. So another bias I have. Just feels fun to draft him for some reason. Jam him into any fucking lineup.
Person who grabbed Pitts went with TJ Hawkinson, making some bully tight end. 0 RB strategy for J War here. No RBs in the first 7. That'll be an interesting team to track to see how it plays out. But Herbert, Dak, Amon-Ra, Devonta, Hawkinson, strong team. A couple of running backs going off the board there. Let's see what Isaiah's looking at after getting 2 at each of the first early positions. For me, I'm pretty much saying I need to stick with the QBs here. I'm going with Sam Howell. As I mentioned, I love that Week 17 correlation game stack. So we give us Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Sam Howell on the other side. And then in addition, I'll probably just grab Mac Jones. Make sure there's no other player like, yeah, we'll grab Mac Jones here.
Yeah, so I was hoping one of those would fall to me. Now I'm at the point where I get to take Desmond Ridder as my second quarterback and basically throw this lineup out like most super flex drafts I do.
Yeah, I mean, so
won't take Damian Pierce just because I won't have another quarterback. I mean, I'll have like fucking Jacoby Brissett.
It's tough
on the lineup.
Yeah. So you grab Ridder. You were hoping for Pitts. Getting Pitts and Ridder there would have actually been pretty fun if Pitts fell to you here and then grabbed Ridder. Is there anyone else tight on QBs right now? Let's see. Tyler here has Rodgers and only Rodgers. So feeling the heat there. I think that's the only one. No one really got too locked out other than, let's see, if Tyler passes on QB here, he could really be in trouble with only having that Rodgers. Strong wide receivers for Tyler. But light goes with the Damian Pierce. Letting those die roll.
I can't wait to pick Trey Lance or something. It's gonna feel very good.
What are your thoughts on Trey Lance?
I haven't rostered him on a single team yet, so this might be the time to take him.
I drafted him a decent amount before the draft, like pre-draft. Still just like bullish on his prospect profile, Purdy injury, but like every single thing that's just come out is like not good for Trey and positives for Purdy. So I feel pretty confident Purdy is going to be, if not starting week 1, very shortly after, and will be the starter for the year, barring any health concerns.
Yeah, that seems to be at least how I'm drafting my best ball mania lineups.
Yeah. All right. We got Jordan Hutchinson. Sup. How's it going? I think Jordan Hutchinson is also from Australia. I see down here, Messifier GM from Australia. Sup. Yeah. How can you sign up? Is there Underdog down in Australia? I don't know. Website is underdogfantasy.com. I know they cannot play in the UK, but I know that like you can play some DFS in Australia. I think you can do DraftKings and such. But go ahead and give it a try if you want. Basically, this is best ball. It's the best parts of fantasy football, but without the in-season roster management of waivers and trades and start-sit decisions. So you draft your team at the beginning of this draft. At the beginning of the season. And each week it'll take your highest scoring players at each position. There's different formats and such. But this one, is underdogfantasy.com. If you do sign up and you make a deposit, I think you'll get $100 cash match deposit if you use the promo code OTM. But yeah, I don't actually know if you're able to play in Australia. Hopefully you are, but GM to you. Jordan, if you're still around, I think Jordan actually played some pro ball in the what's it called? The NBL? Is the Australian Basketball League the NBL? I think the National Basketball League in Australia. If I don't remember, if I remember correctly, I think Jordan might have actually played there a little. So GM to Jordan as well. Deez, this one's for you.
Is Tyler going to take a quarterback? Is the most important.
Who would it be? Ryan Tannehill? Jimmy Garoppolo?
Jimmy G or Trey Lance?
Jimmy G, Trey Lance, Ryan Tannehill.
Definitely more happy about the Azuki reveal too. I got there goes Jimmy. With the Azuki reveal, I got lucky. I got an animal. So then I got greedy and I pushed my luck and then bought an unrevealed thing that was not rare, and then I lost money on it. But
yeah,
the animal will be good.
That happens.
It's the way it goes.
We in our community, about 40 people from OTM, and then probably a ton more from the larger kind of space, are heading to Vegas next weekend. Not this one, next weekend. Play a little cards, watch some summer league basketball games, some high stakes putt-putt competitions. When's the last time
I really thought I was going to get a fucking quarterback that was Trey Lance or Jimmy G.
They both went.
I hate this lineup now. It's over. This is where
Baker. No,
Baker's
Tannehill,
gone.
right?
Baker's
Tannehill.
gone. Fucking yeah, I have
No
to do
Tannehill for
the
you?
Tannehill Levis stack.
I think yeah. I definitely would have. If Tannehill fell
it's
to me,
grim.
Yeah, if Tannehill fell to me, I legitimately would have considered taking him. Like I think I probably.
I mean, who else would I have taken? Like, I'm not gonna take
No, I
James
think
Conner or
I
Javonte
think
Williams.
you had to go Tannehill. Yeah. All right, I'm going Jahan Dotson for the stack. And I mean, I'm just blowing up this week 17 Washington San Francisco game. We're going to have Howell to Dotson. We're going to have Purdy to McCaffrey. That game is going big time. Then what do we want to do? Probably got to stick with the wide receiver. This is that really before the dead zone kind of hits. Yeah, let's go Kadarius Toney. We'll get more pieces of that KC Cincinnati game. We do have Pollard, but no, I like Kadarius Toney a little better. All right. Do you want to start like starring all those Tennessee players that you're excited to draft?
Maybe I can get Chikosium
Get
at some point. Won't be mad at that. That'll be the only one I feel not frustrated to draft. Here I might just take Javonte.
Let's see who you got available.
I got this Denver thing going on.
Sense.
As much as I don't have very much Javonte at all in Basketball Mania, so have a good amount of P. Ryan. It feels like he falls right where I like to draft the running backs.
It's time to differentiate for it. All right, let's take a look at Tyler's team. Tyler didn't grab any QBs. Oh,
he might not know that he's in Superflex draft.
Oh, I thought that Tyler grabbed Jimmy G when we were talking about it, but no, Deep Ball Thread, who's in the chat with us, grabbed Jimmy G. Solid pick there as his third QB. I like that a lot. But at Tyler, this is not going to work out well for Tyler with no more starting QBs available.
Really curious to see if he just goes Rodgers. Just calls it a draft.
Yeah, so there is one thing that I don't hate doing, but like this is taking it too far, is I love 20th round QBs. Because if you're looking at what else is available in the 20th round, like it's pretty much crap. Like almost all those players, maybe some tight ends, are just not going to be scoring you any points on the year. But if you can draft someone like a Tyler Huntley, Marcus Mariota, Gardner Minshew, and they're able to actually contribute some games, and you draft your team accordingly, where just getting some extra QB starts is valuable to your team, like you could get a huge edge. But I'm talking like doing that when you have maybe Rodgers, one other QB, and then you just wait till the end. Or doing what I have with these 4 crappy QBs, and then I'm not going to go 6 with this, but I might grab one more QB later. I might go 6. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starring up Colt McCoy and Will Levis. Like, I'm really excited to maybe draft some of these studs.
I love it. I love it.
Might reach for some tight ends and just get Chico and Dulcich or something. See what happens here.
Simon, Genesis, if you guys are still drafting and hanging, how are you feeling about your drafts? Let me hear it. I like your QB combo here, Genesis, with Fields, Carr, and Jimmy G. That feels like a decent kind of devotion of draft capital. Simon over here, Lamar, Love, Stroud. Similarly, pretty good there as well. I like those. Benefits of actually getting a top 7. Chig just went. Wow, Chig went at 123.
Of course, the draft that I'm like, oh yeah, let me reach up and stack him. It's like, yeah, he's just gonna go before Freiermuth.
141. I mean, I'm sure he's setting up the Will Levis backdoor stack, though. You got to give him that credit.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to compete for him on the Traylon Burks, Chig, Levis stack. I'm not even gonna have a pass catcher from Tennessee, just the quarterbacks at this point.
I mean, there's only like 2 pass catchers. You can get Tyjae
There's
Spears.
Nobody else getting rostered.
Tyjae Spears. That's going to be your late running back.
God, this is disgusting. to take Pirine with Javonte, just get. I might just do that if it gets here.
It's not the worst. I mean, yeah, maybe I go Brian Robinson here.
Try to get
keep the Washington, San Francisco going.
Tyler.
There it goes. Yeah, the Pat Freiermuth Kelsey was the same thing as my other 6 QB. Like, it's funny how similar these end up being when you're at the back of the draft and you're just like, all right, well, at this point of the draft, I need this position and so forth.
Yeah, you want your 6 QB builds to be different, but when it works out that's just what's available.
So there's 2 teams in the finals with 6 QBs, and Justin's got 2 6 QB teams there. Okay.
They only have 2 different players out of 20.
Oh, I'm joking.
Just likes his guys. More Washington player.
But I mean, yeah, got to go Brian Robinson as I choke to death as I get a pick. Should I go Elijah Mitchell too? No, I'm kidding. Whew. All right, we're gonna grab Brian Robinson. Gosh, the Elijah Mitchell one would actually be really interesting. No,
I mean, you're not excited to smash Sky Moore?
I mean, Juju? Give me some Juju? If I had Jimmy, maybe I'd take some Jacoby here. No, we're going to take Devin Achane. Absolutely. Giving me that upside. I don't think Dalvin's going to go there. I think if Dalvin was going to sign with Miami, they already would have. They've invested, I think, a decent amount in their running back core. So Achane is going to be leading the way come playoff times. I don't hate it. Dees is back on the clock. What are we looking at?
I'm just going to go on Denver to the Super Bowl with this lineup. Just Sean Payton's going to come in, teach Russ who Russ is, and they're just going to fucking go lights out, and we're going to run into the Super Bowl.
Maybe you can trade someone for Justin Herbert. We'll see if J War allows you to make a trade later on. Break all the best ball rules and go for that big game stack.
Yeah, I'll give you Jamar Chase. Just give me
Gerald Everett. You're going to go for later too?
I mean, I'm not opposed to him. I really like him. I'm Taysom Hill. Like, if he's up, I just automatically end up clicking his name a lot.
Oh, Simon, you were like 7 picks away. You can't be tilting a pick that was sniped 7 picks away from you. All right, Genesis saying feeling okay.
Sorry, Simon has Mostert and Wilson too. He has a lot to choose from.
That's true. You can definitely. I will not fight you on Mostert or Wilson. Maybe Dalvin. Dalvin's already been taken, but I'll give you Durham Smythe if you want for your round 20.
Chosen Anderson is still up, and he's complaining.
Oh God, I have 0 Chosen Anderson. I probably would have typed Will first to see, Robbie. Nope. Okay.
I had like 20% Robbie Anderson last year on my Best Ball Mania lineups, and I think this year I took Chosen on one lineup so far.
Was last year when he was traded midseason? Arizona?
Yeah, it was all bad.
I think so. I mean, 2 years ago was when he was like getting insane amounts of targets and just was not catching them, converting to anything. He was then a popular 18th round best ball pick. Starts off the year doing absolutely nothing. Gets traded, I believe, to Arizona, and it was like, this is exciting. Or
does absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Kyler goes down, and then it's over. Colt McCoy isn't going to throw like 30+ yards downfield to a running Robbie Anderson. You can't even envision it, no matter how hard you try.
Yeah. I mean, that goes back to the tweet that I put out about if you're having people having dreams about best ball, that's the only way Chosen Anderson is catching that week 17 big game. But yeah, interesting to see that a lot of people are having dreams about best ball. I fell into that as well. Sometimes nightmares. Sometimes I just sleep and like literally just see draft boards going across my eyes.
I don't think you want it bad enough if you're not dreaming about it.
That's true. That's true. JM, Long Island Momita. JM. All right. Steve Finkelstein saying, all lineups should disqualify your drafts if you draft someone who renamed themselves to Chosen. I mean, it's kind of like leading the witness when he tells us like we need like with that name. It's like someone else is going to change their name to Draft. Like, ooh, what if Sky Moore changed his name to Draft? It'd be like DRAUGHT, like the beers. And then his name is just Draft More. Sponsored by Underdog Fantasy.
Draft with 2 T's, and I'm all for it.
All right, we're coming back around. What are you looking at here?
Some gross shit. Looking at people like Tyler Higbee, Will Levis. Yeah. I mean, am I gonna get Levis if I wait till 14?
I don't know. I'm not going to give you that information because I don't know.
Because the other part of me is just like, I'll just take Gerald Everett. He'll be up.
Yeah,
kind of looking at some running backs, but not loving what I'm seeing there.
I'm happy you did not allow me to make a decision to take him there.
I'm glad I didn't go Colt McCoy as my 4th quarterback in a few rounds, and
hey, now I can go 20th round QB for my 5th. I'm content. Rondale Moore goes. I would have liked Rondale. We're going to go Nico Collins.
Nico feels like good to draft to me. I don't know if I'm an idiot, but where he goes, it's like, what other wide receiver are you getting that is going to play as much as him and hopefully get the targets?
The number one that has actually looked good in his first 2 years. And even like when Cooks was still in Houston, he was still increasing like most of his metrics, his like YPA yards per attempt and everything. It was impressive. Impressive enough to kind of make me want to. I'm not going to draft Kendra Miller here. I've already given that alpha leak out.
Are you a Tank fan or no?
I'm okay with it, but I've got pretty strong.
Yeah, you're comfy there.
I might do it though and just make it like my 5th.
I really like drafting him just because his name is Tank. Like he was born to play running back.
And, I mean, I'm going to assume. I don't want to assume. How much do you know about Tank Bigsby from like a college profile?
Absolutely nothing. I'm just smashing.
Perfect.
I'm smashing it because I'm like, his name's Tank. Like
perfect. Now describe to me what kind of running back Tank is. Now that I know you don't have no knowledge of his profile.
Like I would expect him to be a downhill runner who doesn't catch passes. But
bruiser, I mean, right?
I'm sure it's the opposite. He's probably like 5'8", $180. Like he's built like A-Chain.
He's a little bigger than that, but he actually is a really good pass catcher. And the interesting thing is that ETN, good pass catcher in college, hasn't shown it in the pros, and decent chance that they may use Tank more as a pass catcher out of the backfield than ETN. And that is not at all the way that I expected Tank to play football.
No, I mean, that's just life. It's reality stranger than fiction. Like Tank should be built like a Derrick Henry in Madden. Like that's how you would expect someone named Tank to carry themselves.
I'm honestly thinking like Mike Davis, like maybe like a 5'9", like 240, like almost
just like
that.
a stout bowling ball.
Mike Allstott's name should have been Tank.
Yes. We got to bring back the neck roll. We're not seeing enough people with the Allstott neck roll. Like I remember the linebacker Zach Thomas and Mike Allstott were just like, it seemed like they were competing for who had the biggest neck roll back then.
I mean, like literally the Hunchback of Notre Dame, like just turned into football players, and then they put those shoulder pads that are like 3 degrees up and just running downhill. That's what I feel Tank should be. But turns out Tank is 6 foot 218. So definitely not Derrick Henry. Definitely not Devin A-Chain. But right in the middle there. Yeah, which we like. And as we mentioned, like has the ability to actually catch passes. I do like Tank Bigsby this year. Whew.
I'm looking at the Tennessee pass catchers here, and it's good. It's very good. Kyle Phillips and Westbrook Akine.
Yeah.
There's one week last year where Kyle Phillips almost was a thing for a millisecond, and then he got banished back to the Shadow Realm after that.
I'm telling you, this is it right here for you, Tajay.
Tajay, yeah, he's queued up. I've Everett, who isn't gonna make it, but he's still in the queue.
Because currently, I think you have drafted the same amount of Titans. No, you've drafted more Titans than Tyjae Spears has ACLs. Because you have 2 Titans on your team.
That doesn't feel good. Oh, there goes Taysom.
All right. Taysom. Look at that tight end run going. Irv, Juwan Johnson, Gerald Everett, Taysom Hill. Yeah, none of those guys grabbed any tight ends early on. Popeye grabbed Chig as the first one. Yeah, I know. RIP. Putting a little salt in your wound there. 2 rounds.
He had to. That was his guy. MVP. He had him boosted up. He said, "I'm going to draft him."
Right,
what if Treylon Burks doesn't catch the touchdown? Then it's clearly going to be Chig.
That's fair. I mean, honestly, it might just be Tannehill throwing to Will Levis.
That's why I drafted them together. Just waiting for the scenario where they're playing catch with each other.
All right, I'm taking a look at what stacks I need and what I can maybe get going with the rest of this draft. So with Pitt, we'll see what's available here. I think most things are gone instead of Allen Robinson. 49ers, everything is gone there. I know that. Watching, there's like Curtis Samuel. That's not the worst. I can cue Curtis Samuel up. New England, we've got some tight ends late that we could draft. I saw Tyquan Thornton just went. Devontae Parker. Now for the bringbacks, Seattle, not much there. Washington, we've already done this. And then Buffalo, there's Dawson Knox. But we already have. No, actually, Dawson Knox would be a decent one for me to go with Kelsey. So I'll cue these 2 guys up. Can we get a check-in on Tyler? Tyler, have we decided to go with his second QB? Jacoby Brissett right there. Pick 137. We missed that. But
that feels a little high for Jacoby.
You know, when you only have Aaron Rodgers, you got a little creative.
Yeah, and God bless him.
Right.
We need people like that in the drafts though too. Like it
helps. Someone's gotta pay the rake. Someone's gotta pay that rake.
Normally it's me in these super flex drafts. So to see somebody take an even bolder stance on the QB position feels affirming.
I mean, you have a second QB that actually is a starter and a third QB that's more likely to be a starter than his second QB. So I think that's like a solid plus. Oh, and you got Desmond Ridder. I was talking about your third and fourth.
We're fine.
All right, Curtis Samuel, because we know how much that Washington-San Francisco game is just going to get crazy. Dawson Knox as a bring back for the Mac Jones and a position of need. I like what we're getting here. We are through 15 rounds. 5 rounds remaining as I count on my fingers. Thankfully, didn't need to go to the toes. Have you been messing around with any of these 4 tight end builds that have been all the rage?
I might have one. I typically end up with 3, not 4. I feel, and that's not in Superflex. That's in Best Ball Mania. So I feel like in Superflex, it's a little easier to go 4. Here, I'm kind of torn on punting another garbage tight end, or I just really don't want to take Marvin Mims, but I like Kenny Gainwell. I'm going to take Gainwell. Okay, I fucked up. I took Conklin. He was at the top of my queue, and I didn't drag Gainwell to the top there.
I was a bit confused with the rug pull where you're saying you were going to go Gainwell, and
I was dragging Gainwell to the top, waiting for it to lock in, but
I know that. Because this is the area of the draft that I like these running backs. I don't think there's actually that much different than a lot of these running backs and the running backs that are going in, I'd say round 14. So like the Kendra Miller, Tank, Jerome Ford. I don't think that's much different than Kenneth Gainwell, Chuba Hubbard, Ty Chandler, Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson. So this is where I definitely I'm a little overweight on like pretty much all these running backs. With the current format, I'm pretty fine with my 5 running backs because I went McCaffrey and Pollard so early. I'll probably do a bit of a balance between wide receiver running. Like, this is weird. Like, if you look at my team, I don't need more running backs. I don't need any more tight ends. Am I just going to go crazy wide receiver and like, or do I bring in 2 of these late QBs and hope one hits? I don't know. This might be a 6 QB build.
Yeah, with that type of wide receiver room, I'm always tempted to. But these wide receivers you get, you're like playing roulette on the Giants, or you're praying for a Shakir spike week when you need it. Donovan Peoples-Jones, I end up with a decent amount because I have so much Watson, but like I don't want him naked. And then other than that, it's kind of grim.
It's tough.
You're just taking somebody who's probably going to be a 0.
Yeah, and I could, even with this build, I still have 4 picks, so like I could still go 2 more wide receivers. I'm not going to grab another tight end, and I don't really need another running back. So maybe I go 2 QB, 2 wide receiver, or maybe 2 QB, 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, depending if I can get one of these value guys. 0 QB is just such a ridiculously ugly super flex strategy.
It's a bold one for sure. I'm debating if with my last pick I want to spend it on Kyle Phillips later or not. Like, part of me just kind of does, even though I know it's probably stupid. Probably get one of the running backs I don't hate here in 7 picks.
You just so here's the thing. You have really good wide receivers at the top of the draft. Tell me how week 17 looks like that Kyle Phillips is outscoring Jamar Chase, Tyreek Hill, Jerry Jeudy, Mike Williams.
We have a fucking another Damar Hamlin type thing where just like fucking you don't get Chase. Maybe there's a bomb threat in Denver, so all of Denver's lineup just sits that week, and Kyle Phillips comes in just hot off 2 touchdowns. Sir, he's the guy you need.
He might move you from like 2nd to last to like 4th to last.
Yeah, we'll see what quarterbacks are available. Colt McCoy's in the queue.
That is still a min cash if that has happened to the rest of your lineup.
And we have Cordarrelle Patterson still in the queue.
I don't hate that.
I
heard you
like
drafted
him.
Desmond Ridder, so Atlanta's a good one there.
Yeah, I really like Cordarrelle Patterson for better or worse.
I don't hate
think they'll still use him. Might be weird. He might be. I don't even know how they're going to line him up, but
I think they might use him as his kind of gadget and second wide receiver. Because they have Matt Collins at number 2 as well. They don't throw that much. That's obviously a big risk, but they just have so much familiarity and trust in him that like it wouldn't shock me if he ends up taking almost like a more gadget wide receiver Taysom type role and like designing plays for him. I don't know, third and goal from the 7-yard line. Bijan isn't going to get you the rushing touchdown, so they bring in Patterson for some kind of like wonkiness. I could see it. He is old though, but that doesn't seem to slow him down at all.
Yeah, he's definitely somebody where if I need a running back in the very last round, he's almost always there. If I have any type of correlation, I don't mind taking him.
Yeah. All right. I'm in a not a sticky situation, but like, do I want to go Ty Chandler, who I like a lot more than Pierre Strong, or do I go Pierre Strong because I have the Mac Jones situation here? Tough choice. There's also these New England wide receivers, but I just don't need
Forcing
them.
yourself to go for the stack when you like the other player a lot more is one of the most painful things.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But I really think I should do it because how much confidence do I have in really Ty Chandler over Pierre Strong? But at least I know Pierre Strong's in the same team as New England Mac Jones. I've got that Dawson Knox situation there. So let's grab Pierre Strong. Wide receiver, Pitt, San Francisco, Washington, New England. There's really not much. I don't want to get into the New England. Hunter Renfrow is just going to be a straight up play. Plus, he can get traded basically anywhere. So we're going there, and we are.
You're not feeling
the
Devontae Parker and what's your other option? Kendrick Bourne.
Kendrick Bourne, yeah, because Tyquan Thornton went a while ago.
Would you have ever taken? No, you had Kelsey. Never mind. You wouldn't have went with Gesicki or Henry. You already had.
I just think because I have Kelsey and Knox. Like I could, if I didn't grab Knox, I definitely could have done like a 2, even like 3 tight end build. And just say like, hey, my last, very last picks are going to be tight ends. I could have even seen like hey, go both Mike Gesicki and Hunter Henry. But once I went Knox, I'm like, nah, I'm going to be fine.
Yeah, it's pretty comfy.
What I do think is, so where is that going?
Well, someone already took Trey McBride. I wasn't really paying attention, but he's gone.
Yeah. Let's see. Was it Trey McBride? I mean, people are getting more bullish on Trey McBride. As just Zach Ertz, like less and less comes out about his injury. He may, I don't know. I think he's actually a getting cut candidate. I mentioned this on one of my best ball streams, I think yesterday, that I've actually drafted Trey McBride and Zach Ertz in the same team because I think their success highly correlates and that Trey McBride's best seasons are when Zach Ertz gets cut. When Zach Ertz gets cut, I think he can fall into another role somewhere else and like both of them prosper.
I like that. I have 1.6% Zach Ertz. I'm looking at it. Must have taken him on that one Kyler lineup where I was at the end and had to punt something.
I think that's pretty good. Sean, is that a 6 to 7 QB run? I see. Yeah, we are doing super flex draft. Yep, as TJ just mentioned as well. Super flex. So if you look at the top of the board, QBs galore early and often. You can start 2 of them. And because it is half PPR, there are no bonuses. QBs are very important on underdogs. So you have to be an absolute sicko to not draft a quarterback in the first, the second, the third, or even the 4th round. D's over here at least took one in the 4th round like a smart one. I didn't take a QB until pick 60. So it gets a bit crazy, but that's what we're dealing with now. And for the second time today, I'm going to be drafting a 6 QB team.
Well, you and I were the last 2 people to take a QB off the board first.
Yeah.
So
I think there's 2 things. That one,
we're at the end of the draft. Too.
Cheers.
Yeah.
And 2, we are in that back of the draft where the first 7, it makes sense to take QB. Somewhere Trevor Lawrence in that 9-10 pick, okay, also as well. After that, like I see the argument for Deshaun Watson. I don't actually hate it because I do think Deshaun Watson has decent upside, but I also like when I'm able to get McCaffrey and Kelsey, or you got Chase and Tyreek, like let me just hope that I can put together some breakout late QBs and my other players just dominate the rest.
Kyle
TJ,
Trask.
Hope your dinner break is going well. We will be bringing TJ back on soon once we're done with this draft. And for those who hung around, we'll make it worth your while. We're going to rip open some best ball packs as well. We'll do a giveaway after this and have a little fun with some best ball blitz. All right, TJ, if you are around, you're hearing this. As we wrap this up, if you want to hop back on to do the packs with Deez and I, because I think we've got them on your account with your screen. So give it a couple more minutes, and once we finish this draft, we'll hop back on. All right, final 2 picks. You did get Colt McCoy, so glad to see that. That'll at least give you some early starts as well.
I was looking at Zach Ertz.
Yeah,
doesn't feel great. I mean, I look at my team and it's like, okay, I could take Tim Patrick with this Denver mess. So they're a week or two where he outperforms Judy. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I like Patrick for your team. Whether or not it matters for week 17.
Well, okay. K Wartinger said, "Fuck that."
But I just like a wide receiver for your team because maybe you get a couple injuries for short term or bye weeks, like.
Kind of like,
yeah.
I was looking at Josh Palmer down there.
Yeah.
And I was also looking at Robert Woods.
Hey, Robert Woods is dependable.
I mean, yeah, the Tennessee, bring it back with Robert Woods. I mean, it's Robert Woods or Josh Palmer. I'm going to go Josh Palmer. Okay. I guess I'm going to go Robert
Woods. That's okay.
I must drag it 1 millisecond too slow every time.
I should have been looking at QBs. Sam Darnold, Gardner Minshew, Tyler Huntley, Marcus Mariota. These are the guys that I'm often targeting. Darnold's an interesting one because I have Brock Purdy, and I'm so invested in that Week 17 San Francisco-Washington game that maybe I take Darnold just from crazy. No, Isaiah!
Oh, Isaiah Pacheco enthusiast.
Oh, Isaiah. That's okay. We wanted the uniqueness. Gardner Minshew, Tyler Huntley, Marcus Mariota. Is there any correlation or aspects that I'm really looking at here? I don't think I drafted basically any of those teams. Nah, not really at all. All right.
You got the Baltimore, Miami, the A-chain Huntley.
You're right. That's the closest correlation. There's no Arizona. There, that's a good enough one for me then. Do it. Tyler Huntley. Hey, Simon, snipe this. Boom.
How many QBs does Simon have? 3. It's over for him.
Yeah, he wanted that Huntley. He knew that Lamar Huntley was the handcuff strategy that would have given him the top prize here. So
there's week 17 injuries.
Simon, that's
because
I'm
jumping back on here. So I've never done one of these super flexes. I did not really realize that drafting all these backup quarterbacks is becomes the thing.
So here's the thing. Look at the players being drafted 19th and 20th.
Yeah,
round.
They're irrelevant anyways.
And tell a story where that player is going to start in your lineup where you're only starting 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex.
True. Yeah. That makes it even more extreme.
Yeah. I think running backs, you can make an argument that it's someone, hey, CH breaks out. I don't hate that argument. It gets even softer as we keep going forward. Tight ends, I don't mind those because Zach Ertz, Hunter Henry, Logan Thomas, those are guys going to be on the field. But you make sure if you need those position, okay. I think the wide receivers are the ones right now that are the most dead. Unless, D's only had 4 wide receivers. That 5th one makes sense for him. But if you're grabbing a 7th, 8th wide receiver here,
right,
and you only need 2 to start each week, 3 if you count flex, go with the QB and hope for the upside. Whew. All right. How you feeling about your team, dude?
Every super flex team where I don't get one of the stud QBs, I just look at it and I'm like, yeah, we'll see week 17. I don't want to think about it. Doesn't look great. I don't love Denver. I don't love having 5 Denver players, including both the running backs, but we do what we got to do.
Yeah, just the craziness. As we say, if you really do miss out on those early QBs, you got to take some chances. Deshaun Watson going 11 here. Yeah, it could have gone 2, but that feels too much of a stretch for me. And then D's here, again, would have had to stretch to Watson, would have had to stretch to Dak again. Oof, just tough. But we did what we could with it. I think it's time, TJ, take over and let's rip open a pack of some best ball blitz, and then we'll gift that away to some chat for the people who hung around through that ugly draft we had to put together.
Let's do it. Yes, I'll take over the screen share here. We got another pack giveaway for y'all in chat. This time around, it is going to be hashtag best ball. So give me a hashtag best ball in chat. That'll enter you into the giveaway. And here we've got our best ball blitz game. D's not sure if you are familiar, I've ever seen this, but a little bit of a spin on best ball that we've got where you open up a pack. In your pack, you have 20 icons that represent a team and a position in football. So not a specific player. You then assemble a 12-team lineup of your 20 and score fantasy points throughout the season, much like you do in best ball. So you open up the pack, you set your lineup, and then you don't have to do anything else the rest of the season. Your points simply accumulate each and every week. And the last pack we opened was pretty fire. So let's see if we can keep the heater going. I'm going to kill the music. All right, so the first two are going to be quarterbacks. We got Cincy and Seattle quarterback. Then we got two running backs, Minnesota and Carolina. Seattle wide receiver, Detroit wide receiver, Rams. Oh, the double LA tight end there. You got both the Rams and the Chargers. Two defenses, and then now the next 10 can be any position at random here. And then we'll open that up and check out what we got. All right, we at least got a couple things to like with a Cincy stack, I notice.
It started strong, but then we got a lot of defenses and tight ends in that I guess
Yep.
a lot of D's at the end there, but
yeah, we ended up with 6 defenses. That's rough.
Yeah.
That's what happens sometimes. You gotta avoid those. But yeah, Justin, why don't you talk us through how you'd start off this pack?
yeah, and so D's, the big differences here are that it's the entire position group. So like Cincinnati wide receiver could be the best wide receiver card out there because you're getting Jamar Chase, you're getting T. Higgins, you're getting Tyler Boyd. But D's, if you're still around, I'm down to throw it to you and start picking and tell us who you want on your card.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think we have to go with Cincy QB, Cincy wide receiver, and
Love it.
then
It's a great start.
can we also do Seattle quarterback, Seattle wide receiver?
Yep.
That
Great. Two
also
stacks right
seems
there.
like a no-brainer. And then I mean,
Seattle wide
Detroit.
receiver might actually be one of the top cards this year with them bringing in JSN because you had DK and Lockett. Now you're bringing JSN in. That's fire.
Yeah, and then after that, I mean, it's a mix between Detroit and Pittsburgh wide receiver for me. I'd probably lean Detroit
You
there.
don't want Tennessee QB? You're getting Tannehill.
I
MLS.
was. There's no stack. I mean, if we had Tennessee tight end with Tennessee QB, then maybe that's a whole different game there. So yeah, I'd probably go, I guess, Detroit wide receiver next.
That's a
Yeah.
good
And-
one. I mean, you're getting Amon-Ra, you're getting Jameson Williams when he comes back, and then until then, you're getting like the Josh Reynolds and all those. Yeah,
We probably
Yeah.
want to end up taking both those wide receivers that you just mentioned, honestly,
agree.
potentially.
Yeah, no brainer.
These two are pretty brutal, right? I mean,
yeah.
that's. You
I mean,
got
for running
London on
back,
Atlanta,
like,
but
are we
that's about it.
leaning Minnesota over Carolina? I don't have a strong stance between
Yeah.
those two.
I might go both of them.
Oh, we only got 2 running backs in this one.
So
Yeah.
we have to go both of them.
And honestly, Carolina's a pretty good one. Carolina wants to run a lot this year. You're getting Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard, and like they don't catch that many passes, but that doesn't matter because this isn't PPR. So I think just like you're getting a decent amount of yardage, and you're hoping they're scoring from the ground, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then from here, can we take any of the 4? Is that how this goes?
So yeah, we basically we need to each week start 1 QB, 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, 1 tight end, 1 defense, and 1 super flex that can be any of those cards. So that's 6 out of the 12 start each week. But the card we can fill up with whatever we want as long as it's at least one of each position.
Got you. So for the tight end, I am a little bit of a homer to the Chargers lately over the Rams. I think they'll have a bounce back year. I don't know how much that flows to Everett versus all the other heads they have to feed. Whereas Higbee seems to be higher up on the option list for his team in targets. I don't probably want Chicago tight end.
I like your Chargers call. Because like Higbee's ahead of Gerald Everett in fantasy barely, but that's because Higbee's going to get more volume. But if you consider also with the Chargers, they also have Donald Parham. Donald Parham is not going to do much, but like he can still steal a couple touchdowns. So when you're getting both tight end groups and, as you said, just more explosive offense, I like the Chargers call there. I got no idea.
I think we fade Tennessee QB. We're not going to need them if we have Geno and Burrow. We could take another wide receiver if we want Atlanta or New England. My gut just goes to maybe Atlanta. Well, I guess no, because they have fucking Cordarrelle and Pitts and other people. It's just Drake London. Yeah. You're basically just getting Drake London.
Yeah, that's really it.
Who is even their wide receiver too?
Matt Collins.
Yeah,
Matt Collins. Oof.
Whereas like New England
rough.
doesn't sound much better. I'm like, we're getting like Tyquan Thornton and Juju and maybe Hopkins, but maybe not.
Yeah, that's the thing is New England. Maybe you get Hawkins.
I think New England wide receivers will get like more outside of Drake London, but will Drake London get enough that it makes you happy you took him? I don't know. Defense sucks. My gut is like Washington.
Honestly, we're so strong. We have a lot of wide receivers that like I think it's unlikely Atlanta or New England outscore they have to outscore 3 of our other wide receivers. So it might be just say like, hey, let's go that Rams tight end as well as the Chargers, and then grab 2 defenses as well.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Stacking down. Yeah, I don't mind the Rams tight end. I think that's pretty solid.
I'd go Giants and Denver probably.
Yeah, go for it. I am not a defense minded person. I can't remember the last time I took a defense.
Right. Yeah, I know. Jonathan. Carolina definitely ran the whoops out of the ball. Rams tight end as well. I like that. Not often we go 2 tight end and 2 defenses, but like we only got 2 running backs and 3 QBs on this card. That kind of hurts us, but I like our wide receivers at least.
I like the stacks we got. I mean,
the stacks are nice.
Burrow with Chase and Higgins, I love getting, and anytime I get Geno with 2 or 3 of the people he's throwing to, it feels good. We got the Amon-Ra exposure. I'm a bit of a Pittsburgh homer, so definitely love to throw some Pittsburgh players in there. Not mad at it.
Coop behind the scenes, producer Coop. He's a Pittsburgh guy as well, through and through. He loves when we talk about Freiermuth.
He's always loves and Penn State too. So Freiermuth's got the double trouble there. All right, so there we have it. Got 2 nice stacks here. Decent wide receivers to round it out, and then some tight ends and some defenses. So make sure you remember #bestball to enter the giveaway. We'll be drawing that in just a second. Going to go ahead, save this lineup. Whoever wins the giveaway will receive this. And remember, y'all can head on over otmnft.com/blitzfantasy. Purchase your June packs. They're going to be available for the rest of this week. And then the contest will lock at the end of the day on Friday. And then once July hits, we'll be doing a new fresh reset of packs. So make sure you get on over there, check it out. We've also got the single entry contest available as well.
Yep, and for those who have not used the gold before, it's very simple. You can basically purchase gold and make your packs immediately. It pretty much turns into 100 gold is about $10. So yeah, this prize pool is over $4,000. I think first place is around $600. Not too bad for only 418. Let's get that up to 420 entries. At least give that 2 more for the next 420.
Got to give it the old 420
in honor of D's.
Right, exactly, exactly, man. I mean, there's not a more perfect number that we would land on in honor of D's joining the stream here.
3 more days and we can smoke weed. We're almost there. We did a whole sober June.
So is that what you did?
Yeah, so we're 3 days away here.
Nice. How'd that go for you?
Good. It was a little hard the first 3 or 4 days, and then after a bit, it just becomes the new normal. And then after a little bit longer, you're like, man, I miss being high. So
what other vices have you picked up in this month?
Honestly, just went back to playing Teamfight Tactics, which is this League of Legends game. Stops me from doing more Best Ball Mania drafts. I feel like
I was about to say,
more...
isn't Best Ball the answer?
Yeah, I'm at 60 some BBM drafts, and I'm telling myself, oh, I need to slow down. I need to slow down. I need to save more for later on. And I'm like, all right, I can either do 2 or 3 of these super flexes at once, and that gives me enough dopamine, or I need to go play a game or do something else. Because if not, I'm just sitting on the couch with Mrs. D's with Underdog open, just firing off another draft. It's kind of a habitual thing that I can't get out of.
Love it.
Funny.
It's a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have.
Popping those drafts. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead, draw the winner here, say farewell to our fantastic guest Indies, and then we have one more segment remaining this evening. Good luck, everybody, in the drawing. Hashtag best ball. And the winner of this pack is, hopefully not in the moment, Kunk City.
All right. Congrats. And Deez, thank you for joining us. This was fun. Always enjoyed drafting with you, and great to eventually be able to do it on stream. So that was a good time.
Glad to be here. Anytime you need a draft partner, let me know. I'm around.
There you go. All right. Enjoy your evening, Deez. Catch you later.
Take care, fam. Thanks for having me.
Deez. There we have it.
Did you get a nice dinner in? What'd you do? What'd you eat?
Yeah, I just had a little second half of my sandwich from earlier. Little Primo's action. Then I'll probably do some ridiculous 10 p.m. meal after this. Splitting up the eating habits for today. But yeah, got a little break in. I listened to your guys' whole draft. The super draft is or super flex is totally different. Yeah. Just it's there's got to be, I imagine, somewhat of a edge if people are really going there.
Yeah, did you see my team? I'm Brick.
Yeah, you're just firing, just all so just 0 QB in Superflex.
I mean, it's crazy when you're at the back of the draft, but I don't know, getting unique. I don't think there's many teams that are doing that. Maybe they will start, but
there we go, Kunk City. Congrats.
There you go.
Either fire. Open up a ticket in Discord or send one of us a DM, and we'll make sure we get that pack over to you. We'll just need your OTM username so we can make that transfer.
For sure. And you're talking about sandwiches. I don't think I ever told you. The morning that I left your place, where I had to kind of get up early, was obviously up early at the airport. And turns out they got Philly cheesesteaks for breakfast in the airport.
So there we go.
I grabbed one, and it was everything you could have imagined for a cheesesteak, both positive and negative.
Little morning Philly cheesesteak breakfast. I mean, when in Rome, as they say. That's the way to do it.
Do you know which cheesesteak it was? I'm trying to think.
I
took a picture, I think.
I do. I think it might be Tony Luke's.
No, it's not.
Okay. They one of them have a Tony Luke's, I believe, somewhere in the airport.
All right. I'll have to see if here we go. It is Gino's. It's Gino's.
Oh, it was Gino's. Okay. Yeah. A little Gino's action. All right.
No,
yeah,
they got
Tony
Luke's. I think I would have passed up on it. I'm not a big Tony Luke's fan. But Gino's is good enough. Not my favorite, but it's good enough. No Steve's.
Nah, not quite as it's no Steve's.
All right, so what do we got going on the rest of the night?
Yeah.
Also, I ripped one open, so if you wanna join,
a little celebratory. You know what? I probably will. I'll grab one before our guest join us here. Yeah. So, first off, we've got poker starting in less than an hour here, so at 8:00, so 40 minutes. Make sure you head on over there. We have. Let me go ahead. I'll share this part of the screen so people can see. Head on over to the Club GG app. We got 77 people in there so far. So you just head on over to the Club GG app if you have it. If not, you can just download the app. It's totally free. and then create an account, and then join club ID 375889. Everybody is open and welcome to join this one. We're going to be giving away packs to everyone that makes it to the final table. Game starts at 8 o'clock. Can register for 30 minutes after that until 8:30. So get on over there, little poker action. And then we've got another set of guests joining us here in about 10 minutes. So we're going to have Clay from our friends over at the Knights of Degen. We're going to have Luca from our friends over at Flovitar and Sportvitar. And yeah, this is going to be something that, and I'm sure we'll have more partners and communities coming out over the course of the next couple of weeks leading into the football season. But with our best ball game, we're also going to have private contests for communities where people can not only play in the main contest for gold that we have, but they also have a little starter contest that's exclusive for their holders, for their community. And pumped to have KOD and Sportvitar involved in that. Two groups that I feel like ton of overlap with OTM and the Jolly Jokers, just in terms of loving sports, loving fantasy sports, degenning, gambling, all the good stuff. And yeah, we're going to be having those folks join us here shortly.
Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, we had some good KOD chatter earlier on today as well. So excited for these people to join. And yeah, I think we'll just kind of talk about things that are going on in the community with regards to Web3 sports. I'm interested to hear a little more about what Flovitar are doing with their new Sportvatars, because they've gotten some cool partnerships as well. Interesting ways to kind of bring Web3 to a more consumer style adoption rather than just through the licensed IP of NFTs and such. So we'll get some updates from them on everything going on, and then we'll make it fun because yeah, we are bringing them on because they are two of our debut partners for the best ball. So makes sense that we will then be ripping best ball packs and giving those away to the chat. So
oh yeah,
hang on, get ready for some poker tonight, and I think I'm gonna have to sit this one out tonight. The prizes are best ball packs. I don't want to be stealing. I don't want to be knocking anyone out with these packs. And this marathon stream, I think I may need to spend some time with the wife as well afterwards. So
yeah. No poker for me tonight either. I'll just be, we'll be probably still on the stream when the game starts. And yeah,
can we talk a little poker
there
before they get on?
Yeah, let's talk a little poker. What do you want to talk about?
I want to hear what's your practice, what's your research, what's your education, like what have you been doing? Because so TJ and I go way back from our working together days, about a decade now, literally 11 years.
Over now,
yeah, 11 years. And so we had a poker game from way back in the day. Prior to that, I'm sure he had people in our community. I was his friends, like always had a home game. I used to play with some guys who went pro, would travel around. I did a little of this kind of circuit traveling around such. But without a doubt, I think mainly it's living in Florida that I can't play online. But the past 7-8 years, I've fallen so far out of the poker that like the way I play is still probably the things that I learned from way back when, which is so outdated nowadays. And you're about to go to the World Series. I know you've been playing a decent amount online. So that's the context where I want to hear like from you, what have you been doing to kind of either just enjoy it or improve your game?
Yeah, no, poker has definitely changed a ton in the last like 5 years, I would say, specifically with all this solver stuff. So for people that maybe aren't familiar, there are essentially these computers that can quote unquote solve the optimal way to play poker, which just means playing in a way where you can't be exploited. So I've been
what does that mean? No, you can't just gloss over that. What does it mean? You can't be exploited?
So it's like you want to play hands the same way so that when you have a really good hand, you can get paid off on it. But in order to do that, you have to play your bluffs in the same way. Right. So like I can't just every time I have a good hand, I bet big. And every time I have a bad hand, I bet small, because then if somebody picks up on that, they're going to be like, oh, well, they bet big. I'm just going to fold because they have a good hand. They bet small. It means they're weak. It's like, oh, no, I am going to play this, whether I have the bluff or the goods, I'm going to play the hand in the same general way in terms of how I bet size it and such. And like a lot of it really, I mean, I would say the most simplistic level tournament poker is pretty much min raise before the flop with a certain range. So there's like all these pre-flop charts. So there's like, depending on what position you're in, you raise certain hands before the flop, and you typically do a min raise or like
So it's no longer 3x.
1x. You definitely do not 3x. If you're
3x
sitting at the
is gone.
table, yeah, 3x is dead. I mean, early in the tournament, you could 3x when stacks are deep.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
So early in the tournament, yeah, I'd say like early in the tournament, I like 2.5x. But like as soon as it gets to 2 hours in, it's min raise stuff, and then it's a lot of min raise, then continuation bet small on the flop. So continuation bet is essentially when you're the pre-flop raiser. So you're the person that took the initiative before the flop. Typically, how the rest of the hand will go is that your opponent will check to you, and then you have the opportunity to bet. So a lot of the continuation bet sizing is actually smaller than what you raised to before the flop. So if you're raising pre-flop to min raise, so 2 big blinds, then you're probably continuation betting like 1.5 or 1.7 big blinds, so even smaller than what you raised to before. And again, the reason that you do that is because then you can just do that with a lot of hands, even when you have absolutely nothing, and it puts pressure on your opponent. And then typically how the rest of the hand goes is that once you get to the turn, you're either checking back or you're starting to bet like really big, like full pot size, 2/3 pot size bet. And yes, I've been studying a decent amount of poker. I've been working on some more of like so like they always talk about like finding the bluffs too. So like what I was just talking about there, right, with being the pre-flop aggressor and continuation betting, the opposite side of that coin is say you're in the big blind, and when you're, you know, because a lot of times how a tournament will go is that you're in the big blind, somebody min raises, and you defend your big blind with a reasonable amount, like a good amount of your hands, but you can't just check fold every flop. And so a lot of like one of the things I've been studying is finding the right like check raise bluffs essentially. So that's what these solvers do, is a lot of like take backdoor draws and turn them into bluffs, which is really uncomfortable. So it's like if you have 2 diamonds and the flop comes like 1 diamond and 2 clubs, like a lot of the time they want you check raising that hand as a bluff, because then if a diamond comes on the turn, you can continue to bet it and have like that second draw. So that's a lot of what I've seen is like, yeah, they call it like finding the bluffs. And it's really just, again, amount of like, so by doing that, then when you do flop a set, you can also check raise, right? You can't just like only check raise when you flop a set or when you flop massive. Like you have to have these bluffs in your hands. So it's a never ending puzzle, but I love the pokers. I haven't been to, I went to play in the World Series of Poker. It was probably like 6 years ago now. I went out, played a couple events, and so this is my first time back since. I'm pretty.
Did you make day 2 but not cash, or did you get deep day 1?
I got deep day 1. I played the monster stack, and I don't think I made it to the second day. I think I got deep in the first day. And then I thought
you did. You were doing well, but then you didn't catch. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I you know what? I might have made it actually to the second day and then busted early in the second day because I don't think it was cash until day 2. But yes, I'll be playing a $777 tournament, a $600 tournament. I mean, these things are going to be I think there's going to be chaos in terms of how many people are going to be there, which is fun. And like the World Series of Poker this year, poker is definitely getting a little bit of a boom because it's back and alive and well. And you know, I feel like this is the first summer where it's truly like no effects of any COVID type stuff. I think last year some Europe people were still unable to travel to Vegas, and there was some different restrictions. So it's floodgates have been opened. And so I like to Daniel Negreanu, for anyone that follows poker, probably know who he is, one of the most famous guys. He does like a vlog every summer where he just kind of 20 to 30 minutes shares his day. So I always watch that every day and kind of live vicarious through him in the summers. And then Doug Polk, another poker content guy that I like to follow. So I like to keep up on the poker contests. They give good drama too. There's like a cheating scandal in poker once a month, which is fun. I don't know if you saw the most
There was
recent
another
one.
one a couple weeks ago, or
Yep.
yeah,
in this like 250K super
Nobody
high
likes that guy.
roller.
Yeah.
I don't think that guy was actually cheating. I think he's just like intentionally a pain in the ass to play with. But
yeah, and like the argument that he tries to make it feel like he's cheating just to put you on tilt, and like, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. There are a lot of things that we were going through there. I think my one main criticism with the whole solver mentality and all that is that structure is designed to work against other smart players or other like highly competent players.
Correct.
And for the majority of these like people who are playing like professionally, that makes sense, and that stuff is all necessary. Think for the things like at the WSOP, at least in the early day one, probably even day two of like things like ABC poker is still probably better. Because with the example you were giving with the diamonds aspect, you are re-raising with the bluff with the only one diamond because you're expecting that like that's going to get you paid off in future hands because you're creating an image, and also people are then understanding what your behavior is and they're going to act accordingly. But like that still makes a level of assumptions of competence, of leveling for those opponents that like it's hard to differentiate a player. And I'm sure most pros would say like, oh, I agree. And when I'm playing those players, I just beat them. But when I get to the people who I need to really work hard against, that's where like I get the minor edges.
It's like the Top Shot / NFL All Day debate of gamification versus collectability. The poker flip side of that is like game theory optimal versus exploitative play. And yeah, completely agree. Like your opponent matters, like no matter what. And yeah, if you're playing against a strong opponent, it's much different than playing against somebody who is not so strong, and you can 100% keep things simple. I've played a decent amount of live tournaments too. And what you just said with like the day one, day two, it is so like you sit down for the first, say 6 to 8 hours of a live poker tournament, and it's like usually sitting around the table, I'm like, oh, I'm feeling pretty good here. But like once you get late in day one and to day two, then you're like, oh, everyone left is like pretty good. So it definitely changes throughout the course of the day. It's exactly like rounders. If you can't spot the sucker at the table, then you are the sucker. And
well, speaking of suckers and speaking of opponents,
I was about to say, we're gonna
what's
bring
the opposite of those things?
Couple,
those are partners.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. We don't have any suckers at the table, but we do have two partners joining us here for the final segment of the evening. We've got Clay from the Knights of Degen, and we've got Luca from Flovatar. Gentlemen, how's it going?
Hello.
What's up, guys? We're just shooting the shit on some poker stuff to kill some time. So you guys caught
because we got Vegas coming up.
Oh yeah, exciting! Yeah, I used to play poker just with friends, so no tournaments, but I love it. Just
a great game.
Small amount.
When are you guys heading out there to Vegas?
We are flying out
next Friday,
Thursday, Friday. Yeah, so I'm early Friday morning. I'll be out there through the weekend. TJ staying a little longer to play some poker. We got a packed agenda. I think we got about 40 people from our community. Team Hold. Did Zakarin say how many they have? I would guess.
He didn't say how many, but I'm guessing about the same. If I like, maybe even more. They've been playing it for a while.
They've been pushing. And so like a lot of it's around Summer League. There's definitely like NBA Top Shot, NBA Con. So NBA, the actual NBA is holding like a convention aspect. Top Shot's kind of piggyback on it. We've been wanting to do this for a while. WSOP is going on there as well. So it should just be a fun kind of, as some might call it, a degen weekend. But
heard those before. A proper good time.
Love it.
There it is.
What are you rocking as a hat there, Clay? What is this? What stable is this?
It's called it's a brand called Siegelman Stable out in New York. It's pretty cool. Like I came across them from we did a partnership with the One of None guys, like Deshaun Kaiser and their company, and so they did a collab with Siegelman and did a limited edition run of 20 hats. They're just kind of like one of my new kind of streetwear vibe for the summer. I've been kind of collecting them, moved on from, haven't been buying sneakers in a long time. So hats have been my new, little DJ item of choice, if you will say. So it's my summer
I was
one.
telling the chat earlier, but I got this weekend. Does this
Oh,
look
nice.
familiar?
Yeah.
One of your partners?
Sure does.
So
partner talk.
Yeah.
They just had a good event down in Miami. I got to see. We got some photos for how that went.
Oh, that's where I was. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you down there?
It was fun.
Nice.
It was fun.
Nice.
Went with Bales and another friend as well.
Good shit. Yeah. Nice.
And it was KOD got us hooked up with some VIP. And it was fun. I was feeling it the next morning, but it was a good night.
Yeah. I'm still recovering from a wedding 2 nights ago. It's slapping me.
So we'll see you in Vegas then, right?
I wish I would be out there. I wish.
All right. So we brought you guys on because we love you guys. We want to hear more about the intersection. This is sports. It's Web3. You guys are both doing some great stuff. Clay with KOD, you've been in this space for a while. Luca, Flovatar been around for a while, but now with the introduction of Sportvatar and some great partnerships you have, would love to kind of just hear the 411, the updates on what's going on. Luca, I'll throw it to you first. Give a little background, kind of what was the inspiration for Sportvatar? Obviously, talk about the great partnerships that you have going on. And we'll keep this fun, we'll keep this cash, and then we'll rip open some packs and some best ball at the end.
Yeah, I love it. Thanks. And for those that don't know about Flovatar and Sportvatar, obviously the main idea of Flovatar is to have a different take of the PFP in general, but NFT more broadly, where you can decide actually how to compose and how to make your NFT ultimately. You can decide all the traits, all the faces, body, clothing, the sport that you love the most. And in the builder is where all the magic really happens. So you have different layers with, again, the body, clothing, with all the different sports. And in there, really, you are able to make something that really speaks to you, that represents who you are, or your favorite sport, your favorite team, etc. And on top of that, we have the ability also to add accessories, eyeglasses, hats, and all kind of things to your Sportvatar, so that you can keep it alive all the time, and you can keep being engaged with it. So this obviously is a different approach than the obvious pre-randomized, and that is a little bit our trademark. And this is where we started with Flovatar more than 1 year ago, like in December 21. And recently, like last month in May, together with Marca and Gazzetta dello Sport, they are the two biggest sports newspaper and media in Europe, in Spain, Italy, and Latin America. We launched Sportvatar with the goal to create a new community for their readers, their users, and all the sport fans around the world. And just to have fun, mostly, to have something that it's open edition, first of all. So we will slowly keep releasing more and more, because we want the community to grow without having the 10K limitation. So we want to think big, but over time. And yes, the idea is to keep growing and to use them more like a way into participating into challenges, games, fantasy league like yours, all kind of things, video games, and many more things, and that will be your entry point to all these things, where you can play, you can have fun, you can keep collecting, you can trade, you can and you can all do it without having to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to be able to compete, just to have fun. And it's gonna be yours, made by you. And that's the main idea behind Sportvatar.
Very cool.
I love it. Yeah. And then so the newspapers, how did that kind of come about with the relationship, the partnership? What is that? how, I guess I'm just curious, like, what was their desire? What is their feeling now? Obviously, markets change and such. Like, do they still see it like a long-term plan to develop community or engagement? Would love to hear kind of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, the talks actually started more than 1 year ago. After we launched Flobatar, thanks to a person that knew some people on their end, introduced me to them, and they really liked the idea of Flobatar, and they had this intuition to use and to do something similar for their own user base, for their own community, that would be something different than the usual approach. And they've been really supportive. Obviously, when big medias and big corporations are involved, things get longer, and they took quite a while. And in all this time, many things changed in the space, as we all know. But it was really nice to see how they really see this as a long-term thing, again, to build up the community, and more to give a tool to the community to participate in a more active way. And a nice thing that they did recently, just last week, they gave like a full page print in their newspapers, showing all the first 500 sports that are minted by the people. So the first 500 sports that are somehow became famous and were on the newspaper, read by thousands, millions of people in Europe and all over the world. And this is a nice way to show the community, we are supporting you, we are here in this together. And this is the best part of the collaboration. It's not really about trying to sell something to people to make money, but it's more to build something together that we can all enjoy doing together and have fun doing it. And I'm super happy about it. And we still didn't make the first sale for the moment. We gave just the free packs for the Flobatar owners. Obviously, they have the first seat in all of this. But then in September, we will have the first sale with all the new things that will be introduced later on. But this is something we can talk more later. But yeah, right now it's just about having fun and building up the challenges, the games, and all of that.
I love that. I know you and I talked about previously about trying to get creative around like the fantasy sports and gaming stuff. Anything you can share there? Give a little tease.
Yeah, we've been working actively, and we are defining the last details. I think we want to do it gradually, starting with challenges, and then maybe grow into more like fantasy league, and then also maybe a card game where it's one against one. So many different applications of the same sport that could be applied over time. But yeah, we start step by step, and we'll reveal more.
Nice. I'm excited to see it. Yeah. KOD, on the other hand, they are actually just released an app. I know I've been seeing they're going to have the game or the first kind of version of this game being launched soon. Think role playing combined with some kind of prop betting aspects. Clay, give us a little more of that kind of details.
Yeah, no doubt. We're super hyped. So we're developing a game called Prop Quest. Actually, let me show you the link.
Put in private chat and share screen, or you can share. We can give you authority.
Either way works. 2 seconds. Here we go. Just that in here. Make sure I don't fuck up the production quality. Other professionals handle that.
I mean, TJ, you got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Man, we're super hyped about this game. So the idea behind it is that it's a free to play. You play anywhere in the world. It's a combination of kind of like a DFS and prop betting game. Like I said, the launching is like free to play. Eventually, it will intertwine with our ERC20 token, DGen. That's also coming out. That's probably about all I can say on that front right now at this point in the process. Which, for those who've been in the space, know that's a good thing. So we're super hyped for that and developing a lot of great utilities. Our utility governance token. I can't talk a little more about the utility here in a bit. The NFT wildcards will be enabled in the gameplay. So think things like boost. Even we talked about some fun.
my
Go ahead, sorry.
my goblets are going to come in value. I think I got a goblet or two.
Yeah, no, they will. So a lot of stuff's coming full circle here. I mean, like, we know it's one of the challenges of the space is, I think we all know, right, is that, it's been a long time coming for us in a lot of different respects, with like launching in, late 2021 in September and whatnot. And it's hard to really, lay out for everyone, like, hey, here's like how your NFTs like matter beyond just some of the basic utility purposes. And now that we've been developing this game, we have some really wonderful ways to, I think, bring home some fun aspects that tie back to our original collection of knights in a pretty profound way. So that's gonna be fun. Stuff like goblets is gonna matter in the gameplay. And we're also gonna be launching our own marketplace soon, where these wild cards will be available for sale on secondary. A lot of it will be dropped to holders and stuff as well. So super hype about that. The rewards for Prop Quest early on will be wild cards that you can use as well in the gameplay. They will be available for purchase using DGen too.
At the most basic level, what is the game experience like? So prop bets are the idea. Go for it.
No, you're good. Like very, very similar, honestly, to what you're familiar with. Where you're, in some respects, you can pick a side. In some respects, you just will take a player prop, like a kind of over under style, and then it's a combination of the two together. So you're making like five picks in a standard prop quest slip is how we're launching V1. And yeah, TJ, if you scroll down just a little bit lower on the webpage here, you can see the wild cards. And if you go below that too, we got a little more below the fold. So you can see like the 5 shots at glory here. And then, yeah, so we're thinking launching should be not too far out. We just started internal testing this week, which we're super hype about. And then we'll be rolling that out on the app for a little more internal testing. And then we'll soft launch it with the community. And then looking forward to really building out a pretty robust marketing front with the DAO. So like we're alongside the token, the DAO is getting launched officially. We have a wonderful group of community members and kind of new people in the space of Web3 who are interested in coming in and kind of being a part of this. We're, lightly calling like an entrepreneurship kind of incubator, where we really want to help support people who are interested in working in sports Web3 through the DAO. And there'll be token grants available, a lot of ways to utilize the token for things such as like some of our partners at launch will be able to like book travel to Vegas, a place like Vegas, and use your DGen token to pay for that trip through Travel Swap, which is an awesome partner that we're looking forward to launching with pretty soon out the gate. Other ways you'll get rewarded is like when you play Prop Quest, we'll be able to reward you a DGen if you share that on the social. We have another partner we're working with there, Suku. And then, of course, like merchandise, e-commerce stuff with DGen. Even looking, like we talked about, some awesome best ball prizes with you all and leagues. Hopefully we can even get that worked out where it can be like DGen entry if we can get that all above board as well. But definitely a DGen sponsored prize pool. We're very, very stoked to, have that going with you all for the fall. So a lot of exciting stuff on our front with Prop Quest.
Are you breaking news right now? Are you breaking news that there's going to be the DGen prize pool for the DGen best ball? I
didn't get it officially cleared ahead of time. So I mean, if you want to confirm or deny, I mean, I won't put you guys on the spot to bust anything. But I mean, I'm excited to see what we're cooking up. We're cooking up over here.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be a fun fall. It's gonna be a fun fall.
Nice. What else at KOD? What else beyond the game, beyond the app?
Just besides those 3 awesome. Incredibly large launches.
Well, yeah. What the lore, the narrative, the book that you guys just did. Yeah. There's always this crazy amounts of awesome stuff.
Oh man, we don't know how to stop. It's a beautiful and hectic problem all in one. The lore has been incredible. So we launched the Genesis, which kind of like was the first 4 volumes, collector's edition with Process Gray doing the artwork, who's the artist for Goblin Town. Had an amazing cast of artists hop on a collab with us. So like every cover art for the chapters are, individualized, super dope. So we wanted those to be collectible kind of independently of the story. And then one of our community members, Wise Guys, led the charge on the writing of the story. And, I've said this so many times, like the lore part of our business is not what I'm particularly drawn to natively. And I think the lore is incredible. Like Wise Guys knocked out the park. It's a compelling read. It's been a lot of fun. So we've been rolling out some Twitter threads too as a little TLDR for everyone. And there will be a physical copy of the Genesis, the collector's edition volume with the Process Gray artwork that will be available for claim to those who minted and then burned their way through all the chapters. So we had a fun little gameplay element too, where you had to burn to get to the next chapter to reveal, unless you want to go scoop off a secondary. So yeah, it's been a blast. The lore part's been fun to bake out, and we wanted to kind of get that rolling. So because it ties more into something like the wild cards and stuff that you'll see matter for Prop Quest. Nice way to bring that home too.
Very cool.
Yeah, man.
Love it. Yeah, football season's gonna be
Around the
fun.
corner,
It's
baby.
gonna be it's well, we always talk about. I know you're a best ball guy as well. We talk about how football is 24/7, 365 at this point, and I think the next month or two, it's even going to ramp up more. And people are as soon as NBA finishes up, I feel like people really start to turn the page and are looking forward to September and football season.
Yeah, I definitely hit it earlier this year than the last 2 years. I've really kind of been dived in deep in the basketball scene. But I've had to pump the brakes a little bit, reevaluate the wedding budget and such, and we have to change go a little bit lighter on the best ball funds this summer, unfortunately. So I'm gonna be having FOMO from the sideline. I guess I'm unintentionally doing the barbell approach this year. We'll try to sneak in a few more before the end of the summer, but it's hot best ball summer regardless. It's always a good time.
What's going on with CTS these days? I know you guys have moved to the daytime.
Yeah, man, we've been doing the matinee
still bringing
club.
The fire.
Yeah, it's been a blast. We were off today for daddy duty. Couldn't get everyone couldn't get their situations figured out. So of course that comes first. We're off next week for the 4th, but we'll be back at it. Had a really fun
Sorry, I just need to pause right there. This is the show that had a man from the delivery room or right outside the delivery room calling into the stream.
Inside the delivery room.
Yeah, just wanted to make but
no, that's correct.
Baby, children are first. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same. I'm
that's
doing
right.
everything I can.
That's right. Doing everything we can, as always. You come to the club for the best sources through Ashley, of course, on gifts for the holidays, for your significant others, for the delivery news, fresh in the room. That was shout out to Jennings, man. What an iconic moment of just not only club history, but I feel like that should be up there in like internet history, to be honest. The fact that should have went more viral than it did. Man joins podcast from the delivery room. Might have to pitch that. Some media.
We were talking Isaiah Stewart earlier today. That somehow
beef stew.
Literally,
dude,
just Detroit.
We had some great guests through the years, and now everyone has to just deal with my ass on every week now. As we graduated, not behind the scenes, and we stopped getting. But we're trying to get a few good guests on this summer. Got a couple feelers out, so won't spoil anything till we get locked in. But
turns out Club Top Shot and every other podcast with the Top Shot in it has taken a barbell approach too, with guests as well. So yeah,
right, certainly, yeah. No, the guests these days. Well, we had Dink on. Dink was a fantastic guest, and I always enjoy chopping up with him. He's good people, so that was a blast.
You can get Dink on because the NBA finals are over.
Finally,
if it was
I know.
in the NBA season, the amount of grinding that he and the team are doing, it's insane.
Honestly, a tweet that I was incredibly proud of from the club account, if you go back to the day of the Dink episode, was I made a reference to what did James Harden and Drew Dinkmeyer have in common? It's like when they're both not tied up with the NBA, they like to hit the club.
There you go. Dink's up there in New York. He's got a couple. There might be some clubs up there.
No doubt.
Where are you? Where are you based out of, Luca?
I'm based in Milan, Italy.
Milan, Italy.
Yeah. Yeah, but I
what
work
time
mostly.
What time is it for you right now?
It's well, actually, right now I'm actually in Iceland. Near.
That's even cooler.
That's why it's sunny out, despite it being midnight.
Yeah, it's midnight sun. Yeah, now it's pretty much midnight here, but in Italy it would be 2 a.m. Yeah.
Got it. All right. At least we got you a little bit earlier then.
Milan's beautiful. I was there in December visiting. So my fiance's sister and husband, they live in Stuttgart, Germany. And so we took the train over to Zurich and then just gorgeous train ride in Milan and stayed in an Airbnb for a few days to end the trip. And that was a blast. So, enjoy checking on a little extra Europe travel. Yeah, I'll look you up, Luca, for sure. We'll go out. And, I would love to go back. I had a great time. I really like Milan a lot.
Milan has fantastic restaurants too. We were in Italy. We almost planned to stop to stay more in Milan just because of how strong their restaurants are. But we did go to. Have you heard of Osteria Francescana in Modena, Luca?
Yeah. I know it.
We went there.
Yeah.
I'll show you my Twitter thread. It was the worst dinner I've ever had in my life, and I'm not being sarcastic. It was.
I remember this. I remember
the
Twitter thread. It was supposed to be like one of the greatest restaurants in like the world, right?
Yeah, it won best restaurant in the world multiple years. Massimo, who's the chef there, is like absolute genius, but he went crazy, and the food that was served was just like. And I'm not saying that this is like worst meal. Like No, it was literally all bad. Everyone in that dinner just looked around as each meal came out, and it was always, this is interesting. Like, no one ever saying this is good. And as the night went on, like, dishes weren't being finished. I'll pull up the thread and I'll put it in the chat. But the dessert, I've at least got to show you. TJ, take over so I can find this thread.
To be honest, I think I know the play. I have in mind the place, and I think it's a bit more not touristic, but it became a bit. I mean, it started when they start to become more mainstream. They lose quality and they just go downhill. And they remain with the fame of the beginnings, but then the quality just goes downhill. But next time I'll bring you to the good place, the small, real good places.
The irony was the night before we were in Florence, and we went in this like smaller kind of hole in the wall place, and it was one of the best meals I've ever had. Like, it was so delicious. And it was the night before this meal. We were like, well, austerity has got a lot to live up to. And then, oh my gosh. All right. So here's the thread. This was the dessert. The dessert was called, oops, we forgot what's the salad called with the tomatoes and cheese?
Caprese?
Yeah. Oops, we forgot the caprese salad. And the dessert, this is white chocolate on the outside. That's sorbet. And that's tomato sauce with chunks of tomatoes in the middle. It was as if like you were putting ketchup on ice cream.
No.
It was disgusting. And I'll put this thread in chat. People can read through it. But
don't go there.
We love food.
Then you got Jonathan. I love Olive Garden. Now we're talking, man. Little 5-cheese ziti at Olive Garden. Never-ending salad and breadsticks. Now we're really throwing it back. I like it.
The funny thing Coop's saying here is they told us when we sat down that, hey, there's actually a film crew here. So if you see any cameras and you don't want to be on, that's fine. Let us know. We can move you to another room. But they were like, CBS was there filming some special or something. We legit thought that was like part of it. Like, we were getting punked. We're looking around in the flowers. Like, is there a microphone here or something? Like, is this a test to see how far people are willing to go of eating bad food and pretending it's good? Because the truth is, like,
it, actually.
Yeah, at no point did we ever tell like the waiter or anyone like this is bad. We were just like, oh yeah, like that one wasn't my favorite. And like,
it's a social experiment, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were like really doing a bit or not for a minute there, but like reading through this thread, this is wild.
I'm not
like
kidding.
I'm down for some like adventuresome eating, but like I mean, this thread is out of pocket.
It's literally like, oh, these people have already convinced themselves they're going to come to this great restaurant.
This is a social experiment.
Can we intentionally
no doubt,
give them shitty food and they'll still actually think that they like it anyways, even though we know that it's not good?
Right. There's literally there's a movie from Italy, not England, where they created a backyard restaurant and served them frozen ravioli and shit and made them think it was like a top restaurant and people bought it. I mean, like, the idea was each dish is supposed to represent a part of Italian food. This one right here was supposed to be a pizza, and it was literally just anchovies in the water that they serve mozzarella cheese in. Like, it was horrible. This is eggplant parmesan. This was supposed to be different raviolis. I think it was fine. All right, this one, a Florentine steak, is, I don't know, it's world famous. It's this big ass meaty steak that you're so excited to get. And we knew the Florentine steak was coming. They give us this big steak knife that is handcrafted, and they put it next to the table first, and then they bring out this dish and they say the steak often takes too much of the limelight. The side dishes of the steak are always overshadowed. So we're going to give you a side, which was this green vegetable in some steak sauce. And I was like, we had no meat the entire night. This was the closest thing we got to meat. And you give me a Florentine on the menu, you give me this big ass steak knife, and you give me this green vegetable that looked like it came from an alien.
The spaghetti with beet sauce is that one gets me too.
I
It's a
mean,
joke.
this right here was my best. Like, this was celery shaved ice, and it was the most tasty thing I had of the night. It was delicious.
I like celery juice. I could get down with that.
Yeah, they gave pasta, but they actually gave it with beet sauce rather than tomato sauce because, like, it looks the same. So, haha, this is cool. No, it was horrible.
That's unnecessary.
Yeah,
Check
you
out the
forced
thread
to be
on Twitter.
different.
Oh.
And, I posted a link to a video you have to watch later. It's pretty awesome by a guy from Vice that managed to create a fake restaurant.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
Go. Tell more about it.
To become the top one in TripAdvisor in all London, and it's like a shed in a house, and he's making like a frozen lasagna. He eats them in the oven, and people are saying, "Wow, this is amazing! It's the best experience I ever had." And he really manages to get.
They blindfolded you to the restaurant to go to the back. There's little chickens. Watch this and read the thread, and you'll 100% feel the experience.
That's incredible.
Did not expect this to go where we ended up here, but hey,
no, we're going
Italy.
deep into the food combo. Wow, I've been anyone watch the show The Bear on? I think it's
I was gonna ask you guys if you watched it. No,
I'm
started
like
tonight.
First season.
Okay, yeah, the second season just came out, so I'm like probably halfway through, a little more than halfway through. That's just what this is making me think of. I'm like, I've been watching TV show about food at night, and now we're just talking about food.
I got to start season 1 tonight. That's like literally on the docket. I was begging Stacey.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Have you seen the movie The Menu?
Yes.
The Menu.
No. I haven't seen that. That's not what I was thinking of.
This just came out in the last like year and a half.
No. I know what you're talking
highly recommend this. People in chat, I'm sure that have watched it. We're not going to ruin it because like it's just whoa,
a thriller, right?
Movie. But it feels like you're watching the TV show Top Chef, where you're visiting this amazing, exquisite restaurant. But then, without going into anything else, things aren't as they seem. And yeah, but that's
Beth Harmon is the star.
Who?
Isn't it the same actress from The Queen's Gambit? Looks like her.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yep. I think John Leguizamo's in it as well. The Asian woman has been in a couple things recently too. It's got a decent cast. Yeah.
Have to put that on the watch list. You can never have too many things on the watch list, you know. Always got to be keeping that backlog tight. Cool. All right. Well, anything else that either of you guys wanted to make sure that we touch on? No, we're definitely going to end the show by ripping a pack and doing a little giveaway for the folks in chat, but also want to make sure we still got some time here if there's stuff you guys want to talk on.
I just want to give one more clarification for like what's going to be happening. So for these communities, if you are part of the Sport Vatars, Flow Vatar, if you are part of KOD, you are going to get special access to a best ball contest, similar with our Blitz style with packs, but you will be only competing against others in that community. And we're going to have some awesome prizes as Clay kind of alluded to earlier. So just keep an eye out if you are in those communities. If you're not in those communities yet, but you're excited about what you've heard on the show, this is your opportunity. Go jump in, go buy. I think there's some decent entry points for each of them. Either go on Floaty or go on Wanagaya to buy some Flow Vatar Sport Vatars. Head over to OpenSea or any of the ETH-based marketplaces. I think if you buy a Steed is probably the best access or cheapest access point into KOD, and you still kind of get a lot of the early fun. So I'll throw that out there.
No doubt. And yeah, check out our app on the App Store. So Google Knights of Degen, a lot of good updates coming soon. Still like in the early days. So as we've how to weather the storm of the bear market, how to prioritize our dev work in certain areas. But yeah, go check out Bet to Earn. Really awesome. You can connect your sports book or underdog account or prize pick account and compete in tournaments we have going. We will have a couple going for later in the summer. But a really fun app to poke around, and that's where PropQuest will be going live here very shortly. So yeah, come hang with us.
There we go. Cool.
And yeah, on our end, on Flovatar as well, we actually have the illustrated podcast that came out a month ago. So every week we are releasing one or more episodes. It's also introducing our lore and everything. So I saw many similarities actually when we were talking about all of that. And also we have a DAO voting in process right now that's going to end the next Monday about the release of our own token, the Dust token. So yeah, after this voting, we will be very, very close to release the token and everything else that will be unlocked with all the utilities and all of that. So yeah, super excited about it, and yeah, looking forward to what's to come.
Very cool. Yeah, everyone, make sure you check them out. Check out Flovatar. Check out Knights of Degen. Hit up Clay and Luca directly. I'm sure if you have any questions, they can help get you set up. But we'll be doing plenty of stuff with these guys, especially as football season comes closer and closer. All right, here we go. We're going to be opening up our final pack of the evening and doing the final giveaway. This giveaway is going to work a little different than the previous one. So first off, in order to be eligible for this giveaway, you're going to have purchased one of these June Best Ball packs. So June Best Ball packs, over 400 entries right now, 99 gold.
Or you can join in now.
Yeah, join in now. Exactly. So join in now. Purchase yourself a little pack, $10 there. All the money goes directly into the prize pool. You'll be able to open up your pack, sweat it out all season. So people that purchase packs will be eligible for the giveaway. We'll leave this open for like 48 hours after this. So people that purchase packs between today and the end of the week, they'll get entered into the final giveaway for this pack that we're about to open.
So if there's literally only one, because we're coming in the month, you're automatically winning this pack. If there's 10, you got a 10% chance. Love it.
That is true. That is pretty good odds there. 2-for-1 special. Let's go ahead and open this one. We're like,
I don't know if we can beat as good of a pack as that one was with the all-day guys, but
what we got earlier was probably the best one I've ever seen. So, Luca and Clay, how this game works: you open up a pack. In the pack, you have 20 items. They are all icons that represent a football team as well as a position. You then take 12 out of the 20 that you open up in your pack. You put them into your lineup, and then you score fantasy points all football season long. And you don't have to do anything else. We automatically enter your best lineup each week for you. And here we go. Starting off, you're always going to get 2 quarterbacks, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, and 2 defenses in your first 20. And then the next 10 are going to be random, and we will evaluate what we are looking at here. What's our first instinct here, fellas?
Tough wide receiver room.
Doesn't look like the greatest room,
but you got Sam Howell,
right.
or should I say the wash QB, and that means you're gonna win this year. So
I don't hate the wide receiver room. I think Jacksonville's pretty strong because you're getting Calvin Ridley, Christian Kirk, Zay Jones.
I don't mind Baltimore either because somebody on Baltimore's gonna pop off. I'm big on Lamar this year. I'm buying into them passing more. So like again, when you don't have to the hardest part for me in drafts right now is I'm going Zay Flowers over the other 2 for sure.
Bateman.
Yeah, I'm spooked on Bateman. I was getting a lot of him early in the summer before this injury news popped up. But I still think he's got the upside if he's healthy, and it's a fun room to have. And Jags, yeah, no doubt. So you get saved a little bit with those picks, but
the team element, because Giants wide receivers may actually be an okay one because we just have no idea who it is. But when you're talking, I'm going to see if I can name them all. Jalen Hyatt, Isaiah Hodgins, Wan'Dale Robinson, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, and I think I'm literally still forgetting someone.
I think that's it.
Okay, there you go.
I think so. Well, no, they had the other dude, Pipton.
Oh, Paris Campbell.
They had the dude that came over from what Hard Knocks was it? Arizona.
But that was 6 right there. I think that might be it. But it's a crazy one. It's an okay card. Lots of running backs to choose from as well, so that'll be fun.
Running back, you're good, and I don't mind. Tight end, you're fine too.
Quarterback is probably the toughest spot. We probably have to start by just taking both of these just to have quarterbacks locked in.
Yep.
Clay's boy, Sam Howell.
Go Heels.
The GOAT.
I mean, I'll go ahead and lock in the next two. Well,
yeah.
Shit, you can argue for all the 3 RBs right there.
I
How many
mean,
slots you want? You do 12 slots? I mean,
Yep.
Brees,
yeah, we got 12.
You gotta go Brees, and I think you gotta go JT in this board.
I agree with that. We can
I
always
like
come
them.
back and decide whether we go with Jacksonville or someone else. But
Luke, are you an American football fan at all?
I'm
Any
more
preferences here?
Motorhead fan of everything that has 2, 4 wheels, whatever.
Love
I love it. But,
Yeah. I'm a
all the
fake
rest,
SM fan now
basketball,
after the
yeah.
NFL show.
Football, much less,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
No.
I'll go wide receivers. I'll go Green Bay, Jacksonville, and Baltimore. Let's at least start with those 3.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
I mean,
I think I'm bullish on New England tight end. If you're going to run 2 tight end sets, that's been, I think, a report.
That's the one you've been liking too, right, Justin?
Yep. I like New England because of that 2 tight end set. You're getting Gesicki and Henry. I don't mind Denver either. But let's just hold on with 1 tight end for now. And probably throw in Cincy D.
Cincy D? If they deal Chase Young, I mean, what really does Washington have that you're super excited about? And I think you're kind of hoping the defense isn't great because then it's more offensive possessions.
Yeah. But now you got 3 more spots. You got some firepower, so
we got 3 more spots. We probably want another. Yeah, we got options at running back and wide receiver.
But I kind of like Jacksonville running back because it's correlated. Like that would be what we would normally do, I think. And then
ETN and Tank, I think it's just strong offense in general.
No doubt. I'm not mad at. Let's see here. We don't really need. Well, okay. Strategy wise, when it comes to a board like this, Justin, are you thinking like 4 running backs is like overkill, or are you still trying to jam? Because it's the wide receiver room, right? So it's less like you need a dedicated position specifically because you have. Arguably, you have more wide receivers to pop off in a given wide receiver room than you do running backs, right? So like Minnesota running back can make some sense because correlated again in some respects to a QB position that we have. I don't know if that makes us too fragile. That's why do we need 2 defenses? Like, what's your strategy here?
I mean, so in general, I'm happy going forward a position. I think 5 gets a little close to overkill, but like I don't have any issue with 4. I think Chicago running back is probably sneaky good. We know they want to run the ball a ton. It's just fantasy wise, we don't know if it's going to be Khalil Herbert, Deonta Foreman, or Roshan Johnson. But in this format, we don't care. They're just going to run a ton.
No doubt. We're not mad at that.
Then I probably would go Giants wide receiver just to get another kind of, because QB, wide receiver, running backs all score pretty evenly in this. Wide receivers maybe have the highest upside by a little. But like tight end and defense, unless like you really have something strong, like I like going kind of just 1 and 1 for each of those and playing for upside.
I'm into that. Yeah. Let's round it out. Let's go Chi-Town RB and Giants wide receiver.
There we have it.
I think we made the most of it. I think we squeezed the most out of this lemon here.
That's not bad. No, it's not bad
at all.
Well, that's a fun one. I mean, so many running backs that like we feel like we're leaving some on the table. Like even Denver running back is a really solid one. We're really light at QB. That's probably where this hurts us the most.
Yeah, but again, you gotta hope for the spike weeks, right? So it's almost like I think it would be more exciting if we did have either of like Minnesota wide receiver on the board or the Washington wide receiver on the board, because then you can really get the double correlation there. But I don't hate it. I mean, like those are both quarterbacks I'm not excited to take per se, but they have upside for sure and get carried by their wide receivers. It could be worse.
Yeah, Cousins good. Cousins good for this format too, because it's 6 points per passing touchdown. So like the rushing isn't as valuable. So pocket passer like Cousins in a dome.
I'm legitimately bullish on Sam Howell, man. I think he's like actually good, and I think he was.
Sorry, where'd you go to college?
Yeah, it's a homer take. I know, it's fair. It is totally fair, but I think he's legitimately good. Having enjoyed him play in college, and we got another one coming this year with Drake May. So
Drake May is I'm on board. Drake.
Legit.
I think he's gonna be. I mean, the entire family. It's stupid. Like
it's great. I actually just saw Luke the other day. He was at my buddy's apartment here in the city. I don't know what he's doing. He's like up here for some like work trip.
Stupid athletic family. Entire
that's
like
crazy.
There we have it.
I like it. Mint it, baby.
Lock it in. In order to win this, you can head on over purchase a best ball pack to the June contest. It's going to be available through the end of the week. The contest will lock at the end of the day on Friday. And in the next 24, 48 hours, we will select the winner and shoot that pack on over to you. And then you can either keep the lineup that we built or make some adjustments and
You don't want to keep it though.
put together the puzzle piece however you want. But don't take Sam Howell out. That's the one thing that you can.
That's the one thing. Yeah, or just don't enjoy winning anything this year. That's
Sam Howell is soul bound to that pack, actually.
Yeah.
So
there we go. Soul bound packs.
It's in the metadata. Yeah, we just claimed 2 packs for the King's Purse. Our guy Joe Candy.
Oh, nice.
Shout out to Joe for leading up a lot of amazing stuff on both like the partnership front for us with you all, and then also across the board for community events. So we just claimed our 2 packs. We had a lot of fun with that. So go ahead into Discord if you're looking for a little bit more action here with the On the Moment crew and one other community to tap in with. We have a lot of fun stuff going on in Discord from the community side. So
nice. Is Candy, is your poker group doing anything for the WSOP this year?
Yeah, I gotta check in with him and see what the official word is, but I know they'll be cooking up something.
I'm sure we'll probably meet up with a few of them if they'll be out there.
Yeah.
So fun.
Yeah, I imagine people will be traveling for sure.
All right, we got poker starting in 15 minutes. Speaking of Tej.
Poker has already begun. It actually started at 8. So you can register for the next 15
marathon
minutes.
day.
So
there you go.
Can register for the next 15 minutes. So get on in the poker game for those of you that want to shuffle up and deal a bit. It's a nice, quick structure tonight. So you won't be sitting around all night. And that's all we had for this program. So Luca, Clay, we'll kind of kick it to you guys for any final words. Then we'll say farewell to you, and then Justin and I will shut it down and see everyone in the Discords and wherever else.
Oh, thanks for having me. It was great chatting about Web3, food, sports, all things. And yeah, thanks for everything.
Yeah, always a great combo, guys. Appreciate the invite on stream. Always fun to chop it up. And yeah, if anything that we talked about resonates with you, just search Nights of DJ on Twitter. Definitely the best place to follow up with a lot of the updates we have coming out of the pipe. So it's gonna be a very exciting next month and a half in particular, and then all the way leading up to football season. We'll be having a blast. So yeah, come hang out with us. A lot of great overlap between the communities. So it's always a pleasure, guys. Thanks for having us on.
Awesome.
Deal.
And this Thursday, Friday, when you start getting some FOMO and you decide to get a flight from Iceland or from New York to Vegas, let us know, and we're down for a fun weekend.
Always.
Next Thursday, Friday. Good. Don't go this weekend. That'd be silly.
Right on.
All right.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, peace.
Have a good one.
Bye.
All righty. There we've got it, Justin. Just over 5 hours of streaming in the books here. How you feeling? Any final words before we wrap this thing up and send people over to the poker tables?
This has been fun. I mean, hey, we had Vegas, we had all day, we had best ball, we had some best ball blitz and some community partners. So excited to kind of bring that all together. And this is kind of put a nice little cap on June, where I'd say it was the really slow football introduction into the summer and then into the season. Because as we teased earlier, Jolly July is coming next month. And with it, we are bringing the fire. A lot of stuff is going on. So we'll start it off in Vegas. For those who join us in chat, for those who are joining us in Vegas, can't wait to see you all and appreciate you all for coming out today, tonight for all of this. GL, and the poker tourney tonight and everything else going on. Go buy some Best Ball Blitz packs. 100% of the gold that goes into those goes back into the prizes. So it really is just a fun way to kind of add some fun and a little sweating to the Jolly Jokers ecosystem. Hope you all enjoy it.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Good luck at the tables. Good luck with your Best Ball pack rips. And like Justin said, this was the early June kickoff. Jolly July is coming up next, and we've got a ton more planned the next 2 months leading into football season. So you'll be seeing a lot of us over the next coming weeks. And for some of you, you'll be seeing us in person in Vegas next week. So that's Justin. I'm TJ. We'll see y'all next time. Later.